Chapter 601 Is that magic that important? After Cedric spoke, the little wizard of Hufflepuff was unhappy and had no choice. Seeing that there was no excitement to watch, Fleur and Crumb turned around and left, but both seemed a little worried, because they found that Mark's magic level was higher than they expected. "I'm sorry, it took you some time, McClown," Cedric said apologetically. "It's okay. I also benefited a lot from playing against you just now." Marks shook his head. Cedric generously admitted that he was a little surprised by the defeat, so he casually said something polite. It was only after speaking that Marks realized that his words were not right, and seemed to be a little mocking of the other party. After all, the battle is over in an instant. There is no benefit at all. In short, "I hope you can successfully win the championship on behalf of our Hogwarts," Cedric said with a wry smile, and then greeted the little wizards of Hufflepuff to leave together. At this time, the little wizards around Gryffindor gathered in excitement, and George patted Marks on the shoulder again, looking very excited. "Marks, you are so amazing. You defeated Cedric so easily. I want to see who dares to question our Gryffindor warrior now," George said admiringly. Marks was also a little happy, but not because he defeated Cedric, but because he found that the number of his followers in the taskbar had changed from 4 to 14. This means that after the battle just now, his strength and tolerance have successfully convinced some people. Marks had always had a headache before how to complete this task, but now he has found a way. As long as he performs as a multitude, the Triwizard Tournament in the near future will be a good platform, which means that you may be able to complete your 2 tasks at the same time. What happened here? What are you all doing around here? Just as Marks was thinking about getting happier, Professor McGonagall, who received the news, rushed over. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw the mess around Hufflepuff's long table, and the Gryffindor children gathered together. "Wizards." "Professor, it's like this." "Just now, Cedric in Hufflepuff insisted on fighting Marks in the auditorium," Seamus hurriedly explained. Of course, he was on Marks' side. All kinds of fueling and jealousy wanted to push the responsibility to Cedric. Although this is indeed the case. Even so, you shouldn't agree to a duel with him, McClown, especially if you can't fight in the auditorium and you have broken so many things. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor deduct points, Professor McGonagall said, very dissatisfied, and waved his magic wand to repair the broken candlestick and round basin. The little wizards in Gryffindor were a bit aggrieved, and it was Hufflepuff who was clearly instigating the matter. Why did they even deduct points? Marks didn't care. He could see that Professor McGonagall was already merciful, and it was the most basic to change to the usual 20 deductions. After restoring the broken objects, Professor McGonagall stopped mentioning the duel, but looked at Marks and spoke. "McClown, Principal Dumbledore asked me to tell you that Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman will give the Warriors preliminary guidance in the next cubicle in the afternoon. Don't miss the time." "I will go, Professor," Marks replied. McGonagall nodded, then looked away from Marks and turned to the others. "Well, what are you still gathering here to do? Don't you have anything else to do today?" Under McGonagall's scolding, the little wizards who watched the excitement dispersed one after another, and Marks was able to calm down. He turned his head and looked at the little witch who hadn't left yet. Thinking of his plan to practice sensationalism, he bit the bullet and asked again. "Hermione, what I said before. Don't know if you agree with it. Is that magic that important?" Hermione pursed her lips, her expression a little disturbed. "Yes, it's more important," Marks said helplessly. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't ask Hermione for help. "What about the time? When do you need to practice practice that magic?" Hermione stammered. "How about the evening?" "Wait for me on the roof of the tower," Marks said after thinking about it. Hermione hesitated for a while, but nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, after dinner, Marks counted the time and arrived in a compartment not far from the auditorium according to Professor McGonagall's instructions. Pushing the door open, Marks found that he was the latest one to come, and Furong, Crumb and others had already arrived. Harry was also standing aside, but his expression was not so good. Marks knew for a moment that he must have hit a wall with Ron. and this time he didn't win the match. But this was also in his expectation. If Ron was very caring after learning that they became the Warriors, he would instead investigate whether Ron was controlled by someone. After a while, Bagman and Crouch opened the curtain and walked out of the back room. Now that everyone has arrived, let's officially start. Bagman glanced at a few people and said, "The first game will be held on November 24th. You need to complete a certain task in front of all the students and referees. What I can reveal now is that this level tests your guts. I hope you can show enough courage when facing it." Bagman looked at the Warriors in front of him with a little playfulness, talking endlessly about the various precautions of the game, but he did not disclose the specific contents at all. And the curiosity of Harry and others hook it up. Novel.com. It's up to you to say, Barty. Bagman continued speaking for 10 minutes. Consciously speaking. He looked back at Crouch. Oh, good. Crouch looked a little absent-minded, as if he had just awakened from a dream, nodded hastily, and stunned again. "Where did you just say?" "Bagman, what the is going on with you?" "Barty, I've been absent-minded these days." Bagman frowned and asked, very dissatisfied. "It's not that you don't know, there are too many things to be busy recently. I haven't slept well these days. Otherwise, it's up to you." Crouch sighed and explained. Bagman nodded in understanding. Crouch not only has to deal with the Goblet of Fire affairs, but also has to take care of the troublesome affairs of the Cooperation Department. It is indeed very busy. Thinking of this, Bagman no longer had trouble for Crouch, and he accounted for the rest of the matter by himself. On the side, Marks secretly remembered Crouch's little abnormality in his heart, and decided to start the investigation with Crouch after he had practiced the Pantheon. Chapter 602. Hermione's memory. The guidance to the Warriors lasted an afternoon, and they were not returned until the evening. On the way to the auditorium for dinner, Harry kept complaining that Ron would not listen to persuasion at all. After a fierce quarrel in the morning, their relationship has risen from an awkward friend to the point where it is now close to breaking up. Marks looked helpless, and he had no choice but to expect Ron to calm down for a few days and wake up to himself. After having dinner in a hurry, Marks found an excuse to push Harry away, and then took Hermione to the roof of the tower, preparing to practice magic. As he had imagined before, there was no one here, and it was very quiet. At this point in time, there is no need to worry that someone will come in and disturb you suddenly while casting the spell. "Is there anything I need to do?" Hermione looked a little nervous, her hands and feet cramped, not knowing where to put them. "No, don't. Just stay where you are, stay relaxed, try not to resist. My technique may not be too proficient," Marks said soothingly. Hearing Marks's words, Hermione became even more flustered. She looked around anxiously, looking for a way out. She thought, if Marks had to do something to herself after a while, she would immediately run towards the door. But Marks's position happened to be facing the door, and her own strength was far inferior to that of Marks. Hermione thought about it for a while and found that the possibility of her leaving was slim. In addition, you can only jump directly from the tower by surprise. However, it is very high here. I am afraid that it is tens of meters away from the ground. If she can't accurately grasp the time of releasing the slow fall technique, then she will definitely die. Thinking of this, Hermione became entangled. Will she run or not? Marks didn't even know the weird thoughts that popped up in the little witch's mind, but he explained it to himself. "The spell I'm going to use on you later is called Pantheon. It can read your current thoughts or past memories. If you feel uncomfortable in the process of casting the spell, or if there is something you don't want me to see, resist it and I will stop immediately." Immediately he was about to cast magic, and Marks no longer kept it secretly, and explained the specific situation. "Memory?" Hermione's expression was a little weird. Only then did I realize that she just wanted to cross. Marks's previous privacy statement meant this. and she was ashamed to find a place to sew in. "What's the matter?" Marks was a little surprised at Hermione's reaction. "Nothing." The little witch shook her head hurriedly. Seeing that Marks didn't seem to notice what she was thinking, she couldn't help but secretly relieved in her heart. Only soon, Hermione thought of the curse Marks was about to cast. Her face became a little hesitant, and she couldn't help but ask, "What do you do with this memory-reading magic? Do you still remember the guess made yesterday, like you thought? I felt that the mysterious man might have sneaked in and planned something by our side, just like Chino did." Marks was half truth and half truth. The words explained. "So you want to learn to seize the mind and tell who is sent by the mysterious person?" Hermione understood Marks's purpose at once, and her original desire to reject Marks was much weaker. "Yes, that's right," Marks said with a smile, then gently raised her wand, keeping her eyes facing Hermione. "Are you ready?" Hermione took a deep breath and nodded. She once saw some related explanations about the magic of Shenzhangnian in a book, and she felt that she would only need to think about some things from her childhood when she waited for a while. "Then I'm coming," Marks whispered to Hermione while waving his wand. Legilimency, Legilimency." Marks's erratic voice seemed to have some magical power. Hermione's brain became a little confused. Her eyes kept facing each other with Marks, and memories came up like a tide. At the same time, Marks also felt that his thoughts were sucked into the body of the little witch, and scenes of fragmented memories appeared before his eyes. The first thing that catches the eye is a very cozy little room, with pink curtains and beds, and various plush dolls and toys around it. And what attracted Marks's attention most was Hermione lying on the bed with a quilt, or Hermione as a child. She looked only about 8 or 9 years old, with a pair of brown eyes very agile, and she was listening to Mrs. Granger next to her reading a Mull fairy tale book. When Mrs. Granger talked about the princess, she was persecuted by her stepmother and locked up in the little black room. Little Hermione's face was full of worries and fears. She held the corners of the quilt with her hands tightly and curled her body as far as possible in the quilt. Marks couldn't help but laughed. From the point of view of a non-looker, Hermione looked so cute at this time. But as a bystander, Marks didn't act as if anything did not exist, and Mrs. Granger still told the story in the book softly. In the end, a kind old witch rescued the princess from the small black house by casting a spell. The princess who fled met the prince of the neighboring country, and the two lived a happy life. Mom. Is there really magic in this world? Little Hermione asked curiously and enviously. Mrs. Granger smiled and teased the usual, coaxing Hermione to have magic in the world. But in fact everyone is a wizard. Little Hermione may have really believed it, so she also learned the wizard in the story and chanted spells indiscriminately. Looking serious, Mrs. Granger covered her mouth and smiled. But when little Hermione finished reciting the spell, some stuffed dolls and small objects such as cups and teapots seemed to be guided by the place where she pointed her finger. They were suddenly thrown into the air and hit the ceiling uncontrollably, and scattered on the ground. One of the teapots almost hit Mrs. Granger's head. MiddleNovel.com. Little Hermione was shocked directly. Mrs. Granger also stared wide-eyed and frightened, but she still hugged her for the first time. Minutes comforted her, and Mr. Granger quickly broke in from outside. Is it the magic burst of the little wizard? Marks muttered to himself. No wonder Hermione could remember it all the time. It was indeed impressive. This memory came to an abrupt end here, and the memories after that were all very short memory fragments, all things that made Hyauk very happy or very sad in life. Marks and Hermione review these memories together, sharing her joy and sadness. This feeling is very wonderful, like watching Hermione grow up slowly, experiencing the slightest joy and anger in her heart. Funeral music. Until the day when she was 11 in her memory, Hermione received the admission notice from HogWarts. Marks raised his mind and was very interested. He knew that Hermione would meet him soon, so he was a little curious to see what he would be like from another angle. Chapter 603. Past Memories. Hermione was dazed, feeling as if she was having a dream, recalling many past events. From the panic of the magical explosion when I was a child, to the joy when I received the admission notice when I was 11. It turns out that there is magic in this world. Soon after, the professor at Hogwarts even came to the house deliberately, persuaded her parents to agree to her admission, and told them that they could lead to Diagon Alley in the magic world through the broken cauldron bar. There is a market for wizards. Upon hearing the news, Hermione specifically begged her father to take herself to Diagon Alley in advance. While buying all the learning items on the list, she also bought a lot of extracurricular magic books in the Lion bookstore. First, I hope to learn more about this magical world. Secondly, Hermione was a little worried that she would not be able to keep up with the progress of others after she went to school. She thinks that those peers from the wizarding family must have learned a lot of magic early, and she can't accept that she will be the one with the worst magic level in the class by then. However, after she really entered Hogwarts, Hermione realized that she had thought too much before, and that the little wizards from wizard families were not much better than her. On the contrary, in most classes, I can always complete the tasks assigned by the professor at the first time. The homework that makes many people headaches, in Hermione's eyes, is very easy. She even has a lot of time to watch outside of class every day, of magic books to enhance your knowledge. The learning progress far surpassing her peers also made Hermione become a little proud and complacent. It was not until a few days after enrolling in school that she encountered her first setback outside the library. She was frustrated by a peer. I think everyone has their own learning method. She kept the words of the little blonde wizard in her heart. After the opponent showed her level of transformation spell, he arrogantly turned and left, leaving her alone. Hermione was very angry, but she was more competitive. She didn't believe that she would be worse than others. In the next few days, she worked harder and harder. Unfortunately, the gap did not narrow at all, but instead tended to expand. The class is no longer hers alone. The hateful Marks can always stand up and answer before she thinks of the answer and raises her hand to answer the question, as if she was deliberately targeting herself. This makes Hermione even more irritated. However, because of this, she became more and more concerned about the blonde wizard, and noticed that Marks secretly hooked up the broomstick with his feet in the first flight lesson, which was praised by Miss Hooch. Hermione was very disdainful of this way of cheating to get the professor's approval. Afterwards, the small conflict between Marks and Malfoy made her very dissatisfied. What if Malfoy really fell and injured her if she failed to release the levitating charm at the time? Gryffindor will definitely get a lot of points deducted. While Marks was angry here, the Little Witch and the other students were not getting along well. The little wizards of Gryffindor were very skinny, and there were always people who didn't take the school rules seriously. This is undoubtedly something Hermione cannot tolerate. If they are caught in violation of the rules, Gryffindor won't even want to win the Academy Cup this school year. It's a pity that everyone doesn't seem to like to listen to her preaching, and her persuasion always ends without disease. Even Hermione vaguely felt that she was isolated, and the only ones who could barely count as friends were Harry, Ron, Marks, and the girls in the same bedroom. However, things backfired. Within a few days, she accidentally heard Ron's complaints behind her back, and then she realized that her last few friends were probably just what she wished to think. This made Hermione no longer stretched out, hiding in the girls' bathroom and crying for several hours, and even missed the Halloween party. After crying for an unknown period of time, Hermione heard a violent noise in the corridor outside, and it didn't stop for a long time. She wiped away her tears and went out, and at first glance she saw it standing on the other side of the corridor. Trolls. Before that, she had only seen this disgusting and huge monster in books, but now it appeared in front of her alive. Fear made her forget to run away, and she could only watch the monster step by step in a daze. At that moment, Hermione thought she was going to die. But Marks didn't know where she came out, holding her stick that escaped the trolls. The iron thorns acted as a trap and successfully killed this huge monster. Tension, hesitation, fear, gratitude, and a little inexplicable emotion filled Hermione's mind. The little witch wants to keep thinking about it, looking back at the scenes of her and Marks after that, but her subconscious mind is urging her to wake up quickly. Marks, who watched all this simultaneously, was full of emotion. He didn't expect that he had such an image in Hermione's heart at the beginning. Thinking about it carefully, I really meant to bully the little girl a bit, and suppressed Hermione enough. Of course, he didn't do it intentionally. In the final analysis, he wanted to earn grade points to improve his strength. I can get rid of the trolls within half a year of enrollment, and all of them are indispensable for advanced preparation, usual practice and reserved academic points. Marks still remembers the thrilling battle at the time. If the experience card mode is not enough, I am afraid that he can only flee in a hurry. But after looking back through Hermione's memory, Marks discovered that from the perspective of an onlooker, he was so handsome at the time. Whether it's a quick counterattack after tumbling and dodge www.untitlenovel.com or an accurate calculation of the impact of the iron thorns, the action of limiting the trolls seems so perfect. In one go, a few seconds after the front and back fights, the trolls have already fallen at his feet. Marks was thinking very narcissistically, and at the same time experiencing the complicated emotional changes of the little witch at that time. However, just as Marks was looking forward to the follow-up, the dream world suddenly became very unstable, swaying like an earthquake, and finally the whole world shattered. Marks's consciousness was also kicked out. When Marks recovered from the sway, the system's prompt sound had already resounded in his mind. Ding! After a period of practice, the proficiency of Sensation Mind has been greatly improved. The current level is 3,781,800. On the side, Hermione was panting heavily with cold sweat on her forehead. It is not so easy to force her will to resist the idea of detention. This is still when Marks did not force magic, otherwise her resistance would be fundamental. Meaningless. Hermione, are you okay? Marks hurriedly asked, concerned about the increase in proficiency in taking pleasure in mindfulness. Chapter 604. Your love is so vast. In order to practice pantheism, Marks has consulted many books and has a deep understanding of this magic, not to mention using it for the first time. He was very sure that the mind of the mind would not cause mental damage to the subject, so he dared to use Hermione to practice. But seeing the exhausted look of the little witch, Marks was still a little worried. I'm fine, but suddenly tired. Hermione shook her head, looking evasive at Marks. She understands that the key to the mind is to look at each other, so she does not dare to respond to Marks's gaze, for fear that Marks will read her thoughts at the moment. Hermione tried hard to calm the thoughts in her mind, but somehow the memories that were brought back to her mind kept popping up. She remembered the shyness of being dragged by Marks to the library after the first-year troll incident, the secret room incident, the worry and hesitation when I learned that Marks was chasing the murderer alone. On the day when the third grade started, on the carriage pulled by Ichi, she witnessed Luna talking and embracing Marks, and the jealousy in her heart. Hermione shook her head and wanted to forget these things and avoid being seen by Marks, but the more she thought about it, the clearer those memories became. As if someone was forcing her to reveal the deepest secrets in her heart. Come out the same. Enough, stop it and stop using medicinal thoughts on me. Finally, Hermione couldn't bear to burst out completely. She yelled hysterically, punched Marks's shoulders and chest angrily, venting her accumulated emotions again and again. Unsuspecting Marks suffered several times in a row, grabbed Hermione by the wrist, barely controlled her, and then explained, "Wait, Hermione, calm down. I didn't do anything just now. Without your consent, I wouldn't be tempting you." At this time, Marks also wanted to understand. Hermione was probably evoked some private memories by the magic she had previously released, and then mistakenly thought that she was still using her mind to check her thoughts. Really? Really not? Hermione was half believing, her brown eyes staring at Marks, not sure if Marks was fooling herself. Otherwise, Why would I suddenly think of so many things related to Marks just now? Hermione's face burned like fire when I thought that what I had just thought might be seen by Marks. Compared to this, she would rather jump off this rooftop. After seeing Marks's face as usual, with little change in the beginning, Hermione believed a little and she was relieved secretly. Or we take a day off and come back tomorrow. Seeing that Hermione's mood was not very stable, Marks suggested, then ... I'll go back now. Hermione stammered, avoiding Marks's sight as much as possible, turning around almost as if fleeing, and quickly opened the door to the tower roof. Marks looked at the back of Hermione leaving in a hurry, very curious. What kind of memory was so scared to let himself know? Could it be the picture of taking a shower in the bathroom? But most people will not be impressed by this, right? When he looked through Not's memory before, he didn't see daily life scenes like eating, sleeping, bathing, etc. And most people would not deliberately remember these. That's why he didn't hesitate to go directly to Hermione to practice Sanctuary, because the possibility of seeing some embarrassing scenes is very low. However, Marks didn't pay much attention to the abnormality that Hermione showed. He felt that this might be the first time the little witch was explored and remembered, so he was a little uncomfortable, and it would be fine after a while. However, Marks soon found that he had underestimated the impact of this exercise. In the next few days, Hermione deliberately avoided him, and her plan to practice sanctimonious thoughts fell through. The relationship between them seemed to be back to what it was at the beginning of the conflict, and only when Harry was there, Hermione dared to meet herself. And every time he wanted to inquire about the reason, the little witch was hesitant to talk to him, or simply pretended not to hear it. If there is any change, Hermione ran to the library more diligently every day, and often disappeared after class. Marks was confused, but it was not easy to force Hermione to practice magic with her. This makes the growth of the proficiency of the mind-trapping mind once again stagnated. Did you have a conflict with Hermione? Why does she always avoid you? Harry couldn't help but ask after a defense against the dark arts get out of class. How do I know? It was fine the other day. Marks shrugged. That might be a misunderstanding. You'd better ask her and make it clear, Harry suggested, and he didn't want to see conflicts between his remaining friends. I want to explain. But Hermione must be willing to listen, Marks said helplessly. Harry suddenly thought of Ron, and sighed. The two of them felt sorry for the same illness for a while. On the way to the auditorium for dinner, Marks and Harry were suddenly stopped by a 15 or 6-year-old Gryffindor girl. The other party was holding a satchel and looked very nervous. McClown. Excuse me. Can you sign me? She handed her bag over and asked nervously, for fear that Marks would disagree. Of course, no problem. Marks smiled and took the bag, took out the quill he carried with him, and wrote his name in a conspicuous place. Perhaps I think that Marks is as easy to talk as the rumors. The Gryffindor girl is more courageous, begging Marks to write a few more words of encouragement or blessing. Marks readily agreed. www.mtlnovel.com. With a stroke of a big pen, he wrote a sentence on his bag: study hard and make progress every day. The Gryffindor girl pursed her mouth, her expression turned very resentful, and she even hoped that Marks would write something else. The dozen or so girls who had been watching from a distance saw that she had successfully signed her. They gathered around one after another, handed over some of their belongings, and asked Marks to sign on them. Marks never refused to come. Since he became a warrior, someone has come to sign this kind of thing, and it has happened more than once. Taking into account the needs of the task, he tried his best to meet the requirements of each of them, and the signing hands were sour. But what puzzles Marks is that the progress of the task has not improved much. Only a few followers have been added. It wasn't until Marks was signing an autograph for a Ravenclaw girl that he found some clues. The other party's backpack still had Crumb's signature on it. Seeing this, the corners of Marks's mouth twitched slightly. Their love is really vast. Chapter 605. Can't you see it? She likes you. Harry on the side looked enviously at Marks surrounded by girls. Crumb and Fleur, who are both warriors, also have the same treatment, and are sought after by men and women in various colleges at Hogwarts. Only he was not treated much. Except for the students of Gryffindor, the people in other academies didn't recognize his identity as a warrior, and he was tired of the cynicism secretly. Just as Harry laughed at himself, he saw a familiar girl walking towards him. "Ginny, did you come to Mark's for an autograph?" Harry asked curiously, but then he felt something was wrong. If this is the case, Ginny should go around Mark's. Ginny didn't reply. Her body trembled slightly. She seemed to have taken a lot of courage to pass her bag over. Harry was completely stunned. He pointed to the satchel and pointed to himself, speaking a bit uncomfortably. "Do you want me ... let me sign on this?" Ginny stared at Harry and nodded, and it took a long time before she vomited an N in her mouth. Harry couldn't tell whether he was nervous or excited. He panicked the pocket of the wizard's robe and wanted to find a quill to satisfy Ginny's wish, but his pocket had nothing but some ginger along and candy. Hug. "I'm sorry, I didn't seem to have a pen. The last session was Professor Moody's class. We usually don't bring books and pens," Harry explained embarrassingly. Ginny was dumbfounded. She didn't bring a pen, and even asking Harry to sign it was a temporary motive. She saw a girl looking for Marks to sign while Harry was waiting alone, which made her mind hot. Walked up. The young girls stared at each other awkwardly. "No, Harry, here you." Marks, who had just gotten rid of a few clingy girls, quickly noticed Harry's predicament and handed him his quill pen. Harry thanked him gratefully, and took it in relief, and wrote his name on Ginny's shoulder bag. However, his signature is not so good compared to the characters Marks has specially practiced, and he even wrote a little crookedly because of nervousness. Fortunately, Ginny didn't care about this. If the treasurer held the bag with Harry's signature in his arms, he ran away without waiting for Harry to say anything. Harry didn't have time to stop it. He had planned to ask Ginny to help persuade Ron. "How do you feel?" Marks asked suddenly. "What?" Harry looked at Marks strangely. "Of course it is Ginny. Can't you tell? She likes you." Marks rolled his eyes, feeling Harry a little confused. No wonder he was a warrior, but he was lonely at the party. So that in the second level of the Goblet of Fire, the competition can only put Ron as Harry's most precious treasure in the lake. Obviously they had such a big conflict not long ago. No. Harry was stunned. Squatting. Ginny is Ron's sister. He had never thought of this possibility. And he already has someone he likes, Kujang, a girl from Ravenclaw College, so even if Ginny really likes herself, he can't respond. Marks saw Harry's thoughts and shook his head involuntarily. Kujang has always liked Cedric. Now Cedric hasn't participated in the top 3, and it is estimated that he will not die. Harry is obviously useless as a third player. But Harry didn't think so. He still remembered the goddess Kujang in his dream, and forgot Ginny's kindness aside. In the afternoon, in the potions class, Snape habitually began to ridicule, publicly complimenting Harry that he could cross Dumbledore to set the age line by cheating. This was far beyond his expectation. It was amazing. It seems that our savior in the magical world will have another honor this year, the first champion of the Goblet of Fire who relied on cheating to stand for election. "What do you think of this title, Potter?" Snape said sarcastically. Malfoy and others in the audience turned their heads to look at Harry and sneered. Harry was trembling with anger. He felt that it must be Snape who threw his name into the Goblet of Fire. Only he would want to make a fool of himself. Snape admired Harry's angry expression and felt his mood relieved a lot. In the past few days, the continuous bad news and the hot black mark on his arm made him feel bored. Only then can he relieve the pressure and find her fun. Thinking of this, Snape cleared his throat and wanted to say a few more words. At this moment, the door of the classroom was pushed open. Snape frowned in dissatisfaction, trying to see who was interrupting his interest, and when he turned his head, he saw third-grade Colin walk in. "I hope you can understand that it's class time, Mr. Creevy." "You better have a good reason." Snape stared at Colin coldly. "Professor, Mr. Bagman asked the warriors to go upstairs." Colin swallowed hard under Snape's indifferent gaze, but still spoke out under pressure. Now there is still an hour before class ends. When get out of class is over, I will let them go. Snape frowned very dissatisfied, before he raised some interest, and was not prepared to let Harry's punching bag so easily. But Mr. Bagman said he is going now, the other warriors have already arrived. Colin was not scared back, and insisted. Snape stared at Colin sternly, only to utter a word or two in his mouth for a long while. Well, do you want me to invite you out, Potter? Snape suddenly turned his eyes to Harry.McNovel.com and said coldly, then glanced at Marks again. Ah, and our true warrior, Mr. McClown. I think Mr. Bagman is probably just calling you alone. Snape's instigation didn't go as he wanted. Harry didn't pay attention to his words at all. He packed his things and walked out of the professor. He looked at Colin as if he had seen a savior. Staying in the classroom, Harry could hardly imagine how vicious words would come out of Snape's mouth. Marks also took a look at Colin, patted him on the shoulder, and admired his courage. Not everyone would dare to slap Snape directly. If you want to thank me, please take a group photo with me later. I knew you would become warriors a long time ago. Who else but you? Can anyone else? Colin said very happily. Completely looks like a little fan. Neither Marks nor Harry refused Colin this time, and generously accompanied him to take a picture, which fulfilled his little wish. Colin was so excited that if he took this photo home, his parents would be shocked. Chapter 606. I am always good at boasting myself. After taking the photo, Colin took Marks and Harry to a classroom upstairs. That's it. Go in quickly, Colin said. Marks nodded, opened the door and walked in. Inside was a classroom, which seemed quite spacious. The desks, chairs and podium were all pushed to the back of the classroom, leaving a large open space in the middle. Fleur and Crumb arrived early, and they were talking to Ludo Bagman. Rita Skeeter, who hadn't seen them for many days, was also sitting here, dressed as before. Perhaps after hearing the sound of pushing the door, several people turned their heads, and Bagman even stepped forward and pulled Marks and Harry in. You are finally here. Come in quickly, relax. Don't start the game so soon. This time I am looking for you to check whether the wand can be used normally, and avoid unnecessary accidents at that time. Bagman shot. He patted the two on the shoulders, said kindly, then pointed at Rita Skeeter next to him, and spoke again. Also, I almost forgot to introduce it to you. This is Rita Skeeter. She is the column editor of the Daily Prophet and is writing a short article about the competition. This is not a small article, Mr. Bagman. I believe this will be the headlines of tomorrow. Rita Skeeter quickly got up from her seat and walked to Marks's body, with an unnatural smile on his face. We met Mr. McClown again. Rita Skeeter's tone sounded strange, as if she was holding back her anger. You know? Bagman looked at Rita Skeeter and Marks curiously. Because of receiving the Merlin Medal a few years ago, Miss Skeeter once did a special report for me, Marks explained with ease. Rita Skeeter's face became a little ugly, and Marks's words reminded her of the scene when Marks was holding a handle and threatened. But soon, Rita Skeeter adjusted the expression on her face so as not to be noticed by others. She cleared her throat, looked at Ludo Bagman, and asked, Mr. Bagman, I want to interview McClown alone. I don't know where is there to be quiet and not to be disturbed. You can go to the cubicle, it's quieter. Ludo Bagman pointed to the right. Then let's go quickly, Mr. McClown. With a false smile on Rita Skeeter's face, she pulled Mark's arm with her hand, and took him to go there. Marks frowned in dissatisfaction. He felt that such a pull was really offensive. After Rita Skeeter pulled Marks into the cubicle, she locked the door, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a strong look of anger. Should you give me an explanation, McClown? Rita Skeeter lowered her voice and gritted her teeth. Explain? Explain what? Marks looked puzzled. Of course it is that. Do you need me to recall it for you? About the Ministry of Magic. Rita Skeeter's mouth twitched, and the whole person was extremely angry. Last time she was fooled and wrote a lot of news that discredited Fudge. As a result, it was expected that Dumbledore would stand up to boycott Fudge, announcing that the election for Minister of Magic did not happen at all, and she was almost expelled by the Daily Prophet. "You should go to Dumbledore. Why are you looking for me? I'm just responsible for delivering instructions. Think about it, as a student, what can I do when facing the principal's orders?" Marx is very innocent. He spreads out his hands. He doesn't carry the pot. Who made Dumbledore throw a lot of mess to himself in the first place, and that the matter can be resolved satisfactorily in the end. The old professor should solve this small sequely by himself. "I'll go find him." Rita Skeeter's words were very blunt, and then she asked with a dark face why Marx told Dumbledore that she was animagus. "How do you think I knew your identity, Lady Beetle?" Marx looked at Rita Skeeter playfully. "It wasn't you who told him, but Dumbledore told you?" Rita Skeeter was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly reacted, her face full of disbelief. "But after thinking about it carefully, I felt that it was indeed possible, and even solved some of her doubts." Before that interview with the Merlin Medal, she and Yifan didn't know each other at all, and there was no conflict before, and the other party had no reason to investigate themselves. Dumbledore is different. She wrote several reports about the other party in the early years, and dug up some fierce materials. It is possible for the other party to hate herself. The most important thing is that the other party has the ability to investigate herself. But the doubts are not without them, such as why Dumbledore told a little demon about his identity as animagus. Rita Skeeter has always suspected that Marx was fooling herself from start to finish, but she didn't know where she heard some gossip, and there was no evidence in her hand to prove that she was animagus. So she kept beating on the side. Inquired. However, Marx's answer was not leaking, which made Rita Skeeter very aggrieved. Marx said this deliberately, pushing the discovery of Rita Skeeter's identity to Dumbledore, of course, to help the old professor relieve some of the pressure. With Dumbledore's shrewdness, Marx was not worried about wearing a gang. If this old professor still can't handle the gossip editor, then he shouldn't be the principal. "Okay, don't you want to give me an interview? Should we say something serious?" Marx was a little annoyed by Rita Skeeter's question. MentalNovel.com directly interrupted the other person's inquiry words. Although Rita Skeeter was still a little uncomfortable, she still moved a chair, picked up a pen and prepared to ask questions. "Wait. The format of this interview has to be changed." Marx suddenly thought of something and interrupted Rita Skeeter's actions. "What?" Rita Skeeter looked at him suspiciously. "It's up to me to write it." Marx was very worried about the gossip editor, considering that Rita Skeeter added all sorts of enthusiasm during the last interview, and said emphatically, "You are not allowed to change a word this time. Do you understand?" Rita Skeeter was so angry that she almost squeezed the quill in her hand. What was an interview? This is a blasphemy against her identity as a reporter, writer and editor. "McClown, I must remind you that it is not so easy to write a qualified manuscript." Rita Skeeter suppressed his anger, and said comfortingly, "That's not necessarily." Marx raised his eyebrows, boasting that he was always good at it. Chapter 607. Look, McClown. Marx ignored Rita Skeeter's angry gaze, cleared his throat, and said to himself, "Just write it like this." Hogwarts warrior Marx McClown is a good character, enthusiastic and kind-hearted person. He was kindly called the hero of Gryffindor by his classmates and friends in school. The star of Hogwarts. He has been praised for countless deeds, such as defeating trolls when he first entered school, using his extraordinary wisdom to see through the disguise of several defense against the dark arts professors, and developing the wolf poison potion, etc. But he himself is very humble. Said that these past deeds have long been forgotten in the back of his head. It is really not worth mentioning. According to a student who cannot be named, every professor in the school praised him, and his enthusiasm for learning may be an important reason for his remarkable achievements. Marx talked eloquently and described his excellent qualities and low personality as objectively as possible. If it weren't for the fact that this interview could increase his reputation, it might constitute a legendary incident, he wouldn't be too lazy to say so much. Rita Skeeter, who was listening next to her, was completely blindfolded. She looked at Marks with a weird look. She had never seen someone like this. Shameless. No, think about it carefully. Rita Skeeter still found a similar scene in his memory. When he interviewed Lockhart, the other party was also talking about it like this. Although the Hogwarts warrior is unwilling to disclose more information, the few words he has learned are enough to see his excellent character, but he is relatively loque. Well, that's almost it. Marks smashed his mouth, thought for a while, and felt that there was nothing left, then turned his head to look at Rita Skeeter. When he noticed that the other party was stunned and there was no word written on the parchment, Marks frowned and said dissatisfied, "Have you not written it down yet?" Rita Skeeter reluctantly wrote on the parchment. Marks kept staring at her until Rita Sky finished writing. "I have to say that this gossip black-hearted reporter still has two tricks," and accurately recorded every sentence he said before, without the slightest error or omission. After writing the last word extremely awkwardly, Rita Skeeter so put away the pages and planned to leave. She didn't want to stay here for a moment. "Wait, Miss Skeeter." Marks stopped her. "What else do you have?" Rita Skeeter said angrily. She felt that she shouldn't have come to Hogwarts to interview any warriors. "I hope you will be fair and objective when you interview Harry. Do you understand?" Marks reminded him. He remembered that in the original Time and Space, Rita Skeeter made up a mess when interviewing Harry, and arranged the relationship between Hermione and Krum to win attention, which made Marks very uncomfortable. He warned Rita Skeeter not to mention her friends casually in the article. "Otherwise, I think your readers would rather listen to your story," Marks threatened. After a friendly conversation, Marks and Rita Skeeter walked out of the cubicle. "It looks like you guys have a good conversation." Bagman, who was waiting in the classroom, leaned forward and said with a very weak eyesight. He knows very well the virtue of Rita Skeeter, a woman who digs hard like a mad dog. Everyone in the magic world can't avoid it. Now he sees Rita Skeeter as if he has suffered a big loss and is suppressing his anger. Suddenly a little curious. Rita Skeeter smiled reluctantly, but Marks on the side took the initiative to express that he and Miss Skeeter had a very happy conversation. Bagman didn't believe a word, but he knew that he might not be able to ask anything, so he could only start talking about business. "McClown, since the interview is over, let's go over there. Mr. Ollivander is testing the wands of the warriors. You are the only one." Marks nodded and turned to look at the podium, where several tables had already been set up. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxim, and Crouch were all sitting on the chairs behind it. In addition to them, there was an unimpressed old wizard standing in the room. The other party was holding Harry's wand and saying something, and then waved it again. The top of the wand suddenly spewed with burgundy liquid, filling the front of several cups. "It's in good condition, Mr. Potter." After experimenting, the old wizard returned the wand to Harry. Harry put his wand away, then looked at Marks, and said, "Hello, Marks, it's you." Marks stepped forward and passed the wand up as Harry did. The old wizard took the wand, but his light-colored eyes had been staring at Marks, and his eyes showed admiration and nostalgia. "It's been a long time since I saw you, Mr. McClown. I remember the last time I saw you, you were so young." The old wizard gestured with his hands, and then said with emotion, "But then I knew that your future must be extraordinary. I gave you this magic wand by myself. You have a good reputation, Mr. Ollivander," Marks said modestly, and he had recognized the identity of the old wizard in front of him. But Ollivander's words, Marks did not take it seriously. He rummaged through his memories and found that when Marks McClown went to the magic wand shop to buy a wand, the wand master was obviously very perfunctory, treating him no differently from other little wizards. And apart from a few exceptions, the magic wands in the hands of the British wizards were basically from Ollivander's hands, and of course they were all handed over by him personally. Ollivander is very satisfied with Marks.mtlnovel.com. The happiest moment in his life is to witness a talented wizard using his wand to shine in the magical world. This not only played a good role in publicity, but also gave Ollivander a feeling of personal participation. While thinking in his mind, Ollivander did not forget what was going on. and quickly raised the wand in his hand to his eyes and looked at it carefully. Unicorn hair, 11 inches and 3/4 long. Ollivander routinely analyzed the composition of the magic wand and determined that this was the one he gave to Marx, but at the same time he also noticed the magic texts that were burned on the magic wand. Well, did you make some post-improvements to it? Ollivander raised an eyebrow. Yes, Mr. Ollivander, Marx said cautiously. He knew whether he would make the transformation on his wand privately would cause the other party's unhappiness. In fact, Marx didn't want to hand over his wand, but it was necessary for every warrior to check the wand, and he didn't bring the spare wand. Chapter 608. Are you having any trouble, Marx? Ollivander took the wand and looked at it carefully for a long time. A gleam of light flashed on his light-colored eyes. It seems that there are two magic text circuits on this. One is to reduce the movement when casting spells. The other is to strengthen the power of magic. Ollivander looked at it for a while, and then roughly analyzed the role of these magic texts. Turned his head to look at Marx and confirmed. Is this your mother's handwriting? No, I personally modified it. Marx shook his head. Very good. Remarkable. When I was as old as you, I couldn't transform a magic wand by myself. Ollivander said appreciatively. He doesn't reject Marx's behavior in improving the wand. He generally only sells standard wands here. It is normal for a capable wizard to improve his wand later, as long as the other party can take good care of it and treat his wand well. By the way, Mr. Ollivander, you mentioned my mother just now. Do you know her? Marx asked curiously. There are only a few capable alchemists in England. Diagon Alley and Knockdown Alley are not far away. I have met her several times, Ollivander said with a smile, and then experimented with a few small magic tricks with Marx's wand, and returned it after confirming that there was no problem. Marx didn't ask much, and reached out his hand to take the wand. Karkaroff stood up hurriedly and asked, Wait, Mr. Ollivander, you just said that Mr. McClown wand has been modified to increase the power of magic? I think this is extremely unfair to other warriors. We should prohibit him from using it in the game. This magic wand. I remember that the 3 Finals Cup did not stipulate that the warriors cannot use the improved wand. Principal Karkaroff. Marx frowned and said in dissatisfaction. But the regulations mention that it is forbidden to use superstandard magic items. In my opinion, your magic wand should belong to this category, Karkaroff defended. A few days ago, Marx easily defeated the graduate Cedric. Karkaroff has already heard from Crumb. He knew Marx's strength was extraordinary, and if Marx were to hold this magic wand again, then HogWarts' advantage would be too great. Maxim also agreed with Karkaroff, but before she could agree, Dumbledore retorted, Every warrior should give full play to his strengths. Karkaroff. McClown is proficient in alchemy, and it is not impossible to use it in the game. Dumbledore's voice was as loud as Hongzong. He looked at Karkaroff, and then at Crumb. Could it be that we should ban Crumb from flying in the game because Crumb is a Quidditch player? Or forcing him to use only the oldest Comet broomstick? As for Miss Furong, her temperament is not available to other warriors. I may need to suggest that her face be covered during the game, so as not to affect the judgment of the referee and the performance of other players. Karkaroff was choked by Dumbledore's words. As Durmstrang's warrior, Crumb's biggest advantage is the super flying skills he has cultivated over the years. The specific events of the game have not been announced yet, and he is not sure if it will be useful at that time. Once banned, it is definitely a very big loss. Maxim's heart moved. Covering his face had no effect on Furong's strength. It would be worthwhile to limit the advantages of Marx and Crumb. Several gentlemen and ladies, please let me say something. Ollivander stood up at this time. He looked at Marx, and helped to speak justice. McClown wand was remodeled a few years ago. I didn't think it was a special preparation for this game. In addition, a handy wand is particularly important for the warrior's strength. If you change it temporarily, it's too unfair for McClown. Or, do you prefer to give every warrior a wand that doesn't fit your hand? Ollivander asked. Karkaroff and Maxim had no excuses for rebuttal, and they had no choice but to accept the fact that Marx could use a powerful wand in the game. Otherwise, Dumbledore will definitely put many restrictions on the other warriors. If this causes the warriors to have any accidents in the game, it will be more than the loss. Marks looked at a few people, very depressed. He wondered why Karkaroff and Maxim always wanted to limit themselves. According to the normal process, shouldn't he be underestimated because he is too young? All kinds of cynicism, and then be beaten one by himself? Well, now that the warriors' wands have been tested, what are we waiting for? Come and take pictures. Standing not far away, Bagman saw that the atmosphere on the court was a little stiff, and hurriedly rounded the field. Under Bagman's urging, Karkaroff and Maxim temporarily suppressed the unhappiness in their hearts, walked to Dumbledore's side, and took a few photos with the warriors in the front row. After taking the photo, Rita Skeeter intercepted Harry, Crumb, and Fleur, who were about to leave. She hadn't found any material from Marks, so she could only start from other warriors. Marks gave Harry a self-seeking look at the dragged Harry, which could help warn that Rita Skeeter was already at the limit of what he could do. Leaving the classroom, Marks walked alone in the aisle of the castle, thinking about the next action in his mind. Soon, the first game of the Goblet of Fire will officially begin. If nothing changes, this level should require the warriors to seize the dragon eggs that are tightly protected by the fire dragon. For other warriors, this is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous task, and a little carelessness may be injured or even killed. Marks is not very worried. He has many ways to subdue the fire dragon. The key lies in how to play more excitingly, so that more people can spontaneously become their own clusters and complete the tasks of the system. What really made Marks feel the headache was that the practice of mind consciousness had once again stalled. Without Hermione's help, he desperately needed to find a target for the next practice. Even if he didn't catch the inner ghost, he could tell Dumbledore about the replacement of the trophy with the door key in the third game. Untitled.novel.com to destroy Voldemort's resurrection plan. But doing so is likely to irritate the internal correspondent sent by Voldemort. When the other party is angry, he may attack the students in the school, and even affect his friends. Therefore, we must find out this initiate before the third game. Who else can help me practice this magic? Marks muttered to himself. He can't just find someone to practice, right? Marks wouldn't do it as a last resort, even if he could use the forgetting curse to finish off after the fact. What if he accidentally beats someone stupid? Not to mention that Moody's is investigating the Goblet of Fire incident at the school recently. If he finds the student's anomaly and traces it to his head, it will be difficult to explain. Marks lowered his head and walked slowly in the castle, excluding options one by one in his mind. A gentle breeze was blowing along the corridor, and a melodious and ethereal voice suddenly came from the front. Are you having any trouble, Marks? Chapter 609 Painful Memory. P.S. Hermione, the single heroine of this book, has said it many times. Luna will be a very important help to enhance the relationship between the two. Thinking, Marks subconsciously raised his head and looked over. A familiar figure stood by the window at the end of the corridor, slightly raised his hand. Several blue birds were falling on her forearms, and the chirps one after another were like a symphony. Luna, why are you here? Marks stepped forward and said in greeting, there is no class in the afternoon, so I just wandered around in the castle. Luna said casually, shaking her wrist slightly, and the blue birds spread their wings and disappeared into the sky. After doing this, Luna turned her head, looked at Marks with bright eyes, and said happily, congratulations on becoming a warrior. Thank you. I received your blessing that night. Marks laughed. He remembered that Luna was the first person to applaud and congratulate him when Dumbledore announced the candidate for the warriors. Then, are our warriors at Hogwarts willing to walk with me? Luna saw that Marks seemed to have something on his mind, so she proactively suggested. Marks readily agreed, and he thought Luna might be a good candidate. The two of them wandered around the castle wantonly as a group, without a clear destination, and no one talked about the annoying things wherever they went, and each chatted about some interesting things that happened after school. Marks hasn't been so relaxed for a long time, and all kinds of troubles one after another on weekdays make him feel a little breathless. But thinking of business affairs, he still took Luna to lean as far as possible to a remote place, lest the conversation be heard by others. "Can you tell me now?" Luna looked around, seeing that no one else could be seen around. She asked curiously. "It's hard to imagine anything that can stump you," Luna added. "Don't praise me like that, you don't know. There are too many troublesome facts that can stump me in the past few years." Marx shrugged helplessly. "But you can always solve them every time, can't you?" Luna said with a chuckle. "It's true, although sometimes the results are not perfect." Marx has regained some confidence, but the recent chaos still gave him a bit of a headache. After thinking about it, he needed to practice sensation. "Let me talk about the lack of a helper." Patient mind? Is it the magic that can read memory? Luna pondered for a while. Marx once told her about this spell. "Yes, so when you practice, you will see some of your past memories." "I don't know if you mind?" Marx asked cautiously. He thought Hermione avoided him because of this, and Marx was worried that Luna would refuse. Unexpectedly, the little witch agreed directly and swiftly. It was almost surprising to him. "We are friends, aren't we?" "If this can help you," Luna said briskly, as if being read by the memory would not cause her any trouble. "Also, when can we start?" she asked again. "Now, right here." Marx looked around, and they had already reached the 8th floor of the castle, where no one would usually come. Luna nodded and turned to face Marx, waiting for him to release the magic. Legilimency. Marx kept looking at each other, took out his magic wand and lightly tapped it on Luna's forehead, and said. The erratic spell connected the two people's thinking together, and scenes flashed in their minds. Marx was sure that this was the easiest time for him to cast spells. Luna hardly had the idea of resisting him, and he was able to see the scene where Luna was hidden deepest in his heart. It was an exceptionally desolate green area, and a lone-looking house was erected not far from it. At first glance, it looked like a huge black cylinder, covered with branches and vines, and the billowing white mist steam was coming from the top of the cylinder, constantly gushing out. "This is my house. Novgood's mansion." Suddenly, an ethereal voice came from behind, shocking Marx. He turned his head abruptly and found Luna standing behind him. "Can you appear in your own memory?" Marx asked suspiciously. "Should I be here?" Luna said strangely, thinking that Marx's magic was like this. Marx was confused. It was the first time he had encountered this situation since he learned how to seize the mind. "Let's go in." Luna didn't mean to delve into it. She took Marx's hand, stepped up the steps, and walked towards the open door. Marx also temporarily put this question aside, and followed Luna into the mansion. Unlike the quaint and dilapidated appearance of the outside world, the mansion is very spacious and tidy, not at all as cluttered as it appeared in the original time and space. However, the overall decoration style is eccentric. Everything here is round, whether it is a table, chair, room or kitchen. There are also various cut newspapers on the wall. There are a few family portraits. The following are reports of some rare and magical creatures. Marx looked around, then led Luna to a studio. "That's me." Luna pointed to the small figure sitting on the round chair, her expression a little nostalgic. Marx followed Luna's direction and looked over. It was an 8 or 9-year-old blonde girl who was pestering a 30-year-old wizard at the moment. Not as quiet as it is now. "That is my father Xenophilius Lovegood." Luna pointed to the wizard again, explaining. Marx suddenly understood. In his youth, Xenophilius looked handsome, and he was not sloppy at all. It was only visible from the manuscripts on the table and the words in the conversation with Luna. At this time, he already liked researching those weird things. In addition to the father and daughter in the studio www.mentalnovel.com, there is also a witch who concentrates on research. Luna pursed her mouth and did not introduce it, but Marx guessed that it should be Luna's mother. From the looks of it, she was a very beautiful witch in her early 30s. No wonder she gave birth to a spiritual girl like Luna. "She is my mother," Luna said quietly, confirming Marx's guess. At this moment, the witch suddenly called Luna when she was a child, stood up and was about to go out. When passing by the two of them, Luna stretched out her hand as if she wanted to stop each other, but she passed directly through the witch. The ending is already doomed. Everything here only exists in her memory. Marx looked at Luna apologetically, and he understood that the dementia he released had caused the other party to experience the most painful memory again. But before Marx apologized, Luna shook her head, stopped his words, and then spoke. Let's go outside too. Chapter 610. There are already two people in this memory. Luna took Marx out of the door while slowly telling him about this experience. Marx, who was listening, learned some of Luna's childhood. The Novgood family are all workaholics and research mads through and through. Xenophilius' main business is an editor-in-chief of the magazine The Singing Tune. In his leisure time, he likes to study some weird rumors, and he also studies insects in the magical world. The little witch's mother is keen on the study and improvement of spells. In addition to doing housework and teaching Luna, she usually spends the rest of her time on it. During that time, the newspaper business was not very good. For this reason, my father had a headache. He worries about finding hot news materials every day. But his readers always don't buy it very much. If this continues, the family will be struggling to make ends meet. It just so happens that my mother is developing a new type of blasting spell. If she can succeed, it must be big news. Luna's ethereal voice passed along the breeze to his ears, and Marx looked at the mother and daughter leaving the hut, and then at Xenophilius, who remained in the studio and wrote the manuscript. Then your father doesn't know about this? Marx asked curiously. She won't let me and Dad talk. Luna shook her head. This spell is very dangerous. There were some small mistakes during the previous experiment. Her mother was almost injured. For this reason, her parents rarely quarreled. 1. Xenophilius did not agree with his wife doing such dangerous research. However, Marx was puzzled. Why did Luna's mother bring her own daughter when she was doing the experiment, so she didn't worry about the curse spreading out of control? Is it possible to record some data as an assistant? But Luna's age is too young, right? The doubts in Marx's heart were quickly answered. The witch took Luna when she was a child into the dense forest not too far from home, and after casting an iron armor curse on herself, she took out a package and handed it to her daughter, and told her to stand farther away. The sharp-eyed Marx noticed some green potions in the package, and he knew at a glance that it was specifically used to treat burns with his potion awareness. By this inference, the other party regards Luna as the last insurance. Obviously, the witch also understands the dangers of the experiment and is always vigilant. Generally speaking, the protection of the iron armor curse and the potion for special treatment are enough to cope with most emergencies, not to mention that Luna in her childhood is staring at the side. If there is an emergency, she can run back and notify Xi at any time. Xenophilius comes over. Mother said, this is the last experiment, and her curse is about to be completed. Luna stared at the scene in a daze, sighing sadly. Marx didn't know how to comfort him, as Marx expected. When the last word was read, the blasting spell released by the witch was completely out of control. The magic that was supposed to be aimed at the enemy finally swallowed itself, and the burst of firelight brightened the dense forest, and the huge explosion sounded through the sky. The defense of the iron armor curse failed to play its due role in front of this force. It was easily torn apart. The witch's body was like a flying catkins. It was thrown up, and it was completely dead when it fell to the ground. The corpse was muddy and fuzzy, and Marx estimated that this was because Luna's mind was shocked, so she forced the picture of her mother's death in her memory to be blurred. He could imagine the psychological shadow that would be left behind for a 9-year-old girl who witnessed the death of her mother in the explosion. Thinking of this, Marx turned her head and looked over. Young Luna's face was full of horror and sluggishness. She staggered to the witch's body and stood there, shouting something lowly in her mouth. Stretched out his hands, but did not dare to touch. Poor Marx was a little worried. A few seconds later, Xenophilius, who heard the explosion, appeared here, knelt down in front of the witch's body madly, crying out loud. shouting something loudly in his mouth. Marx couldn't hear clearly, but Luna couldn't remember when she was young. "I'm sorry," Marx said with a sigh. If he chose to do it once, he would never ask Luna to practice the magic of dementia. "It's not to blame you, I want to see her again." Luna pursed her lips and shook her head, even if it was only in memory. "Dad also told me that as long as I am willing to believe, I will have the opportunity to see my mother again in the future, not only in memory or in a dream. He will not lie to me." "Never." Luna's melodious voice reverberating in this dense forest. Marx stopped talking. "The resurrection of the dead is not impossible in the magic world, but it is very difficult to save a witch who died in the explosion 5 years ago, almost zero." Xenophilius is undoubtedly deceiving Luna, giving her a vain hope as a spiritual support, hoping that time can smooth the wound. Marx could see that Luna probably really believed it, or that she could only believe so. The story in the memory continues. After Luna's mother died, there was no laughter in Lovegood's mansion. Xenophilius devoted himself to the study of those legends in order to forget the pain. He was not good at housekeeping and messed up the mansion every time, relying on magic for simple tidying every time. Although he still cares about Luna, he is busy with research and work and can't spend much time with his daughter. In the absence of playmates of the same age, the jungle has become Luna's childhood destination. Just like the elf animal story, a young witch with long pale blonde hair wanders alone in the dense forest. She knows every animal in the dense forest. www.untilenovel.com can clearly call out their scientific names, and even named a deer and a few squirrels. Her greatest joy is to find those who have never seen them in the dense forest of creatures. Every time a new creature is found, it is like finding a treasure for the little witch. "Oh, yes, Dad said that there are horned snorers here, but they are probably too scared of me, they have never showed up," Luna said regretfully. Marx looked at Luna, even though the little witch's face was very peaceful, even with a little nostalgia. He still felt the deep loneliness from it. "Will you feel lonely at that time?" Marx couldn't help but asked, and then he felt that his question was too stupid and a bit boring. "Sometimes, not now." Luna nodded, shook her head again, and said with a chuckle. Marx looked at her in confusion, unable to understand Luna's meaning. The little witch's expression looked a little dazed. She turned her head and stared at Marx with bright eyes. "There are already 2 people in this memory, aren't they?" Chapter 611 The Legend of the Three Brothers. Listening to Luna's words, Marx was stunned, and then a little bit dumbfounded. The little witch's thoughts were always so unreasonable. Does seeing this memory mean companionship? That word is too cheap, Marx thought in his mind. But before he could say anything, he was attracted by a book. That was a scene in Luna's memory. It was in the studio in the Lovegood's mansion. Xenophilius usually sat in the corner and wrote the manuscript, but there was a ripped book next to it. Fairy tale book. Marx took 2 steps, scanned the content above, and confirmed that this is the story of poetry Weng Baidu. "Have you heard of these stories too, Marx?" Luna saw Marx staring at the fairy tale book, so she walked to him and asked softly. "Forget it." Marx's thoughts drifted a little, and he replied casually. For some reason, Luna became a little happy. "When I was a child, I often heard my dad talk about them. The wizard and the jumping pot, the fountain of good luck, the witch's hairy heart, Babiti and the stump." Luna pointed out every story in the collection of poetry Baidu's stories like a few treasures. Marx was stunned, because he had never heard of any of these. Before that, he had always thought that there was only one story in the story of poetry Weng Baidu. "Oh, I almost forgot. And the legend of the 3 brothers." Luna thought for a while and added, "Yes, I remember this most clearly." Marx nodded hurriedly. This is the only story he knows. There are also stories about the Deathly Hallows. While the 2 were chatting, Xenophilius in his memory had already written the manuscript, and his eyes were also on the stories of poetry Weng Baidu. After a pause, Xenophilius turned the yellowed pages of the book with his hands and turned the storybook to the page describing the 3 brothers. Then he took out a wad of parchment from the drawer and brushed it on it. What was written in a brush? From Marx's perspective, the parchment was blank and there was nothing. as if Xenophilius was pretending to write. He turned his head to look at Luna curiously. The blonde little witch turned her head slightly and whispered in a low voice, "After my mother left, Dad would read this collection of stories every day, but he never let me see what he wrote." Only then did Marx understand why the parchment was blank. But even if he didn't see the specific content, he could guess that Xenophilius must be planning to find some clues to the 3 hallows of death from the few words given in the story. Marx recalled the father's promise to his daughter. He originally thought it was just a white lie, but now it seems that it may not be that simple. The legendary resurrection stone that can regenerate the dead is Xenophilius' gold. No wonder Xenophilius in the original time and space knows so much about the Deathly Hallows, and believes in the legend of death and the 3 brothers even more. Now it seems that this is definitely not just because the background of the pureblood family has let him know some inside stories. The most important thing is that the wizard has pinned his resurrected wife on the resurrection stone. It's a pity. Marx knows that the power of the resurrection stone is limited, and it is impossible to resurrect the dead. Xenophilius' plan is going to be frustrated. Marx thought silently. Luna, who was standing next to her, suddenly shook her body and almost fell to the ground. "What's the matter, Luna? Are you okay?" Marx stepped forward and helped her, asking worriedly. Luna shook her head and said that she was fine, but a little tired. After Marx thought about it, he knew that he had been in Luna's memory world for a long time, and his mental burden was too great. "Then let's stop here today," Marx proposed, and took the initiative to disarm the magic. With the world spinning around, the world built by memory collapsed. When the 2 of them came back to their senses again, they had already returned to the unmanned corridor. The sky around them looked a little gloomy, and it seemed that a long time had passed. Ding! After hard practice, the level of sensational mind has been improved. The current level is for 1,161,600. The sound of the reminder in his mind made the corners of Marx's mouth slightly aroused. Just as he had imagined before, using a wizard to practice the mind-trapping mentality, the increase in proficiency was much faster than usual. In addition, his Occidental cerebral skill is very high, so there is almost no barrier to raising the mind before the 6th level. If you practice a few more times, you will soon be able to improve it. "How is it? Did I help you?" Luna noticed the smile on Marx's mouth, but she asked with confirmation. "Of course, you helped a lot this time," Marx said gratefully, and then asked Luna shamelessly if she could spare some time each week to continue practicing this magic with herself. "I promise. It will be fine every time for a short while, and it won't delay too much time," Marx said swearingly. After making an agreement with Luna, Marx was content to return to the bedroom. Solved the problem of sensational thoughts. During the next period of time, he only had to take time to pay attention to the map of the live spot, find a few suspicious candidates, and then confirm them one by one. Entering the Gryffindor lounge, before Marx had time to go upstairs, he saw Harry hurriedly running towards this side. "Marx, where did you go this afternoon? I have been looking for you for a long time, and I didn't see you during dinner." Harry gasped and asked, "I wandered around the castle and practiced magic." "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Marx mumbled casually, but he was a little curious about what Harry was anxious to do. Harry looked around like a thief. Seeing no one was looking here, he lowered his voice and continued to speak. "Hagrid asked us to find him in the middle of the night. He also asked me to bring that invisibility cloak ... but you should know that that garment has been lost." Hagrid. Marx raised his eyebrows. www.untilnovel.com and recalled it. Only then did he think that Hagrid was going to take them to see the fire dragon, and revealed the content of the first exam in advance. Of course, Marx doesn't know if there will be any changes in the project now, so it would be nice to go and see. As for the invisibility cloak, it doesn't matter, we can use the phantom spell. Marx patted Harry on the shoulder and said soothingly. At 11:30 in the night, Marx and Harry got up from the bed in the dormitory lightly. After blessing the phantom spell, they walked through the common room quietly, Avoiding a few who were still awake, the senior students left the castle quickly. This magic is so convenient. It's even more powerful than the invisibility cloak. Stepping out of the door of the auditorium, Harry glanced back at the portraits that completely ignored his existence, and said with emotion, "Unlike the invisibility cloak, which is inconvenient to carry, this spell only requires a wave of the wand." Chapter 612 Fire Dragon. No, this magic is not as powerful as your invisibility cloak. It can't make us completely invisible, so you'd better be careful when you need to hide, and don't make any movement. Marks explained. Don't look at the effect of the Phantom Curse and the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak, but this curse does not have the breath-isolating function of the invisibility cloak, and it has little resistance to the corresponding anti-curse. It is easy to see through by powerful wizards. However, after these years of practice, his phantom spell level is very high. Marks thinks that as long as Harry does not take the initiative to reveal the flaws, Maxim should be impossible to find. The two chatted quietly all the way to confirm each other's location. After crossing a large patch of grass, they saw Hagrid's hut from a distance. Booth Barton's residence was not far from here, and the huge carriage was brightly lit, and conversations were faintly heard in the middle of the night. When passing by, Harry couldn't help holding his breath, and watched his feet carefully to avoid kicking the rocks. He was worried that he would be discovered. Fortunately, things were not that bad. They reached the door of Hagrid's hut smoothly. Before Marks knocked on the door. After a while, the heavy wooden door was pushed open vigorously. Hagrid's huge head poked out from behind the door. His eyes scanned the open space in front of him, and he asked in a low voice, "Harry, Marks, is that you?" "Yes. It's us." Marks waved his magic wand to lift the curse that he and Harry had held, and his figure suddenly appeared. Harry on the side asked anxiously, "Hagrid, what do you want us to do so late?" "Show you something," Hagrid whispered. Harry became more and more puzzled. He didn't understand what had to be seen at night. Couldn't it be done during the day? "Anyway, just follow me." Hagrid didn't mean to explain it now. He looked very mysterious, and with a hint of excitement. After speaking, he walked out of the house. Marks was able to see Hagrid's special dress tonight. He is rarely wearing a brand new fur coat, with a big red flower inserted in the buttonhole of his clothes. The beard that was originally thick and piled up like steel has also been slightly combed, and the whole person looks red and glowing. Same as the second spring. "Oh my God, Hagrid. What are you going to do in this dress? Are you going on a date?" Harry looked at Hagrid in surprise, thinking of the only possibility. But he couldn't imagine what Hagrid looked like when he was in love. He was so tall that most people looked like a short man in front of him. Of course not. Hagrid blushed. His whole body looked a little nervous. He said defensively, "We are going to do business this time." Marks rolled his eyes, and Harry also had a distrustful expression on his face. Hagrid's face was as thick as a toasted rock crust cake, and he skipped the topic stiffly, and spoke to the two of them. "You follow me invisible now, remember, don't say anything when you see it later. Do you understand?" Marks nodded and nodded, waved his wand and disappeared with Harry. Hagrid recognized that this was the effect of the phantom spell, and thought that the two of them were eager to save trouble without wearing the invisibility cloak, so they didn't care. After adjusting their outfits, they strode into the darkness. Both noticed that his direction was exactly where Booth Barton was. Sure enough, Marks and Harry followed Hagrid all the way to the huge carriage. Hagrid held the crucible-sized fist and knocked lightly on the carriage door a few times, and the dull voice made people sigh that the door was hard enough. Maxim quickly got out of the car. Obviously, she stayed up most of the night just to wait for Hagrid. "Good evening, ma'am." Hagrid smiled and stretched out his hand to help Maxim down the golden steps, looking very courteous. Harry, who was invisible next to him, was stunned. He didn't expect that his previous jokes would unexpectedly guess the truth. Hagrid really came out on a date. It's just that Harry had to admit that Hagrid and Maxim are still very good matches, at least in terms of height. The two are very suitable. Looking at this scene, Marks also thinks so. It is not easy for the hybrid giant to find a suitable target. However, under the perception of sensational mind, he vaguely sensed that Maxim's interest in Hagrid was limited, and it was estimated that he would agree to this meeting in the middle of the night because of the intelligence of the game from Hagrid's mouth. Sure enough, after a brief conversation, Maxim quickly brought the topic to the purpose of this trip. Hagrid immediately wrapped up the ticket and walked towards the Forbidden Forest with Maxim. To avoid being spotted, Marks and Harry dared to follow far behind. Just walked around the edge of the Forbidden Forest for more than 10 minutes. The midnight wind kept blowing. Harry couldn't help shivering. His patience was gradually exhausted. He really didn't understand Hagrid most of the night. What do you want to do with yourself and Marks? Is it possible to create opportunities for them to date? When Harry was thinking about whether to go back home, Marks's light voice came to his ears along the wind. We should be there. Come closer. Harry was stunned. He didn't quite understand how Marks knew it, but he soon saw Hagrid and Maxim in front of him stop in place. A faint light of fire appeared further away, accompanied by faint noise and shouting, as if someone was hosting a bonfire party here. Harry's curiosity aroused www.mtlnovel.com and then slowly moved forward according to Marks's words. The sound echoing in his ears became louder and louder. After Harry could see the sight through the gap in the dense forest, he suddenly grabbed his mind, opened his mouth wide in surprise, and almost yelled, "Fire dragon!" Harry's eyes widened, and the place in front of him was less than 10 meters away from a huge field surrounded by thick planks. Several fierce-looking dragons were raising their hair and making high-decibel roars and hot tongues constantly spit out from the big mouth full of fangs. There are at least 30 wizards dealing with them near the venue, and every 10 people form a team to suppress a fire dragon. Half of the people are responsible for constructing a protective spell to prevent the dragon's breath from causing large-scale damage to the enclosure, while the rest are constantly waving their wands, and the rays of various spells constantly hit the dragon scales. The fire dragons fought fiercely, but their bodies were bound by large chains, and they couldn't move at all. The flames they breathed would also be easily resisted by the wizards. They could only let out a desperate roar, and their bodies swayed, fell to the ground. Chapter 613 The Dragon That Can Grill Fish. Watching this scene, Harry only felt his hairs stand up, and the billowing heat wave caused by the dragon's breath rushed over his face. Harry was impressed by the fire dragon's strength and grumpiness. How come there is a fire dragon in the Forbidden Forest? Why did Hagrid show us to see it? Before Harry could turn his head, he lowered his voice and said to Marks, who might be beside him, "Obviously, isn't it? This is the first project we have to face." Marks's voice came from the other side. "You mean, we're going to fight the fire dragon in the game?" Harry stammered. He swallowed hard while looking at the huge dragon with fangs in the distance that could swallow himself. Don't look at these fire dragons now, looking very miserable, falling to the ground groggy. But Harry would not underestimate them for this. Allowing so many elite wizards to work together to deal with it is enough to prove the danger of the fire dragon. Don't worry, we shouldn't be asked to defeat or kill them during the game, because most warriors can't do this. Marks spoke to comfort Harry, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he continued to add, "But it's affirmation that the warrior has to deal with them head-on. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the old-fashioned drama of the warrior taking the treasure from under the dragon mouth. Those audiences love to watch this." Harry rolled his eyes, and compared to fighting, this scene was not much better, and it was not something he could handle. Just as Harry was in anxiety, Marks's eyes turned to the court again. After a long fight, several fire dragons in the riot were successfully subdued, and the shaman in charge of the guards was sweating profusely to repair the damaged site. But Marks noticed that there was a dragon that was very special and was not attacked by the wizards. He lay down on the ground and squinted and dozed lazily throughout the whole process, completely ignoring the noise of the outside world. There were only 2 or 3 wizards staring at him, Obviously he was very relieved of it. Norwegian Ridgeback. Marx analyzed the identity of the other dragon from some of the characteristics of this dragon. This is also attributable to the fact that he has checked many books on fire dragons in the early years, and naturally has a certain understanding of the classification of dragons. But if he remembers correctly, in the first match of the Goblet of Fire in the original time and space, the opponents the warriors faced should be the Hungarian Hornet, the Chinese Fire Dragon, the Swedish Short-Nosed Dragon and the Welsh Green Dragon. Marx carefully identified it and found that the Welsh Green Dragon had been replaced with this Norwegian Ridgeback. This makes Marx unavoidably surprised. Although he has traveled here for several years and has caused some butterfly effects, can it still affect Romania? The number of warriors hasn't changed. It stands to reason that the dragons are the right ones. However, the combination of Romanian and Norwegian Ridgeback made Marx vaguely familiar. Oh, it's Norbert. They actually brought it too. Hagrid in front of him suddenly shouted with excitement, his face full of excitement. Hagrid's shout made Marx wake up. He remembered that he had raised a Norwegian Ridgeback that had just emerged from its shell when he was in the first grade. He had taken its blood and planned to fuse. Unexpectedly, I haven't seen it in a few years. It has grown so big. It can take on such an important task. Hagrid, like an old father who saw his child's achievements, stared at the man who was lying on the ground and napping. Norwegian Ridgeback said with emotion, "What? Have you seen these dragons?" Maxim looked at Hagrid calmly and asked, "I've seen one of the dragons, to be precise." "Have you seen the Norwegian Ridgeback?" "It was hatched by me, and I am its mother," Hagrid said proudly, and gestured with his hands. "When it first came out of the shell, it was probably only that small, but it grew very fast. It was as high as my shoulder in a few days. And Norbert is also very smart, and it took only 2 weeks to learn how to bake it himself." Fish. Marx, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't wait to rush up to plug Hagrid's mouth. Those who raised a dragon privately in the school would be imprisoned in Azkaban, and Hagrid stabbed it out so easily. Fortunately, Maxim didn't care about Hagrid once raising a dragon in the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he asked how dangerous this dragon was compared to other fire dragons. Maxim knew very well that since the British Ministry of Magic had spent so much effort to transport a group of fire dragons from Romania, it means that these fire dragons must be related to the first game and are something the warriors must face. Thinking of this, Maxim is very worried. It is extremely dangerous for professional dragon trainers to subdue a fire dragon, not to mention the newly grown-up Furong. It is not impossible to lose his life. So if you have to face them, choose the gentlest one. I haven't seen Norbert for a long time, and I don't know much about the current situation, but I think Norbert must be the safest among them. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, and hesitated. Right, Hagrid, it's safe and smart, and it's not easy to lose control. That's why we came here. While Hagrid was talking with Maxim, Charlie walked over from the field with a group of dragon trainers, and he explained, with a look of helplessness on his face, "It is the decision of the Ministry of Magic to use fire dragons as a competition event. Due to the danger of this magical creature, every dragon must go through various choices. It is best to not only reflect the danger of the game, but also keep things under their control at all times." But what makes Charlie a little strange is that the Ministry of Magic only needs to brood the female fire dragon, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty of their dragon selection. It took more than half a month for them to finally select these 4 fire dragons. Strictly speaking, Norbert does not meet the hard requirement of a female fire dragon that hatches eggs. It is still a young dragon. However, under the strong suggestion of many dragon trainers, the Commissioner of the Ministry of Magic arranged a test for Norbert, and after the test passed, www.untitled.com let him join in. "I believe Norbert will definitely not let you down." Hagrid slapped his chest widely. "Can I visit it?" "We haven't seen each other for a long time." Charlie did not reply, but turned to look at Maxim and frowned. "Why did you bring her here, Hagrid?" "According to the rules, their warriors shouldn't know what they are going to face. She'll definitely tell the warriors of Booth Barton about the situation here, right? Miss Maxim is only interested in fire dragons, so I took her to take a look. We should believe her, she will not reveal it," Hagrid defended. Maxim also nodded, saying that his mouth was very strict and he couldn't say a word. Thanks to Book Friends Fat Boy's family for rewarding 5,000 starting coins, pursuing dreams of this rewarding 1,000 starting coins, DSF 23DD rewarding 600 starting coins, Book Friends 2019091707145718. There are ghosts in the world, saying that the heart of Buddha, your crab will press the gun now king, weird brother, and 500 starting coins for banana milk rewards, 200 starting coins for odd and cute rewards. End of this chapter. Chapter 614. Sound in the dark. Charlie didn't believe Maxim's words at all, but there was nothing he could do. The news had been leaked. He couldn't use the forgetting curse on Maxim. It won't be easy if Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch know that I have leaked the question. Charlie sighed and said, he didn't want to be scolded. More importantly, this is extremely unfair to other warriors. Relax, Charlie. As long as we don't say that, no one will know, Hagrid said to comfort Charlie, then rubbed his hands in excitement, staring at the fire dragon here. What are you going to do with the warriors at that time? Fight the fire dragon. There are exactly 4 dragons here, and everyone can get one. Hagrid spoke briskly, with a hint of excitement in his words, as if what the warriors faced in the game was not a deadly dangerous fire dragon, but a lovely little pet. Impossible, unless they want to kill those warriors. Charlie shrugged. I think the Ministry of Magic probably expects the warriors to pass by the dragon. Even this is dangerous enough. If the situation is not good, we will step forward to rescue at any time, chant the extinguishing spell to the fire dragon, and stun it to ensure the safety of the warriors. Charlie's face was very serious, and the game was very serious for them. These dragon trainers are also a test. Then how should the warriors choose the dragon? Is it self-selected? Maxim did not have the instinct of being at all. Charlie's words made her look a little worried and couldn't help but ask. You still don't ask. We don't know the specifics, but I think it's impossible for them to make a choice. It should be a lottery. Charlie shook his head, guessing. Draw. By luck. Maxim frowned. She went on. I still feel a little unreasonable. After all, there is a less dangerous dragon here. If a warrior gets it, wouldn't it be easy to clear the level? Although Maxim hopes Fleur can meet Norbert during the game and pass the level easily, if the lottery is drawn, the probability of a quarter is really too low. You are mistaken, Miss Maxim. Safety doesn't mean easy to deal with, Charlie retorted with a shrug. Noble is smarter than the average dragon and will not be easily confused. This means that the warriors can't fool it with some small tricks. Maxim nodded and nodded. She understood Charlie's meaning, and when she looked at Norbert she lost the eagerness she had before. It is unrealistic for the warriors to confront the fire dragon head-on during the game. Some means must be used to distract the fire dragon to clear the level, but there is no way to do this in Norbert. The opponent is too smart. Okay, don't talk about it. Can we go see Norbert now? Charlie, Hagrid urged. He couldn't wait. Charlie hesitated, very embarrassed, but still reluctantly agreed under Hagrid's constant entanglement. According to Hagrid, he cannot stop a mother from seeing his baby dragon. Along the way, Charlie also shared with Hagrid Norbert's experience in Romania over the years. Noble surprised us when he first arrived. It is the most agile dragon we have ever seen. It's just a little scared of wizards. It should have been scared by someone. Fortunately, this is not a bad thing. At least let it know how to obey orders. The Romanian troop is very fond of it, and book Norbert early, and it will be there to perform some stunts in a few years. You know that there are very few juggling troops that have a dragon, not to mention that Norbert can do things that other dragons can't. In the future, they will surely become popular all over the world. Charlie talked freely, and Hagrid beside him was also delighted for Norbert's bright future. Marx, who followed a few people, was very speechless. A good fire dragon, in the future, is actually going to perform acrobatics in a troop, but it's better than being skinned and cramped and turned into magic material. Thinking about it this way, Marx felt that what Charlie said was very reasonable, and it was indeed a bright future for Norbert. On the other side, Hagrid, accompanied by Charlie, had come to Norbert's side and awakened the dozing fire dragon. Looking at this scene, Marx couldn't help but feel a little worried. He very much doubted that after such a long time, not knew Hagrid or not, it would not be a joke if the fire dragon suddenly went crazy at such a close distance. Fortunately, the situation Marx was worried about did not happen. After waking up, Norbert quickly recognized his dragon mother, this behemoth 50 feet tall, with the size of 2 palms. His tongue licked Hagrid's face and almost knocked Hagrid to the ground. Hagrid didn't care a little bit, and gave Norbert a heavy embrace. "Oh, I'm so glad you haven't forgotten me." Hagrid shed tears and was quite touched, but he didn't notice that Maxim's gaze turned stranger when he looked at him. Such a happy time didn't last long. Charlie started rushing people after 10 minutes. They and dragon trainers had been busy all night, and they were so tired that they were already too sleepy. Marx and Harry also followed Hagrid and left the field, all the way back to the castle. At the door of the Gryffindor lounge, Marx stopped, touched his empty stomach, and looked at Harry. "Go back by yourself, Harry." "I didn't eat tonight, I was a little hungry, and I was going to the kitchen to find something to eat." Harry nodded absently, obviously still worried about the fire dragon. Marx ignored him. Mentalnovel.com and after an explanation, he separated from Harry and walked towards the kitchen. It was almost 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and there was no one in the castle. "I didn't worry about someone bumping into it." Marx didn't continue to maintain the phantom curse. Anyway, he didn't come to do bad things this time. But when I went downstairs and past the entrance hall, Marx's footsteps stopped again, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the dark corridor on the right. There was a slight sound, like someone tapping the floor lightly with something. If it weren't for the silence around them, and they were relatively close, I'm afraid it would be impossible to hear them at all. Perhaps he noticed the existence of Marx. The sound of knocking on the floor stopped, and the surroundings returned to the original calm. But it was obviously too late at this moment. At the moment I heard the sound, Marx had already pulled out his wand and pointed it that direction. A brilliant white light flew out from the top of the wand and escaped into the darkness of the aisle. With the help of the reflection of the light of the spell, a hideous, scarred face flashed in the aisle. Chapter 615 Criteria for Judging Spies come out. Marx lowered his voice and yelled, holding his wand in his hand, his expression tense to the extreme. He guessed who the person in the aisle was, hesitated whether to do it directly, and appeared here in the middle of the night, out of all hacking, not to mention that the other party already had a lot of suspicion in his heart. "Put down the wand, it's me, McClown." A hoarse, low-pitched voice came from across the corridor, followed by the muffled sound of tapping the floor lightly before it was the sound of a wooden leg and a cane hitting the ground together. After a while, Moody's scarred face came into Marx's eyes again. "It's so late, what are you doing here?" "Professor Moody?" Marx didn't mean to put down his wand, but asked questioningly. "I still want to ask you," Moody said irritably, and then his expression suddenly condensed, and a magic eye looked straight in the other direction. Marx thought that Moody was ready to do it, but unexpectedly the other party suddenly made a gesture of silence, and then motioned him to look at the window over there. This kind of inferior sound hitting West Marx can naturally be seen, but Marx still turned his head according to the other's instructions, and at that moment activated the protective ring he was wearing, and the magic ring on his wrist was even more powerful. Pending status. As long as the opponent dares to act, Marx can use this to confirm Moody's suspicion and launch a counterattack reasonably and legally. However, the expected sneak attack did not appear. Instead, it was in the direction Moody pointed out. Through the window, one could see a figure sneaking across the lawn. "You were so loud just now that Karkaroff almost heard it." Moody sighed in relief. "Really?" Marx said dubiously. He ran the mindfulness of the whole process but didn't gain much, because Moody never looked at him with his normal eye. "So you are tracking Karkaroff," Marks said tentatively. "You can say that, but he is not the only person I have been investigating recently," Moody said casually, and then moved his wooden legs towards the exit of the hall. "Let's hurry up. I hope Karkaroff hasn't gone far." Marks hesitated for a moment and chose to follow Moody's, but he was still half of his position behind so that Moody's could be under his watch at all times. Moody seemed to be aware of this, but didn't say anything. The two of them hung so far behind the figure, and the cold and hungry Marks kept complaining in his heart. And he was following people this night. Why do these people like to come out at night? Marks was holding his breath in his heart, but still accompanied Moody to follow Karkaroff all the way. He was also very curious about where Karkaroff would go. The black shadow in front sneaked up behind a banyan tree, waiting for something. About a minute or so later, a tall witch came over from the other side, with an expression of impatientness on her face. "Maxim?" She didn't return to the carriage. Marks recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. The entire witch at Hogwarts this height is Maxim alone. Calculating the time, the other party should have just separated from Hagrid. This point actually went here again with Cacalo. Meet with husband. Marks felt that things were getting more and more complicated, and everything was intertwined like a mess of thread. He looked at Moody next to him suspiciously, and even suspected that everyone present was under control, and then he was ready to join forces to set up a killing round to besiege himself. "Let's get closer so that we can hear what they are talking about." Moody didn't know what Marks was thinking about. He closed his eyes slightly and imposed a phantom spell on himself, and then called Marks to go up with him. Before Marks gathered his mind, and walked a few steps forward with him. As the distance got closer, the voice of Karkaroff and Maxim's conversation gradually came over. "Now that things are obvious, we must unite. Do you think that if we don't do it, they won't target us? Think about it. The remaining 3 referees, one is the principal of Hogwarts, and the remaining 2 are staff from the British Ministry of Magic. Do you think they will deliberately favor the 2 little ghosts at Hogwarts? From the selection of the warriors, I can see that they are clearly in the same group," Karkaroff said angrily, his words very sharp. Maxime seemed a little hesitant. She hesitated for a while, then looked around again, and then spoke. "Then what are you going to do? Do you trouble those warriors before the game?" "I wouldn't do this kind of thing." "No, I didn't mean that." Karkaroff saw Maxim's misunderstanding and quickly explained. "I mean we can find a reason to lower the score of the Hogwarts warriors, and then give our warriors a high score. This is not so good, right?" Maxim was a little moved, but he was still a little bit hesitant. "There are 2 warriors at Hogwarts, which is not fair. They fouled the rules first," Karkaroff said comfortingly. Maxim thought for a while, then nodded. The 2 then communicated in a low voice for a while, and then pretended to be okay, separated and returned to their respective residences in opposite directions. "What a shameful act. They actually planned to lower your scores during the game so that Hogwarts could lose this year's competition." Moody lifted after Karkaroff and Maxim left. The effect of the phantom curse, annoyed, the cane made a weird muffled sound on the floor. Marks would also have a headache. He didn't expect Karkaroff to be so shameless. In the original Time and Space, this guy gave Harry low scores every time, and this time he was also involved with Maxim, which was really disgusting. In order to ensure the completion of the 2 tasks released by the system.metalnovel.com, Marks originally planned to get the highest score in every game, and no matter how bad he was, he had to be the first in a single game. But if Karkaroff and Maxim deliberately target themselves when scoring, it will be difficult to win. Moody paused after cursing a few words and turned to Marks. "Don't worry too much, McClown. I will tell Dumbledore about this. You just have to figure out how to get through the level. I'm not worried about you, but Harry is more difficult. He is too young to have come to the game." Moody moved his wooden legs, walking towards the castle, adding muffledly, with, "Yes, I am also very worried for him." Marks also put on a worried look. "I already know the specific items of the first game. It is the fire dragon, and it is the female fire dragon that hatches the eggs. Ministry of Magic. The meaning of should be obvious. Let us grab the dragon egg. Is there any way you can help him through this level? Marks looked at Moody expectingly and waited for his answer to confirm whether the opponent was Voldemort's internal response. One of the important indicators was the degree to which Harry was willing to win the championship. Chapter 616. For suspects you shouldn't ask me, McClown. As a warrior, Harry needs to solve this problem by himself. Don't expect me to cheat for you. Moody grinned and said playfully. Marks glanced at Moody, and after thinking about it, he turned to ask. Then you said earlier that you were tracking down the person who threw Harry's name into the goblet of fire. Do you suspect anyone? 4 people are suspicious. Moody slapped his mouth, and while walking towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts class office, he answered Marks's questions. The first one is the Karkaroff you just saw. You may not know it. He was a Death Eater before and did a lot of bad things. I personally sent him to Azkaban. According to his crimes, the second half of his life should be spent with the Dementors in Azkaban. But he reached an agreement with Crouch, who was still the executive department at the time, relying on the personnel who gave out the Death Eaters. The list has been exempted. Then why did he, a former Death Eater, become the principal of Durmstrang? Marks was very surprised by this question. Because he was already notorious in the British magical world, no one was waiting to see him, so this guy fled to Northern Europe. As for how he became a principal, I don't know. Maybe not many people know him. Past events. Moody shook his head and explained. Marks pondered for a while and sorted out the information given by Moody in his mind. He thinks that Karkaroff is not very suspicious. After all, this guy is an out-and-out traitor, and Voldemort may not dare to believe him when he was weak. Moreover, Karkaroff's performance during this period is no different from the original Time and Space, and even plans to lower their scores and let them lose the game. What about the remaining 3 suspects? Marks removed Karkaroff's suspicion from the bottom of his heart, looked at Moody, and continued to ask. The second one is Snape. Moody's eyes squinted, and the sound of wooden legs echoed in the corridor, his words mixed in. Like Karkaroff, he was once a Death Eater, but Dumbledore saved him. In addition, I have obtained some information at school these days. Many people told me that Snape had targeted Harry in the past few school years. If anyone really wanted to kill Harry, he was the most suspicious candidate. No, he is the least doubtful candidate. Marks rolled his eyes, disagreeing with Moody's statement, but also understood that Snape was indeed the first suspect in the murder of Harry in the eyes of outsiders. As for the third suspect, Moody extended the tone and looked a little hesitant. The two walked all the way, and they had arrived in front of the professor's office in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Moody took out the key and opened the door of the office, striding in. You haven't told me yet. Who is it? Marks secretly squeezed his wand and walked in, pretending to be relaxed. But when I walked into the office, Marks's brows frowned, and a faint smell filled it. After a closer look, Marks discovered that the entire Defense Against the Dark Arts class office was very messy, with various documents, newspapers, and all kinds of weird small objects stacked on the desk. And a few clothes that had not had time to be cleaned were also hung here. Oh, it's time to clean. I have been busy with class and investigation these days, and I don't have much time to tidy up some things. Moody looked a little embarrassed, and he walked to the side and slapped the window, opened, then waved his wand and aimed at the room. Clean up. As Moody chanted the spell, the wind of magic swept across the office, and scattered documents and newspapers floated up and were stuffed into a drawer under the influence of an inexplicable force. A large number of weird little creatures crawled out of the gaps between the tables and chairs, and they were swept out of the window by the wind of magic, and the strange smell was also swept away. Taking advantage of this effort, Marks looked around in this office. The most eye-catching thing here is a huge mirror, which is hung on the wall opposite the door, but cannot reflect the scene in the room. On the contrary, There are many figures dangling in the mirror, and one of them is already standing very close, as if he can walk out of the mirror after a few steps. On the corner of the small table next to it, there is a golden thing, like an antenna, which is constantly humming. After a few glances, Marks found out several warning devices in a row. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had no brains before and broke in to investigate Moody's, otherwise he would be discovered. Then, Marks's gaze was focused on a few boxes placed in the office. The third suspect is Barty Crouch. When Marks was thinking about how to find a reason to open the box and confirm, Moody's voice suddenly came over. "What?" Marks was stunned, turned his head abruptly, and looked at Moody with a surprised and suspicious look. After a while, Marks asked calmly, "Why, isn't Mr. Crouch a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic, or a former executive director? You told me just now that he tried many Death Eaters and imprisoned them in Azkaban. What reason does he have to kill Lee?" "I don't know this, but from the information I have learned, Crouch's recent state is very wrong." Moody walked quickly to Marks with a cane. "I heard Bagman say that Crouch is not in Hogwarts Castle these days. I thought at first that he was going back to the Ministry of Magic to deal with things, but I asked the people in the communications department and they didn't see him." To Crouch. "This is very interesting." Crouch, as the organizer of this three-final match. Novel.com, is nowhere to be found now, and his movements are unknown. Moody's expression was very solemn. Marks nodded, so it seemed that Barty Crouch was indeed suspicious. He has not forgotten that the two father and son have the same name and surname. If little Batty pretends to be his father, he can successfully trick the map of the point of life, because the names shown above are exactly the same. Of course, it does not rule out that Crouch has disappeared for a long time, and he has been killed. "What about the last person to doubt?" Marks asked, calmly. "He's right here, isn't he?" Moody's words became a little erratic, and the magic eye stared at Marks closely. "Do you doubt me?" Marks looked at Moody dissatisfied. "Don't blame me for being cautious, McClown. In fact, your suspicion is no less than that of others. You successfully crossed the age line that night, didn't you? You have plenty of time to do something with the Goblet of Fire." Moody did not reluctantly questioned. Chapter 617 Conversation with Moody. "I think I explained before that it is not easy to cast a spell on a powerful magic item." Marks frowned. "But you can do it, can't you?" Moody interrupted Marks's words directly. "I didn't do anything to the Goblet of Fire." "If you insist on doubting me, I can't help it." Marks glanced at the golden antenna on the table, and did not answer directly. Moody stared at him for a while, then moved the demon eyes away, and his words were no longer as hard as before. "Of course, I personally want to believe in you. Otherwise I won't be here to tell you that's it. Dumbledore also thinks it wasn't you who did." Marks breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't explain this matter at all. If Moody kept asking, it would be really troublesome. "Since you have confirmed the three suspects, what do you plan to do next?" Marks continued to ask. Moody spoke eloquently. "I have tried Snape and Karkaroff in the past few days, and I couldn't ask anything from them, so I plan to start directly from Crouch next time. Although he is not in the castle now, he will definitely be back in the first match of the three finals cup. I will ask him out alone to try and find out where he has been during this period of time. But I always think I need to prepare for the worst. Barty Crouch is not a good guy. I understand his ability. In case of conflict, I may not be able to control him, so I need a helper." Moody added, "If there is a need, I can help you," Marks said straightforwardly. He was worried that he could not find a reason to test Crouch, but unfortunately Moody gave this opportunity directly to the door. "It's best if you are willing to help." Moody is very happy. Crouch's identity is extraordinary. Dumbledore will not agree with his investigation, which means he can't get other professors in this castle help. As for the strength of Marks, he had already learned in the defense against the dark arts class, and even he couldn't easily overcome it. "It's just, isn't Mr. Crouch your boss? Is it really okay for us to ask him this way?" Marks looked at Moody hesitantly. "I am not an error anymore, and he is no longer the executive director. Moody's head slicked. But Marks doubted that even if Crouch was Moody's boss, the legendary era had the guts to investigate him. By the way, I forgot to show you something. Moody suddenly remembered something. He walked quickly to the corner of the office with wooden legs, opened one of the boxes, and took it from inside. A piece of parchment with some burnt corners came out. Recognize it? Moody handed the parchment to Marks. What? Marks stretched out his hand and took a look, and found that this was the piece of paper spit out from the goblet of fire, with Harry's name written on it. Handwriting. I mean handwriting. You should understand what I mean, Moody said impatiently. Marks looked at the words on the parchment again and found that the style of the handwriting was very unique. Only then did I realize that Moody was planning to track down the inner ghost through the handwriting. I have to say that Moody is careful enough to always detect some details that others can't notice. He hasn't noticed before and can track down the behintthesens through handwriting. I'm sorry, I haven't seen this kind of word. It shouldn't be anyone I know. Marks thought about it carefully, without any impression. Moody looked disappointed. He sighed and said, I spent some time collecting the characters of all the students in the school, and then compared them one by one, but no one matched it. The character of the whole school? Marks looked at Moody in surprise, wondering how he collected. Wait. Could it be the homework that you receive on weekdays? Exclamation mark. Marks's complexion became very strange. The identity of the professor is really convenient. Moody's can get all the handwriting samples of all students by assigning a few classroom assignments. But it's really a shame that Moody could think of such a good way. If it weren't for the other person's reminder, he would never have thought that his handwriting had been investigated again. What about Crouch's words? Have you confirmed it? Marks asked. I have seen his handwriting when he was working under him. The style is completely different from this, but it does not rule out that he had someone write it in advance, and then bring it over, Moody said gruffly. Marks nodded, meaning that they couldn't do anything except expect to ask for some information from Crouch. No wonder Moody would be willing to his former boss, because he didn't have a choice. Anyway, the time to meet Crouch is set after the first game, and I will let you know the specific time, Moody said. The conversation between the two lasted for more than half an hour, and when Marks came out of Moody's office, the sky was already dark. The cold and hungry Marks touched his empty stomach, and finally dispelled his plan to find house elves in the kitchen. It's already this point, so don't bother them and just eat breakfast. Early in the morning, Marks, who had simply made up his mind, yawned and followed everyone to the auditorium to enjoy today's breakfast. There was Harry, who was so listless as him, as he witnessed the power and tyranny of the fire dragon with his own eyes last night. Harry was unable to sleep well all night due to the tremendous pressure in his heart. He even met the fire dragon in his dream. Went on. Hermione next to him listened to Harry's story last night. You read www.uukansu.com also couldn't help screaming. Is the ministry crazy? They actually plan to let you deal with a fire dragon. Hermione lowered her voice forcibly, lest it be heard by others. Who knows? Maybe the Ministry of Magic finds it more exciting. Marks gobbled up a large piece of butter muffin and stuffed it into his mouth, speaking vaguely. Excitement? That will kill you. Not many wizards have the ability to subdue a fire dragon alone. Hermione looked very angry. What can we do? We can't change the content of the game, or think about how to deal with them. Harry's face was full of worry, and he didn't even have an appetite for eating. He kept looking at the how to deal with dangerous creatures in his hand, trying to find a way out of it. How about using a coma spell? Professor McGonagall subdued Norbert like that last time, Hermione suggested. The fire dragon's magic resistance is very high. If Norbert was young, the coma spell would not have been effective. You can't expect Harry to have the magic level of Professor McGonagall, Marks reminded. Chapter 618 I am not who I was 3 years ago. Harry nodded in agreement. He saw a bunch of wizards last night and it took several minutes to stun a fire dragon. He felt that it was impossible to do it by himself. Hermione was very anxious for the two, remembering the books she had read in her mind, but she couldn't find a way to make a 4th grade little wizard defeat the fire dragon. I have written a letter to Sirius and asked him if he can do anything about it, but the first game will start tomorrow afternoon, and I don't know if it will be too late, Harry said distressedly. Marks looked at the distressed two people, took the last bite of shortbread into his mouth, and said slowly, "In fact, you don't have to worry so much. This level is not so difficult." "Marks, do you already have a way to defeat the fire dragon?" Harry asked with surprise on his face. Hermione also looked at Marks curiously. "You made a mistake, Harry. The game does not require the warriors to defeat or kill the fire dragon. What we really need to do is to take the dragon egg under the protection of the fire dragon." Marks talked freely, and then added, "So you just need to find a way to attract the fire dragon's attention, deal with the opponent, and find a chance to succeed. Then you might be able to use the transfiguration curse to conjure a creature to entice the fire dragon, and then go take the dragon egg." Hermione's brain was very clever, and under Marks's reminder, she quickly thought of a feasible plan. But this plan was quickly rejected by Marks. The Ministry of Magic brought female fire dragons in the hatching period this time. They are very vigilant. Any creatures that come close will not hesitate to use dragon breath to fight back. And they will not leave the nest easily, so it is difficult to be temptation, Marks explained. Listening to Marks's words, Harry was somewhat disappointed, and then fell into contemplation again, thinking about how he could divert the fire dragon's attention. "Don't forget that you have one of the things you are best at, Harry." Seeing that he hadn't thought of the key point for a while, Marks reminded him again. "The best?" Harry hesitated, and said uncertainly, "You mean flying?" "Yes, your flying talent is very good, and you have the fire bolt. You can avoid the fire dragon's attack by taking advantage of the speed. If you learn the eye disease curse and blind the fire dragon in a short time, you can successfully get the dragon egg!" Marks no longer concealed the response method he had thought of a long time ago. Harry is one of his best friends, and Marks certainly has to ensure Harry's safety during the game. The fire bolt combined with the eye curse was enough to minimize the danger of snatching the dragon egg and ensure that Harry would not be as thrilling as the original. Good idea. After rehearsing in his mind, Harry was absolutely feasible, and excitedly rushed to hug Marks. "Marks, you are amazing." "That's it. Let go." Marks broke free from Harry's embrace with disgust, and then continued, "In order to be safe, you have to master the fire curse and the iron armor curse. Oh, yes, there is also the flying curse, so that you can summon the fire bolt on the arena." "But I don't know any of these spells," Harry said awkwardly, his expression very embarrassing. "It's okay. I can spare some time to teach you." "But you only have less than a day and a half." Marks gave Harry a surprised look. He didn't expect Harry to be so bad. "Then teach me the flying curse and the eye disease curse first. Forget the others," Harry replied embarrassedly. He felt that if he tried his best, it would be good if he could barely learn 2 curses in a day and a half, at least. When facing the fire dragon, it is not helpless. After knowing how to clear the level, Harry finally let go of his hanging heart and began to enjoy today's breakfast. Hermione on the side was also very happy. As far as she knew, Marks's flying talent was also very good, and both of them could easily get the dragon egg in this way. No, this would be very weird. If the 2 warriors at Hogwarts both use the same method to pass the fire dragon, Karkaroff will definitely take the opportunity to attack, saying that we cheated and learned the specific content of the project in advance. Marks shook his head and rejected Hermione's idea. Although cheating is the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, everyone still has to pretend to fool the audience. That's why Harry had to learn the flying curse, because he couldn't pretend to be prepared and bring the fire bolt into the field. "Then what are you going to do then?" Harry asked curiously. He felt that since Marks could help him think of a plan to clear the level, he must have a better way to deal with it. It's very simple. Of course it is to defeat the guarding fire dragon, and then its dragon egg. Marx replied easily and freely. What, are you going to fight the dragon in the game? Harry looked at Marx suspiciously, almost thinking that he was joking with himself. It can be said, I think the audience is also looking forward to a wonderful game. Marx nodded. If you want to make sure that you get the first place in the game, you naturally need to behave differently from others. It is best to be in the audience and left a deep impression in the minds of referees. At the same time, this can also effectively lower the scores of other warriors. After all, with their own comparisons, it is not justified for the referees to give high scores to the mediocre Crumb and others. Karkaroff will also have a lot of psychological pressure when deducting points, and if you give it too low, you will be scolded by the audience. This is too dangerous. Hearing that Marx was preparing to confront the fire dragon in the game, Hermione's face paled in shock. Mentalnovel.com. Although she knew that Marx's strength was stronger than that of the average adult wizard, this time the opponent was enough, a behemoth that is 50 feet tall, 15 meters, and can breathe flames. The oppressive feeling brought by the size alone is enough to make every wizard who faces it cautiously. No wizard will take the initiative to provoke a dragon unless necessary. Don't forget, I tamed a fire dragon when I was in the first grade. They are nothing terrible, Marx said comfortingly, knowing that Hermione was worried about herself. That's different. Norbert just came out of the shell 3 years ago, Hermione said worriedly. She felt that Marx was too big and didn't realize the danger of the game. I'm not the same I was 3 years ago, am I? Marx shrugged helplessly. It's hard for him to run into the Forbidden Forest to subdue a dragon on the spot to prove himself, right? And after meeting Norbert last night, he has always had an idea. If it can be implemented, he will go to a cutscene during the game without the slightest danger. Just don't know if Norbert remembers himself. Chapter 619. Cheating is the tradition of the top 3 competition. After eating breakfast, the 3 of them did not delay due to time constraints. They directly found an empty classroom and officially started teaching. Flying Curse is not a difficult magic to learn. The spells and gestures are easy. But to successfully make this magic work, it usually requires the caster to have sufficient will and determination. It's not the first time Marx teaches other people's magic, and he has accumulated sufficient experience in class on weekdays. Many professors have once praised him kindly. You can go directly to the podium to give lectures, and you don't have to stand up and disrupt the classroom. Order. Harry also listened very seriously. The danger posed by the fire dragon made him change his previously undisciplined learning attitude, and he was even more nervous than when he practiced calling God to protect him last time. After Marx had finished talking about some of the main points of the flying curse, Harry took his own firebolt in a hurry and practiced it over and over again. Hermione, who came with her, was not idle either. Although she didn't have to participate in dangerous competitions, she still learned these magics just like Harry. In addition to the desire to increase strength and reduce the gap, the more important point is that Hermione is very worried that when she is free, Marx will talk about practicing Sanctuary. Thinking of the scene when exploring the memory that day, the little witch was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, these days, Marx seemed to have forgotten about it and never mentioned it again, which made her feel more at ease. Marx didn't know what Hermione was thinking, and he didn't have time to think about it for the time being. He was speaking to instruct Harry to practice the spell, and at the same time perfecting the plan he thought of in his mind, persuading Norbert to cooperate with him in the match to fight the fake match. Yes, it is a counterfeit match. Fire dragons are not easy creatures to deal with. They are infinitely powerful and extremely resistant to magic, capable of exhaling powerful dragon breath. Usually more than 5 specially trained dragon trainers are required to ensure that a violent dragon can be suppressed without casualties. Marx consciously wanted to do this in a short time, and he could only use the enhanced magic text to bless the shadowless, thunderbolt explosion, and even the killing curse. But in that case, it will not only reveal that you are proficient in black magic, but it will also easily create a very picture, which will make people misunderstand yourself unnecessary. If the fire dragon trampled and stomped the dragon egg after being hit hard, it would be even more worth the loss. So in Mark's opinion, it is better to find a suitable dragon to be an actor and fight to extremely wonderful exciting battle. Everyone can save snacks, and maybe they can show extremely exaggerated visual effects, causing a sensation in the audience. It happened that he heard Charlie mention yesterday that Norbert was spotted by a Romanian juggler, and he must have received training in this area. He should be able to communicate well. The more I think about it, the more Marx feels that this idea is a good idea. He doesn't believe that his performance is so perfect. Karkaroff and Maxim can still find a reason for the deduction. But soon Marx frowned again, because there was a loophole in this plan, that is, how to ensure that Norbert can be selected during the game. In the original time and space, when the warriors were choosing the dragon, HogWarts as the host, in order to experience generosity, let Fleur and Crumb choose first. If they picked Norbert, wouldn't their plan be frustrated? After thinking about it all morning, Marx's frowning brows were not let go, but he did not think of how to solve this problem. The only good news is that after a whole morning of practice, Harry initially mastered the flying curse. Although he was not very proficient in using it, and occasionally the firebolt would not listen to his call, Harry was already very happy. He felt that after an hour of practicing, he could start learning the eye disease curse. Hermione's progress was faster than Harry, and it took 3 hours to freely summon every item in the house. Stop it, Harry, Hermione. Let's have a meal first, take a break, and then continue. Marx looked at the time. It was lunchtime, and they had been practicing for almost 4 hours. No matter how important learning is, it has to be a combination of work and rest. Casting a spell for a long time is very exhausting. Harry nodded, stopped tiredly, took his firebolt, and walked towards the auditorium with Marx. Along the way, the little wizards I met took the initiative to greet the two of them, and Marx even noticed that a large badge was worn on the front of their robes. It says Marx McClown will win, flashes from time to time, and the badges of a few people will change again and again, turning into the words "Support the Warriors Harry Potter." Harry also noticed this, and his tired spirit was immediately lifted, and an indescribable excitement appeared in his heart. The fire dragon he is about to face doesn't seem so terrible anymore. He even can't wait to practice magic well, perform on the court, and prove that he is a qualified warrior. Hey, Marx, Harry, this way. Several people stepped into the auditorium, and a voice suddenly came from the long table in Gryffindor. Marx turned his head and saw that it was the brothers George and Fred who were making noise. His footsteps paused, and he walked over there. The game is going to be tomorrow. Are you ready? We even bought the celebration flags. George put his arm around Marx's shoulder and pulled him to the seat next to him. The front badge was gleaming and looked a little dazzling. Fred looked at Marx with some worry, then looked at Harry. It's okay.mtlnovel.com. You guys wait and see. After learning the flying curse, Harry also had a little more confidence, and after thinking that he would be able to prove himself on the field soon, he vowed to say. Harry's answer was beyond what George and Fred expected. The two of them glanced at each other and had some suspicions in their hearts. They swallowed what they were about to say, and then ridiculed for a while, almost celebrating them in advance. By the way, George and Fred, I heard that you made a bet in the World Quidditch Cup before, and you lost your money in the end, is that right? Marx suddenly interrupted several people. Chat, who said we lost? We obviously guessed it right. We bet on 100 gold gallons and bet on Ireland to win and Victor Crumb would catch the golden snitch. But Mr. Bagman forced our funds have been deducted, and he now owes us a large sum of money, a full 600 gallons. George corrected Marx's words angrily. Fred on the side was also very angry when Marx talked about it. Seeing the reaction of the two, Marx's mouth slightly twitched. He had already thought about how to make sure that he picked Norbert during the game. Chapter 620. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Ludo Bagman is the director of the sports department of the Ministry of Magic, as well as the organizer and referee of the Triwizard Tournament. Now another organizer, Barty Crouch, is not at the castle for a long time, and all the affairs of the game are handled by the opponent. Among them is the way the warriors choose the fire dragon. If Ludo Bagman is willing to help him cheat, it will naturally be easy for him to choose Norbert in the draw. Especially this guy is now in debt, and Marx feels confident that he can convince the director of the sports department. Thinking of this, Marx was not delaying. After hurriedly at lunch, he confirmed the location of Ludo Bagman with the live map, and successfully blocked him in a hidden corner. Originally, Marx thought that he would need to spend a lot of talking, relying on coercion and temptation to make Ludo Bagman compromise, but the degree of cooperation between the other party completely exceeded his expectations. Do you want to choose a specific dragon in the first game? Of course, no problem at all. After listening to Marx's request, Ludo Bagman didn't hesitate at all, and immediately agreed with it. Down. If you need it, I can also provide you with other help. Speaking of this, Ludo Bagman cautiously looked around and found that there was no one around, which made him feel more relieved. Mr. Bagman, I always think you are an impartial referee. Marx looked at the sports director in front of him with a weird look, and almost doubted whether this was a game deliberately designed by the opponent. It was too smooth. Well, yes, it is true under normal circumstances. Ludo Bagman's expression became a bit awkward, but I have recently encountered a little trouble. Small trouble? I heard George and Fred say that you opened a bet at the World Quidditch contest, and the bet broke down. You confiscated their principal and haven't returned it yet. You mean is this matter? Marx looked at Ludo Bagman playfully and asked, That's you misunderstanding, McClown. I didn't confiscated their funds, but temporarily took care of them. I will return it to them when I have more money in a few days. Ludo Bagman coughed lightly, said defensively. Marx didn't believe a word. He didn't dare to accept the help of the opponent at all before he confirmed why the opponent was so diligent. Otherwise, Bagman would make a temporary refusal to expose his cheating during the game and he would have difficulty defending himself. Under Marx's repeated questioning, Ludo Bagman had to reveal some information. Marx then learned that when the World Quidditch Cup was held this year, Ludo Bagman had opened a bet and was ready to take advantage of this excellent opportunity to make a fortune. But who knows that the game suddenly burst into an upset. The Irish team defeated the Bulgarian team with a weak score. The super high odds and the betting by a few local tyrants made this not-so-rich sports director almost ruined. I owe a debt and haven't paid it back. In order to fill this hole in the short term, Ludo Bagman immediately decided to take another big gamble. So I borrowed money everywhere, mortgaged houses, and put all these funds on the gambling game of the Triwizard Tournament. Bet that Marx will eventually win the Goblet of Fire and win the first place in all 3 games. After all, Marx is a popular candidate to win the championship, and only in this way can he have high enough odds for him to pay off all the debts he owes. Of course, since he dares to play so big, Ludo Bagman is also somewhat dependent. He himself is the organizer of the Triwizard Tournament and can use his position to give Marx some help. But at first, Ludo Bagman was ready to help secretly. According to the information he collected painstakingly, Marx is a righteous and graceful little wizard. There is no room for sand in his eyes, and he will definitely sneer at such cheating. Therefore, Ludo Bagman has not dared to show any intention to help. That is, he is worried that Marx will be ostracized. Unexpectedly, after some contact, he was surprised that the rumors were wrong. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Thinking of this, Ludo Bagman's eyes on Marx became even more weird. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. After learning some inside stories, Marx was also very speechless. The real power director of the Ministry of Magic is actually a gambler with no lower limit, and the funds owed by the gambling game are attempted to make up for it with another gamble, even at the expense of his entire net worth. But this also allowed Marx to dispel his previous doubts, at least in the matter of winning the Triwizard Tournament. Their goals are the same. While secretly spitting out in his heart, Marks still put on a look of appreciation on the surface, and said, "I have to say, you have a good eye this time, Mr. Bagman. Congratulations on your bet." "My vision has always been good," Bagman said with a smile, but he went through all the reports about Marks before finally making a decision. Then Bagman stretched out his hand again and spoke again. "Then wish us a happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation." Marks also smiled and stretched out his hand, holding Bagman's hand together. The biggest problem was solved. Marks finally let go of the heart that I had been holding, and then took the time to sneak into the Forbidden Forest with the phantom spell at the time of the nap. Look at his eyes tomorrow. But there was some noise in the middle of the accident, which attracted many dragon trainers. Marks didn't have time to confirm whether Norbert understood what he meant, so he hurriedly left the Forbidden Forest. In the afternoon, Marks kept the promise and found an empty classroom with Harry and Hermione to continue practicing magic. The cast of the eye disease curse was much more difficult than the flying curse, and one afternoon was not enough. Harry practiced until late at night before reluctantly releasing the spell. It was already late at night, and the magic power in the exhausted Harry had long been exhausted. So he had to cancel his plan to continue training and return to the lounge with Marks. The two slowly opened the door of the dormitory, preparing to go to bed lightly, but unexpectedly saw a figure sitting with their backs to them by the window in a daze. Relying on the light from the moonlight, Marks quickly noticed that the other party was wearing an old swirl pajamas. "Ron?" Marks confirmed the identity of the figure, but then wondered why Ron was still sitting there at this point. "Are you waiting for us here?" Marks frowned and continued to ask. Harry almost laughed. He didn't understand why Marks made such a nonsensical guess. Of course, it's not completely impossible. After all, tomorrow is the game, and the opponent may come here to mock them. Under the gaze of the two, Ron slowly turned around. The expression on his face looked very tangled. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words seemed to be stuck in his mouth, and he couldn't vomit. "Come out." Harry ignored him at all, making the bed and getting ready to go to bed. "Are you ready for tomorrow's game?" Ron, who was silent for a while. MiddleNovel.com suddenly asked nonchalantly. Harry stopped going to bed and looked at Ron in surprise. Ron's face flushed immediately. He realized that what he had just said was submissive, and immediately added a strange tone of yin and yang. "I'm still waiting for tomorrow to see how you can defeat a dragon. Then you will see it." The cold and sleepy Harry had been in a bad mood after practicing the spell all day, and now he heard Ron's yin and yang strange tone, and he got up on the bed with anger. His pillow was thrown heavily on Ron's face. Then Harry didn't need the pillow, and pulled the curtain down, and he was stuffed into the quilt. As for Marks on the other side, he was already in bed when they were arguing. He was too lazy to pay attention to the quarrel between them. After a busy day, Marks just wanted to take a good rest. Tomorrow has to play the first game. P.S. It will be updated today. In the second half of the month, the Angels' time may be slightly looser, and we will consider adding more to make up at that time. Chapter 621 Game 1. The next morning, the castle was filled with excitement and tension, so that everyone seemed absent-minded during the class, looking out the window frequently, or talking in twos and threes in private. No matter how the professors reprimanded it, it didn't help. At noon, Dumbledore officially announced the cancellation of the afternoon classes in the auditorium, and invited those interested students to the paddock of the Forbidden Forest after dinner to watch the Warriors' first game. "This is awesome." As soon as Dumbledore's words fell, cheers broke out in the auditorium. After lunch, many students ran towards the paddock before they even had time to pack their things. There are so many good places to watch the game up close. If they go late, they will be robbed by others. As the Warriors, Marks and Harry have already arrived at the competition venue ahead of schedule under the leadership of Professor McGonagall. "Okay, that's it. Go in." The other Warriors have already arrived, and Mr. Bagman is also inside. He will tell you the steps of the game later. McGonagall stood in front of a tent, pointed at the entrance, said to the two of them, then hesitated, then reminded. "Remember, no matter what you see during the game, Don't panic. Only by facing calmly can you grasp the chance of victory. Marks nodded and walked in through the entrance with Harry. The space inside the tent is huge. It looks like a small living room. Booth Button's warrior Fleur Delacour is sitting on a low wooden stool. Her face is pale, with cold sweat on her forehead. Her right hand is holding a magic wand, and the other is tight. Pinched the corner of the wizard's robe. Victor Crumb didn't get much better either. His brows on both sides were tightly locked together, and he looked more gloomy than ever. Marks, Potter, you are here just right. Seeing the two come in, Bagman greeted him immediately, showing very enthusiasm, and gave Marks a special wink. Marks immediately understood that the things he ordered Bagman yesterday have been done. Sure enough, after briefly reminding him of a few precautions, Bagman took a large purple silk bag from the table and spoke to several people. What you need to do in the first game is to capture a golden egg under the protection of the fire dragon. Now there are 4 kinds of fire dragons on the training ground. I put all their models in this bag. Opponents are selected. Hearing this, Crumb and Furong's expressions remained unchanged. Obviously they knew about the fire dragon a long time ago, but from their mouths and their faces without a trace of blood, it can be seen that their hearts are far from the surface. Calm. Harry was no exception. The hand holding the wand trembled involuntarily. Although he had made sufficient preparations in advance, he was still a little scared when he really faced the fire dragon. Ladies first. It's up to you to choose, Miss Delacour. The smile on Bagman's face contrasted sharply with the nervous expressions of Harry and the others. He reached out and unlocked the opening of the cloth bag, handed it to Furong. Furong took a deep breath and looked at the opening of the cloth bag, which was so black that it seemed to be blocked from light. This discovery made Furong put out the idea of choosing. She trembled and put her left hand into the cloth bag. After a few seconds, she took out a palm-sized and vivid fire dragon model. It looks like a silver-blue Swedish short-nosed dragon with a sign on its neck with the number 1 written on it. Furong's face became very ugly, which meant that she had to be the first to play, and could not analyze the specific strength of the fire dragon from the performance of other players. Then, Bagman smiled and handed the bag to Crumb. The other party drew out a bright red Chinese fireball with the number 3 on the sign. Harry was very unlucky. Just like the original Time and Space, he chose the most violent Hungarian hornet among the 4 dragons. He was number 2. In the end, Marks pretended to be solemn and took out the only sculpture in the bag, the Norwegian Ridgeback Norba. It seems that your luck is very bad, Mr. McClown. This dragon is the smartest and most difficult to deal with of all the fire dragons. It is not easy to get a dragon egg from under it. Bagman sighed with emotion, said. Both Furong and Crumb looked at Marks with a little sympathy, but secretly gloating in their hearts is also indispensable. Of course, the higher the difficulties that competitors need to face, the better. Harry looked worried at Marks. Unlike the warriors with different looks, Marks's expression was very calm, and he quickly replied, Mr. Bagman, the joy of life lies in the challenge, isn't it? To be honest, I'm very fortunate to have chosen the most difficult dragon to deal with. Okay. This is the attitude a warrior should have. I look forward to seeing your performance. Bagman clapped and boasted loudly. Hearing that, Harry, Fleur, and Crumb were all ashamed. Compared with Marks's frankly facing challenges, their timidity and careful thoughts that appeared from time to time were really not worthy of the title of warrior. Bagman used to brag about a wave. After building momentum for Marks, he checked the time, and then quickly turned to talk about business. Now you still have a little time to ease your emotions. When the game officially starts, you will play in the arranged order. Do you understand? The 4 people in the tent nodded together, and Bagman turned and left with confidence. In addition to the referee, he also served as the game commentator. .mtlnovel.com. You have to prepare in advance. After Bagman left, there were only 4 people left in the tent. Marks sat patiently in the position and waited, while Harry was anxiously spinning around a table, muttering words in his mouth about the curse of eye disease and the spell of the flying curse. Slowly, the outside voices got louder and louder, and Marx guessed that the audience should have arrived. Suddenly, a piercing whistle was passed in, breaking the condensed atmosphere in the tent. Furong tremblingly stood up from the seat, smiled reluctantly at several people, and then walked towards the exit. The first game has begun. Marx didn't obey the rules and meant to stay in the tent and wait. Instead, he carefully opened the exit curtain and watched Furong's performance from a distance. Under the gaze of everyone, Furong stepped into the enclosure of the fire dragon step by step. The Swedish short-nosed dragon in the center snorted anxiously, and sparks splashed all over. A little farther away, more than a dozen professional dragon trainers are waiting in every corner, ready to deal with unexpected situations. Chapter 622 Warriors Fight the Fire Dragon. The exaggerated size contrast of one person and one dragon made the little wizards in the audience worried. Several timid witches even screamed and closed their eyes when they saw Furong approaching the fire dragon. However, Furong, who had been prepared for a long time, would naturally not choose to be the front, but instead kept spinning around the fire dragon. The Swedish short-nosed dragon has a pretty good temper. It doesn't mean to attack actively. It just keeps roaring menacingly and keeps firmly beside the lair. Due to the long distance and the auditorium in the middle, Marx couldn't see very clearly. He only vaguely saw Furong holding his wand and muttering something in his mouth, and continued to circle under his feet. After a while, the fire dragon's body began to change, got to wander around. Marx guessed that this should be some kind of special hypnotic magic. However, the fire dragon's magic resistance was outstanding. After Furong had tossed for half an hour, the Swedish short-nosed dragon couldn't hold back his sleepiness and fell to the ground groggy. Furong breathed a sigh of relief, and walked forward cautiously. When passing by the fire dragon, the hearts of the audience were raised for fear that the fire dragon would suddenly wake up. Furong was also frightened. She didn't even dare to step too wide, and her eyes were constantly paying attention to her feet, avoiding stepping on the stones to make noises and awakening the sleeping dragon. In such a short journey of over 10 meters, Furong just walked for more than a minute. At the moment when she bent down and grabbed the golden egg, Furong's tight emotions relaxed. She knew that she had succeeded. However, before Furong was happy, the exclamation of the audience pulled her back to reality. The suddenly enlarged shadow on the ground quickly blocked the sun. When she noticed this, Furong's heart, there have been warning signs. Without turning around, she knew that the Swedish short-nosed dragon was awake behind her. Between the lightning and flint, under the pressure of facing death, Furong made an extremely correct choice. She did not turn her head, and flew forward sharply, avoiding the falling giant claws in a thrilling manner, and splashing gravel hit her body. Make a series of openings. The deafening dragon roar made her deaf in both ears and her brain was dizzy, so she could only get up from the ground with strong support. As a female dragon that hatched her eggs, she witnessed her child being taken away with her own eyes, and her tyrannical anger spurted out even though it turned into a scorching dragon's breath, and the target was directed at the lotus who had not yet eased up. Fortunately, the dragon trainers who were waiting around rushed up at this time, and a dozen protective spells successfully blocked the anger of the Swedish short-nosed dragon, and then a large number of crimson light beams hit the face of the fire dragon. He stunned it again soon. Although Furong was only slightly injured, facing death twice in a row brought her a lot of psychological shadow, and her body was still trembling when she left. Harry and Crumb, who watched the game through the curtain in the tent, were frightened. The fire dragon was much more dangerous than they expected. Marx silently evaluated the combat power of this top-notch magical creature. Huge size, hot dragon's breath, super magic resistance. If it is a Netoon, Marx believes that even a professionally trained wizard can only flee in a hurry when facing a fire dragon. This can be compared to a primitive man holding a spear facing an angry mammoth. As long as it is rubbed and touched, it is a dead end, and it can only be hunted by the advantage of the number of people. Of course, the upper limit of wizards is relatively high. If you switch to Dumbledore or Voldemort, then subduing the dragon is just a matter of waving a magic wand. Most of the professors in the school also have the ability to defeat the fire dragon Hermione, but usually it takes a lot of effort, or there is a risk of injury. In general, this is a magical creature with extremely powerful combat power. Marx felt that if nothing else, the 4 bloodlines he prepared would be fire dragons. Just as Marx was thinking about it, the sharp whistle sounded again. Harry's body shook, and he pursed his mouth. He knew he was on the court. Go. Don't be too nervous, just play normally, Marx said comfortingly. Harry nodded and walked out as if dying. When he was on the field, watching the fire dragon in front of him that was too strong to be defeated, Harry tried his best to calm his emotions, and according to the tactics he had planned, Biff drew out his wand to release the flying curse, and summoned the fire bolt. Fortunately, the thousands of exercises yesterday weren't in vain, and the fire bolt flew all the way from the castle to save face. Harry reached out and held the fire bolt in his hand and rode it up, feeling like returning to the Quidditch pitch in his heart. The golden egg is like a golden snitch fixed there, and the fire dragon is the shot of Slytherin. Hand with goalkeeper. Thinking of this, Harry developed some confidence, biting his head and rushing directly at the Hungarian hornet amidst the exclamation of the audience. Such a provocative behavior naturally made the already ferocious Hungarian hornet furious. The dragon's breath continued to spit out and exploded in midair. The flames covered the sky and the sun, but Harry was looking for a gap. Move left and right, constantly shuttle back and forth under the dragon claw. One after another, dark brown light beams laced from Harry's wand, but they weren't very effective when hitting the dragon's face. Harry suddenly understood that the effect of his eye disease curse was too bad, and that he had to hit the dragon's eyes to have enough effect, so he started to deal with the Hungarian hornet. This fierce chasing battle made the little wizard's onlookers screaming. At the critical moment of Harry's escape from the dragon's mouth, there was a screaming scream around him. Crumb, who was watching in the tent, saw Harry cast his eye curse. His entire face turned green. Using the eye curse to deal with the fire dragon was a method he and Karkaroff thought of after a long discussion. Flying is what he is best at, and now both of these methods are used by Harry. It's over, what should I do? Crumb only felt cold in his hands and feet, and his brain was muddy. Marx looked at Crumb's sudden change of expression, and couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. Crumb now either learned Harry's appearance and was accused of plagiarism, or he could only find another way temporarily. But whoever asked Karkaroff to target himself so much, he had no choice but to add obstacles to Durmstrang's warriors. After such a delay. MTLnovel.com Harry has successfully hit the dragon's eye. The Hungarian hornet lost his sight and completely messed up the rules, only attacking everything in the body without a brain, and let out a roar of anger. Harry took this opportunity to rush directly under the Hungarian hornet, escaped 2 trampoles, and snatched the golden egg with the speed of the fire bolt, winning the cheers of the audience. After Harry left the field, the dragon trainers rushed in to clean up the mess, along with the sound of Bagman's whistle. Thanks to book friends 20180809114819246 for rewarding 1,500 starting coins, Geeky book rewarding 1,000 starting coins, book friends 20190917071457184 rewarding 700 starting coins, book friends DSF23DD rewarding 600 starting coins, Spring Breeze rewarding 500 starting coins, bookmate 20191231014056913. The Imperial is a bit cute. There are ghosts in the world, and the Buddha's heart can be rewarded with 100 starting points for heroes without. End of this chapter. Chapter 623. Let us invite the last warrior to come on stage. Crumb walked out of the tent unconsciously, a battle between heaven and humans in his mind, hesitating whether to use the eye disease curse to confuse the dragon according to the original plan. After all, this method has just been used by Harry, and he didn't bring the fire bolt, and he couldn't rely on the flying broom to deal with the fire dragon like Harry. and lacked enough viewing. By the time the two are compared, he will only get a bottom score. This is something that Crumb couldn't accept anyway. So on the way to the arena, Crumb constantly searched for the dark magic he had in his brain, and finally gritted his teeth and decided to try other methods to fight the fire dragon. After making the decision, Crumb held his wand and stepped into the paddock. The Chinese fireball dragon was standing in the center of the field, guarding the dragon egg, and did not intend to attack. This made Crumb breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately held up his wand, and began to chant obscure spells continuously, and dots of black light began to appear on the top of the wand. The fireball dragon directly opposite also felt threatened, but due to the need to protect the dragon egg, it still hesitated not to step forward, and instead issued a roar to expel the pesky wizard. The two sides held a stalemate for more than 10 seconds, and Crumb finished all the obscure spells, and a large amount of black fog emerged, condensed into a large ball and flew out of the magic wand, hitting the fireball dragon body. Accompanied by a violent blasting sound, the fireball dragon roared in pain, and the black mist was like the strongest acid mist, corroding the dragon scales quickly. Crumb's mouth also conjured up a smile, but the smile on his face lasted only a few seconds, and then it turned into panic. Because the roaring fireball dragon directly abandoned the dragon egg and rushed towards him frantically. Crumb was stunned, and only had time to bless himself with an iron armor curse. He was slapped and flew out by the huge dragon claws, and his body fell heavily on the ground and rolled more than a dozen times before stopping. The sudden change scared the little wizards in the auditorium so much that they screamed endlessly, and some even suspected that Crumb had been slapped to death by the fire dragon. The dragon trainers guarding around were also taken aback, and they immediately wanted to rush to the rescue. But it's too late. The fire dragon, irritable because of the attack, has once again rushed to Crumb's face. Its sharp dragon teeth are as sharp as a polished dagger. It seems to want to kill Crumb in one bite. Swallow it. Fluorescence flashes. Bulgarian. In a critical time, Crumb, who was almost shot dead, clutched his chest and shouted in a nearly hoarse voice. The intense light like a scorching sun spread from the top of the wand to all directions. The dazzling light obscured the sight of the Chinese fireball dragon, causing it to be blinded briefly. Crumb jumped up from the ground with strong support. The first thing he did was ran towards the dragon's nest, and then yelled at the surroundings in poor English. The game continues. The dragon trainer in charge of the guard hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to obey or not. In their opinion, the current situation is out of control. The short-term blindness caused by the lighting curse lasted only about a second, and the fireball dragon resumed its sight again, and rampaged through the field even more brutally. Crumb was thinking about the countermeasures desperately. I needs a broom, otherwise, let alone win the dragon egg. The whole person has to explain here. But when he came back, he didn't bring his own firebolt. The roar of the fire dragon was getting closer, and Crumb had a premonition of death. Fortunately, he had an idea and turned to look at the exit of the arena. There was a ready-made broom. Firebolts are coming. Crumb held the last hope, waved his wand and shouted loudly. 1 second, 2 seconds. ... There is still nothing on the field. At that moment, Crumb thought a lot, even if he was angry and helpless. He was not willing to save a competitor by comparing his heart. A huge fireball ejected from the dragon's mouth and hit Crumb. Under the light of the fire, Crumb's hair exploded. Just as he was about to admit defeat and apply for rescue, a long, wooden stick-like thing suddenly flew over from the sky. Its firebolt. Crumb was not fortunate enough. He jumped up and grabbed the firebolt's stick, rolled over and rode on it, evading the impact of the fireball explosion with extraordinary speed, and went straight to the dragon's nest. The fire dragon furiously spit out dragon breaths behind him, but Crumb avoided one by one. He turned his body upside down and picked up the golden egg and raised it high, indicating that he had finished the game. The dragon trainers hurriedly stepped forward and cast spells to calm the female dragon's anger, and the little wizards around also breathed a sigh of relief. What a shameful behavior. Durmstrang's player Crumb, actually reproduced Mr. Porter's way of dealing with the fire dragon. This is cheating. He must have peeped at the game. Bagman as the commentator without giving Crumb any face. The sharp words echoed through a loudspeaker throughout the paddock. A large number of little wizards also agree with Bagman's statement, and they have spoken out accusing Crumb of shamelessness. Only Crumb's loyal fans are still defending him. After all, there is no clear stipulation in the game, and the Warriors cannot use a similar method to pass. Crumb didn't have the face to stay on the court after winning the dragon egg, and soon stepped down in disgrace. Okay, let's invite the last warrior to come on stage. Bagman cleared his throat and said loudly www.mtlnovel.com. The audience on the court looked towards the entrance of the paddock. One dressed the little blonde wizard in Lathander's schoolrobe was walking in from the entrance. Unlike the other warriors, there is no nervous or worried look on his face, but a calm attitude. The moment Marks stepped into the paddock, cheers erupted from the surrounding audience. Countless little wizards shouted his name, and the flags held high were floating in midair, with the words Gryffindor Heroes or Hogwarts Stars written in big golden letters on them. Marks politely looked around and nodded at the crowd. At the same time, he noticed that his friends were cheering for him on the stage, and Luna waved at him. On the stage, Bagman's words continued. He pointed to the center of the paddock and solemnly introduced Marks's opponent. This time, the opponent of the fourth warrior is a Norwegian Ridgeback. I can tell you clearly that this is the smartest and most threatening dragon among the four-headed dragons. Let us look forward to McClown performance. Chapter 624 Violation. This dragon violates the rules. Just as Bagman spoke, Norbert, who had just arrived at the scene, also stretched out his wings. The long and hideous back was covered with sharp spikes, which looked like a raised blade under the sunlight. Perhaps it was uneasy being surrounded by so many wizards. This Norwegian Ridgeback opened its mouth full of fangs and let out a shocking roar. With a flick of its huge tail, it unconsciously smashed a huge rock next to it. Shattered. Norbert's demonstrative actions and strong offensiveness made the little wizards on the sidelines a cold sweat. For Marks, especially the thrilling scene of the three warriors who escaped from Lonku is still vivid. Everyone is curious about what method Marks will use to obtain the golden egg under the fire dragon. What they didn't expect was that Marks didn't make any preparations, so he walked towards the dragon nest in such a big stride. It was like going to accept the award instead of dealing with a fire dragon. Even observers like them can feel the contemptuous attitude, let alone Norbert, who is directly opposite. Enraged, the fire dragon looked very violent, and the yellow orange eyes stared at Marks stubbornly. As the distance between one person and one dragon gets closer and closer, the blonde little wizard seems to become serious, and he lifts his wand slightly. Or Ugna 10,000 bullets are fired. The gravel debris on the ground seemed to have been guided, floating one after another, and transformed into sharp stone spears under the action of the transformation curse. However, Marks's attack was more than that. He waved his magic wand again, this time as a magnifying spell. Nearly a third of the stone spear quickly expanded to the size of a human head and flew towards the fire dragon at an extraordinary speed. Our last warrior has finally done it. Is he preparing to confront the fire dragon head? This is impossible. I think Crumb has already demonstrated to us the consequences. No wizard can fight an adult fire dragon alone. No one. As the commentator, Bagman shouted heartbreakingly, mobilizing the nervousness of the students on the field. Only Karkaroff was very dissatisfied with Bagman's words, and immediately defended Crumb. But it was a pity that the people present did not pay attention to him at all, and both eyes fixed on the center of the hunting ground. But they soon saw that it was not easy to deal with the dragon. Norber's huge dragon tail swept away, and a large number of stone spears were shot into powder. But the number of stone spears is too much. Even the thick dragon's scales can't completely block these damages. It's like a heavy wound. After a few steps, the huge body twisted crazily, sending out a wave. Rode painful screams. Later, perhaps because he wanted to protect the dragon egg too much, Noble did something that no one had expected. The four limbs grabbed the golden egg directly, flapped his wings and flew. The students around the paddock were stunned, and the dragon trainers next to them looked dumbfounded. This was the only dragon they had ever seen running away with eggs. Violation. This dragon violates the rules. Bagman on the stage also stared with big eyes, and he yelled loudly, his mood tense to the extreme. Marks didn't tell him what he would do in the arena, and even Marks directly attacked the fire dragon, which he didn't expect. Thinking about this, Bagman couldn't help but regret putting all his bets on Marks, because this kid was so bold. He thought that Marks chose Norbert deliberately because he discovered the opponent's weakness, and there is no trick to pass the test. But he didn't expect this kid to be head-on. But Bagman soon discovered that this Norwegian Ridgeback had a very strong vengeance and had no intention of running away. After wandering in the sky for a while, he quickly dived, and the hot dragon's breath spread from there. The dragon's mouth spit out, and the sea of fire engulfed in the heat wave was overwhelmed. Hurry up! Hermione, who was sitting in the Gryffindor stand, was extremely nervous, pulling on the railing tightly with both hands, shouting loudly. However, Marks didn't mean to evade. A blazing flame slowly ignited from the top of the wand. As Marks's direction floated out, the speed became faster and faster, and his size gradually increased, and finally swelled to the point it was 3 meters wide and collided with the breath of the fire dragon in midair. A huge roar resounded throughout the audience. The little wizards tightly covered their ears and made harsh screams, but their eyes were staring at the paddock tightly, not daring to deviate half a minute, for fear of missing some wonderful scenes. Thick black smoke rose up, a large amount of rubble fell continuously from the air, and the shockwave brought by the explosion lifted the Norwegian Ridgeback, which was not far away, several meters away. Marks used the ring of magic extravagantly to bounce all the falling rubble to one side, and then raised his hand again with a purple beam of light hitting the unstable body of Norbert. Although the dragon scales were not broken, the Norwegian Ridgeback still seemed to have been affected. It swayed and hit a stone pillar on the side, and fell to the ground. Karkaroff and others on the judges' stage were all at a loss, and they really couldn't understand the situation. However, with the powerful spell just now as a comparison, they subconsciously believed that it must also be a very powerful magic. Can you see what spell McClown is using? Crouch turned his head to look at several learned principles, and asked curiously. Dumbledore's face couldn't help but twitched, but he still put on a solemn gesture and said slowly, "This should be some kind of curse aimed at specialized spirits to be able to produce such an effect." Karkaroff and Maxim nodded hurriedly when they heard the words. Until novel.com they said that they had seen similar magic in some partial books. The audience on the field was also unclear. They only saw Marks cast a spell to knock the huge flying dragon down from the sky, and the cheers that shattered the sky suddenly resounded through the audience. However, the battle did not end because of the dragon's fall. The ferocious Norwegian Ridgeback quickly eased from the mental influence, hunched down and assumed an offensive posture. One person and one dragon confronted each other in a small space, and neither of them had the slightest meaning of moving for dozens of seconds. If you change the scene, the confrontation of such a size gap will only seem particularly ridiculous, but it is different now. Everyone agrees that this is a close battle. Many sharp-eyed little wizards have keenly discovered that in the fight now, Marks still looks so calm and relaxed. Even his clothes are neat and tidy, but the Norwegian Ridgeback looks ashamed and stubborn. Dare to do something. However, only Marks knows the real situation, and that is that Norbert seems to have forgotten what to do next. Chapter 625. What are you doing, Noble? According to Marks's plan, the previous aerial battle should have been longer and more exciting. Instead of waving his wand, Norbert fell from the sky and fell to the ground, because this is too fake. While Marks was thinking to himself, Norbert on the opposite side was trying very hard to remember what he should do next. Although the blasting magic that Marks cast just now didn't hurt his head, the shock of the subsequent aftermath still made his mind a little confused. The two sides stood there for a full minute, and Marks, who was very speechless, could only lower his voice and reminded him. Tail. Draw it over with your tail. Under Marks's repeated reminders, Norbert finally moved. It stretched its body and uttered a roar. The long tail of the dragon slammed its opponent quickly, pulling out after images in midair, which was ear-piercing. The sonic boom can be heard clearly even by the audience on the court. The sudden outbreak of battle once again affected everyone's heartstrings. Everyone's eyes widened, and their emotions were strained to the extreme. Everyone was very curious about how Marks would deal with an almost unavoidable attack while holding on to the railing. As the dragon's tail swept like a long whip, Marks's body disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it had moved a few meters away. Although the magic of phantom shift is very risky to use in battle, teleport can still ensure 100% success if the opponent's movements are known in advance. The boulder is flying. Under everyone's gaze, Marks's counterattack was equally fast. He swung his wand and a boulder more than 2 meters high flew over from his side, bumping the huge Norwegian ridgeback into a stagger. What a wonderful apparition. Oh! And the flying curse. McClown always used the curse beyond our expectations. He has successfully suppressed the fire dragon. I believe the battle will soon be possible. Win or lose. As a commentator, Bagman was excited to convey Marks's performance in words, ensuring that the few little wizards who were in a bad position and blocked could also understand what was happening in the paddock. However, I need to remind you that it is extremely irrational to fight a dragon in a small pile of rocks. I never recommend any wizard to imitate. Again, I never recommend any wizard to imitate. Bagman continued to shout loudly. His voice was dumb, and he was thinking about taking a sip of water to be shocked. But then he saw that the situation on the paddock became thrilling again. The Norwegian ridgeback, which had been suppressed by the curse, erupted completely, and the hot dragon's breath erupted from its wide-open mouth. Due to the distance, it instantly engulfed Marks in. Oh, no, our warrior completely angered the dragon. It's the dragon's breath. Get away. Bagman yelled aloud, but it was too late for him to speak. The little wizards on the field also screamed when they witnessed Marks being engulfed in the fire. Fortunately, the sharp-eyed Bagman soon discovered that a figure was faintly erected in the heat wave set off by the dragon's breath, and he hurriedly shouted loudly, "Wait! Great, McClown is fine." Hearing that, the little wizards watching on the court also quickly fixed their eyes. As Bagman said, Marks still maintains an upright posture in the vast sea of flames. Holding his wand high in his right hand, he shot a beam of light forward, constructing a solid shield in the air less than 2 meters in front of him. The scorching dragon's breath was separated from the middle in this way, and the two seemed to be in a fierce competition, constantly consuming and confronting each other. Marks held on for a while, feeling that his emotions were almost mobilized, and then waved his magic wand again to begin the final closing performance. The huge boulders that were originally scattered around and pulled by the flying curse suddenly melted at an extraordinary speed, and then turned into several huge chains that stretched around Norbert's body. Roar! The mighty Norwegian ridgeback uttered a painful cry. Struggling hard, the dragon's breath deflected and spewed onto the grass aside, causing a small-scale fire in an instant. As everyone watched, the chains tightened tighter and tighter, and Norbert shook his head and smashed into the pile of stones, even wanting to roll on the ground. "What are you doing, Norbert?" Marks was very helpless. He knew that Norbert must be playing. The huge chain he turned out was just what looked like he was acquainted. It is not so easy to lock a dragon. If you accidentally get rid of it's not good. So Marks hurriedly reminded him, "Fly, Norbert, fly toward me." With the instructions, Norbo stopped venting his nerves, stretched his wings, and rammed into Marks's side. Marks dodged it very easily, then looked at the timing, grabbed one of the chains, took advantage of his strength to turn over and rode directly on the dragon's back, and was taken by Noble to the high altitude. Oh my god, it's incredible. Have you all seen it? Our warrior actually rode on a dragon's back. Bagman shouted hoarsely. Everyone looked eagerly. The Norwegian ridgeback was still tied with a huge chain. It struggled to go around the paddock several times, and the breath of the dragon dyed the entire sky red. The billowing heat wave swept the audience, and whenever Norbert passed by, the little wizards below were scared enough, screaming and sitting on the ground with their heads in their hands, for fear that the flames would burn themselves. The others are staring at the blonde wizard on the dragon's back. No matter how Norbert rolls in midair to do stunts, Marx still holds one end of the chain firmly, unaffected by any influence. After flying for 3 laps, the mighty Norwegian Ridgeback became more and more ineffective, and was finally forced to fall from the sky. Mentalnovel.com. The broad dragon wings stretched out to the greatest extent, and Noble was like a big the numbers hang glider fell down beside the dragon's nest in the center of the paddock in a relatively decent posture. The huge body seemed to be tightly bound by 5 chains, unable to move at all, and the dragon's claws that had been holding onto the golden egg were finally released. The golden ball swayed slowly on the relatively flat field, and finally fell into the dragon's nest. Marx jumped down from the dragon's back, picked up the golden dragon egg in the eyes of everyone in awe or admiration, and raised it high. At this moment, thunderous applause broke out in the surrounding audience, and countless little wizards screamed feverishly, expressing their emotions. Awesome, McClown, our hero. You are a true warrior. I love you, Dragon Knight McClown. Chapter 626. The joy of life lies in the challenge. Marx looked around and listened to the cheers and shouts of the crowd, with a smile at the corners of his mouth. He held up the gold cup and gestured to the crowd, then patted the dust on his robe, and walked towards the exit. On the podium, Bagman stared at Marx leaving back, and for a moment he even forgot to understand. He was so stunned that he inexplicably recalled what Marx said in the tent. The joy of life lies in the challenge. I am very fortunate to be able to choose the most difficult dragon to deal with. The confident words of the blonde wizard seemed to echo in Bagman's ears. At that time, he thought it was just Sumion's shameless self-brad. And now it seems that the other party is looking for himself to cheat. Maybe he really just wants to challenge the most powerful dragon. No, I'm afraid this is not the only thing. Bagman turned his gaze to the seemingly weak Norwegian Ridgeback lying in the middle of the paddock, but he did not dare to look down on it, because the fierce battle just now had fully demonstrated the opponent's cunning and mighty. Bagman even suspected that even if he played in person, he might not be able to get the dragon egg under the protection of Norbert, because this dragon is really too smart. In the same way, if other warriors face this monster, I am afraid it will only be worse. If there is any unexpected accident, the dragon trainers may not be able to restore the situation in time. Therefore, in addition to being keen on challenging the limit, Bagman believes that Marx must also be worried that his best friend Harry will choose this Norwegian Ridgeback, losing the game in embarrassment and even losing his life, so he knew in advance that he would pick it away. This is the hardest fire dragon to deal with. Bagman made up his mind for a while, and found that things suddenly became clear. He secretly regretted that he had thought such an upright little wizard so gloomy before, that the other party's past achievements would never be deceiving. While thinking about it, Bagman also picked up the quill and wrote the score on the wooden sign. Waiting for the meeting may be the time to score. Marx on the other side had already walked out of the paddock, and when he left, he had not forgotten to remove the giant chain that trapped Norbert, so as not to be seen by others. After turning a trail, Marx came to the resting place of the warriors. Really good, Marx. Harry walked up very excitedly, making a fist with his right hand and hammering Marx's shoulder. The intensity of the battle just now was far beyond his imagination. Just looking at it from a distance, Harry felt that the blood in his body was about to ignite. Ha! Don't praise me like that. I also watched your game. It was great. Marx smiled and patted him on the shoulder, and said. Furong on the side looked at Marx with interest, her bright eyes gleaming with a different kind of luster. The only black face on the court was Grum. When Marx got the golden egg, he knew that he would definitely be the bottom. After exchanging a few words with Harry, Marx was also exhausted. He fought a dragon for almost half an hour, from the ground to the sky. Even if it was just acting, It was very tired. Just before he sat down and had a good rest, there was a rush of footsteps outside the tent. After a few seconds, the curtain of the tent was pulled open. Marks turned his head and looked over before he found out that he had come in. The person is Hermione. Marks. The little witch looked around after breaking in, and soon saw Marks's figure, hurried over, and ran into him directly. Marks took a few steps back after being hit, and subconsciously embraced Hermione, who hit him in his arms with both hands around the slender waist. The two hugged each other so tightly, Marks could even feel Hermione's sudden acceleration of heartbeat and the slight trembling of her body. However, such an intimate act did not last long. Hermione, who was dizzy for a while, quickly realized that there were more than two people in the lounge. Although she was still a little bit dissatisfied, she was not so thick-skinned that she could ignore other people's gazes. So after holding her for more than half a minute, Hermione gently broke free and quietly looked around. Sure enough, Harry and Fleur were both looking at themselves with a playful look, with smiles that everyone knew at the corners of their mouths. Crumb's expression was very ugly. She guessed that it might be because of the injury. Reason. The gazes of several people made Hermione look a little cramped. Her brown eyes didn't know where to look for a while, and finally she continued to stare at Marks and cast her anger on him so that she wouldn't be too embarrassed. "You were so adventurous just now, Marks." When the Norwegian Ridgeback breathed fire, you should avoid it in time. What if your magic was not defended and you got burned? And the dragon charge? When you come, you shouldn't risk riding on its back. At first, Hermione just wanted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, but the more she talked, her expression became angry, and there was still a little frightened panic on her face. Of course Marks noticed this, and he couldn't help feeling a little apology in his heart. He didn't mention it to anyone about the fight with Norbert for the sake of safety. Now that I think about it, there is indeed a lack of consideration, which will make those who care about themselves worried. But now that the game is over, Marks is not good at explaining, so he pretends to be relaxed and speaks. "Okay, Hermione. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? It's not difficult for me to subdue a fire dragon. Look.untilnovel.com. I am not hurt at all." The little witch looked up and down Marks suspiciously for a while. As Marks said, his robes didn't even scratch at all, let alone a trace of blood. Obviously, Marks was able to do well in the battle, and he had not encountered real danger. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to even wear his clothes so neatly. Seeing this, Hermione took back all the complaining words in her heart, and couldn't help but recall Marks's calm and relaxed posture when facing the fire dragon in the surrounding scene. Her cheeks suddenly became red and brown eyes staring straight at Marks. After a while, he whispered, "Well, I saw it. It's amazing." Even though Marks had listened to too many cheers on the court, Hermione's compliments were always exceptionally different. He was still very useful, and the corners of his mouth also raised a smile. Subsequently, more and more people came in from the small tents. It was not only Hermione who came to see their warriors, but some students from Booth Barton and Durmstrang also ran in. Marks also found Ron's figure in it, but he looked a little timid and did not dare to step forward. His expression was very complicated. Chapter 627. With this one point alone, you will be recorded in the annals of history. Marks guessed some of Ron's thoughts, but didn't pay attention to Ron's intentions. He had a lot of things to be busy recently, but he couldn't devote too much time to enlighten him. But since Ron was willing to come, it at least meant that he had figured it out. He just didn't know why he didn't take the initiative to apologize and reconcile with Harry like Yuan Shikong. Looking away from Ron, Marks looked around and saw Luna in the crowd. The little witch was holding a wooden sign and leaning against the entrance of the tent. Like Ron, she did not come. Meaning, the eyes of the two quickly met at each other. Luna blinked wisely, and showed the wooden sign in her hand. Marks instantly knew that that was exactly the wooden sign Luna made for herself during the Quidditch match last year. It's just that, in addition to the slogan cheering for him, his well-known titles are written in various colors of ink all around. They're Warriors of Gryffindor, the Star of Hogwarts, the Troll Slayer, and the Dragon Knight. The latter looked like it was just written. Marks even saw the Gryffindor picture written in purple ink on the corner of the wooden sign. His expression suddenly became very embarrassed, and he wished to choke Seamus, who was nicknamed him. Luna didn't mean to stay in the tent for a long time. After showing Marks the wooden sign that she had modified, she hugged herself and turned and left. "What are you looking at, Marks?" Hermione noticed that Marks's gaze was staring in one direction for a long time, and she looked over curiously, but saw that there was no one there. "No, nothing." Marks hesitated and shook his head. Hermione looked at Marks suspiciously, but before she could ask again, she saw Harry, Moody, Professor McGonagall and others walking towards this side. "Good job, kid. You are the first underage wizard ever to defeat a fire dragon. With this alone, you will be recorded in the annals of history." Moody walked quickly to Marks with wooden legs. In front of him, he smiled and said. McGonagall was also full of emotion. After not seeing him in a summer vacation, Marks' strength has changed dramatically. Relying on the transformation spell to subdue a fire dragon, she consciously can do it, but it is never as easy as Marks showed in the game. This undoubtedly proves that Marks has surpassed himself in the transformation spell. Amid Moody's praise, Marks seemed very calm. When he made out the wolf poison potion, he knew he would be written into history, but now there are only a few more pens in the annals of history. Just as the tent became more and more heated, the harsh whistle sounded again, followed by Bagman's loud voice. "Next let us reveal the final score of each warrior." "Go ahead, McClown, Potter. They should give you points," Professor McGonagall urged. Marks nodded and walked out of the lounge with Harry and returned to the paddock. Hermione followed. She didn't want to miss such an important moment. Furong and Crumb, who were the first step forward, arrived early. They were sitting not far from the judge's bench, their expressions tense and very nervous. Yifan and others found a few more empty seats and sat down. "Next we will start the selection. The highest score for each referee is 10. Bagman on the stage cleared his throat, cast his gaze on Furong, and said again, "The first is number 1. Their warrior from Booth Barton Fleur de la Cour." She hypnotized the fire dragon with an ancient spell, and successfully got the dragon egg. It took 13 minutes and 23 seconds. "Now, the judges, please give a fair judgment." With that said, Bagman took the lead in holding up a sign with the mark 5 points. Crouch also quickly gave his score 6 points. Dumbledore waved his magic wand and spewed a beam of light, reflecting in the sky, showing a big 7. Maxim hesitated for a long time before slowly raising his wand and spraying a 9 into the air. Karkaroff did the same, generously giving Fleur 9 points. The little wizards in the audience were very dissatisfied with the two people's behavior of forcibly raising the score. With Marks's wonderful game as a reference, Furong used the spell to hypnotize the fire dragon to take away the dragon egg. It seemed too boring. 9 points were too high. "That's a bit." Warrior Fleur, a total of 36 points in the first game. Bagman shouted loudly, then looked at Harry, and began to introduce the second warrior. Harry, who used the flying curse and eye curse to complete the level without injury, was second only to Marks in the paddock, so the score was much higher than Fleur, with a total of 43 points. And Crumb was more miserable, because the opening game angered the dragon and almost died, and he was suspected of plagiarizing Harry's customs clearance method. The total score was only 32 points. It was Karkaroff who forced Crumb to beat him. Full score, otherwise it will only be lower. Finally is our fourth warrior, Marks McClown. Bagman's words contained a hint of excitement. He looked at Marks in the distance, but he didn't rush to get the judges to score. Instead, he started. "Arouse everyone's emotions." McClown's performance in the game is obvious to all. He is the only player who successfully defeated the fire dragon, a well-deserved warrior. Let us cheer for him. The atmosphere in the paddock suddenly became eager. Everyone's eyes fell on Marks on the edge of the paddock. Everyone began to shout Marks's name, and the screams and shouts were deafening. Bagman waited until the cheers of the crowd became weak at www.untilnovel.com before raising a tone and continuing to speak. I believe that today's scene will be recorded in the annals of history forever. Now, please referees to give the most fair judgment. If you don't mind, I will come first. I personally gave a very good performance from a clown. As Bagman spoke, he glanced at Karkaroff and Maxim, consciously or unconsciously. Crouch and Dumbledore also gave full marks without hesitation. Maxim did not move for a long time, and her face looked very ugly. According to the previous agreement, she should now play an ultra-low score as a balance, so that Furong could tie the score in subsequent games. However, Marx's performance in the first project was too shocking. If he does not give full marks, Maxim believes that thousands of roaring letters will be sent to her carriage tomorrow morning, drowning her completely. After all, the top 3 cup is an important event that the entire European magic world is always paying attention to. Thinking of this, Maxim sighed, and finally waved his magic wand to give a 10. Chapter 628. Sometimes the truth is not that important, traitor. Karkaroff scolded Maxim in his heart for not keeping his word. But when it came time to give points, Karkaroff hesitated. If only he give a low score, then the subsequent pressure would be too great. Principal Karkaroff, we are all waiting for you to make a fair judgment, Bagman said loudly, and deliberately emphasized the word justice. The little wizards in the audience were very dissatisfied with Karkaroff's random scoring behavior. This would quickly understand the meaning of Bagman's words. They held their wands high, and a large number of beams were shot into the sky. One after another gorgeous 10 was exploded in midair. Karkaroff looked around. The sight from all directions made him a little restless, and finally, under Bagman's repeated urging, he had no choice but to give Marx a full score. Very good. I announce that Marx McClown, their warrior of Hogwarts, will complete the first game with a full score, Bagman exclaimed excitedly. As Bagman's voice fell, the most enthusiastic applause broke out in the paddock, and every little wizard at Hogwarts was honored. Marx sorted out the folds of the wizard's robe, stood up calmly, and nodded to the surroundings. Hermione on the side looked happier than him. Awesome, Marx. I checked a lot of information. So far no warrior has ever scored a perfect score in a game. You are the first, Hermione said proudly, her voice a little excited. Trembling, as if the person who won the first game was not Marx, but herself. Then I'm really honored. Marx smiled, and he has done his best this time. However, to get full marks, I would also like to thank Bagman for his pressure on Karkaroff and Maxim. After scoring the warriors, Bagman solemnly announced that the first game was over. The unsatisfied students returned to the castle in 2s and 3s, and they were still discussing the previous wonderful game. Marx, Harry and the other warriors were left by Bagman to listen to the precautions for the next game. Let's make a long story short. The second game will start at 9:30 AM on February 24th next year. Before that, you have ample preparation time to find clues to the next game and solve a puzzle. Did you see the golden eggs in your hands? If they are detailed enough, you will find that they can be opened and the prompts are placed inside. I can only tell you so much. Bagman stopped when he said that. No matter how the warriors asked, they were reluctant to reveal any more information. But in secret, Bagman gave Marx a wink, but unfortunately he didn't get any response. As a result, Bagman was more certain of his previous guess, and he couldn't help but sigh. However, Bagman is not clear. Marx has already known the specific content of the second game. Of course, there is no need to risk the so-called intelligence from him as the referee. So Marx completely ignored Bagman's eyes, took the golden egg and left the paddock with Harry, and opened the system bar by the way to check today's harvest. After a battle, the progress of the previously activated task Fatal Enthusiast has risen to 87. Only the last 13 people will be able to complete it, much faster than he expected. In addition, Marx found that the legendary value has also increased a bit, but he did not find any new legendary events. After looking through it for a while, he discovered that the original title had changed or upgraded. Legends title, Dragon Knight, Legend, 2. Legendary event. Your image of fighting the fire dragon in the Triwizard Tournament has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. As the first juvenile wizard to defeat the fire dragon head, your name will soon ring through the entire magical world. Note: sometimes the truth is not that important. People tend to believe what they see, right? Yifan glanced at the remarks, and then thought of the students cheering for him in the paddock, and his mood was very complicated. But he doesn't regret relying on acting to get through. After all, one more performance will kill one less. If he really wants to slay the dragon, he can't do it. The big deal is that the scene is a little bloodier. The first game lasted a whole afternoon, and when everyone returned to the auditorium, it happened to be able to enjoy today's dinner. The Gryffindor table was extremely lively, and it turned into a small banquet. Many little wizards came together desperately just to say a few words to Marx. At the beginning, Marx greeted him with a smile, but there were too many people behind. After returning to the bedroom and closing the door, Marx was finally relieved. Whose owl is this? Harry pointed to the outside window suddenly. A strange grey owl was parked there, knocking the window with its beak softly, making a clear sound, and it was still faintly visible. Our letter is tied under its feet. Marx had some doubts whether this was sent from Knockdown Alley, but by this time Harry had already stepped forward and opened the window. He glanced at the signature on the letter, and he became very excited. "It's Sirius. He wrote me a letter." Harry tore open the envelope as quickly as possible, and after reading the contents of the letter, he looked at Marx and said, "Sirius said in the letter that he is very worried about my situation. MTLnovel.com let me write down the recent events in the letter and send him ... Well, he also reminded me to try eye problems if I deal with the fire dragon. Curse." Having said that, Harry couldn't help laughing. He said excitedly, "I bet Sirius doesn't know if I have passed the game or if I am in second place." Yeah, he must not have thought of it. "Then don't you hurry up and write to him." Marx laughed. He understood why Harry was so excited. After a dangerous project he had just experienced, he achieved impressive results. Harry naturally looked forward to sharing this joy with his elders. This also reminded Marx that he should write a letter to go home and talk about the game, so as not to worry about the game. "Write it now and don't forget it." Marx secretly thought that he was deeply impressed by the trouble he had forgotten to send the letter before. Even if he took out a blank parchment and wrote it, he finally stated at the end of the letter that he would not go back this Christmas. If he remembers correctly, as a warrior, he must attend this year's Christmas party. Chapter 629. Perhaps this is the price of completing the task. Early the next morning, the castle was still very lively, and all the little wizards were discussing the wonderful game yesterday with enthusiasm. This caused Marx to hear someone discussing his glorious deeds. No matter where he went, Harry, who is also a warrior, had a 180-degree turn in his school's wind reviews. No one cares about him cheating in the competition anymore. Everyone has let go of their prejudices, and even the students from other colleges will greet him when they meet him. After all, Harry's heroic performance in the game is completely correct for his identity as a warrior. But the good mood did not stay with Harry for long, because in the afternoon, Professor McGonagall solemnly announced the Christmas ball in the class after the Transfiguration class was over. The dance party is the tradition of the previous Triwizard tournaments, and it is also an opportunity for us to enhance feelings and friendly exchanges with foreign guests. All students in the 4th grade and above can participate. As for the students in the lower grades, if someone is willing to invite you, they can also participate in this Christmas ball as a dance partner. Professor McGonagall's words undoubtedly detonated the already lively atmosphere in the castle and pushed everyone's emotions to another climax. Vocabulary such as choosing a partner, participating in a dance party, and enhancing feelings make those boys of the right age start to move around. The little witches were also looking forward to the upcoming Christmas ball. Before Professor McGonagall had finished speaking, they were whispering underneath, discussing the matters of the ball. Several courageous girls even peeped at the boys in the classroom with their eyes, especially after staying on Marks for a long time. After being discovered by Marks, they did not evade. They smiled and turned towards him. Cast a wink. Marks was a little overwhelmed by such enthusiasm, and shook his head secretly, and couldn't help feeling in his heart. It's not entirely a good thing to perform too well. There will always be some unnecessary troubles in life. Maybe ... This is the price that must be paid to complete the task. Like Marks, Harry was annoyed by the ball, especially when Professor McGonagall said that the Warriors must attend the ball. He almost stood up and retorted. When he walked out of the door of the Transfiguration classroom and walked into the corridor of the castle, Harry immediately complained. Why do their Warriors have to attend those Christmas balls? I obviously can't dance. For Harry, who was shy by nature, inviting a girl to the ball in person was almost an impossible task. How embarrassing would it be if someone was rejected on the spot? Just thinking about it, Harry felt a little dizzy in his head. I would rather Professor McGonagall let me deal with another dragon on Christmas, Harry said with a headache. Marks looked at Harry with a weird expression. Is this that the legendary girl is more terrifying than the fire dragon? But thinking of the next dance, Marks also hesitated, hesitating who should be better. While thinking about it, a figure suddenly appeared in Marks's mind. He was about to turn his head, and Hermione's voice was heard first. Harry, you are the Warriors of HogWarts. What are you worried about? Even if you do nothing, someone will come and invite you. You only need to consider who to choose as a dance partner. Hermione's tone sounded strange, and she stepped into the hall, then puffed her mouth and pointed forward. No, just look at them. Harry looked into the auditorium dubiously. The decoration of the auditorium has changed a lot compared with the past due to the holding of the top 3 cup competitions. The flags of the 3 major schools are flying high in the air, and 4 new hourglasses are placed in prominent places. Looks like it should record the score of the game. Durmstrang's warrior Crumb was standing not far away, and a group of senior witches were chatting around him and talking. Lotus, who was sitting at the Ravenclaw long table, also had a helpless look on her face, perhaps because there were always dizzy boys who wanted to invite her to the dance. But in Marks's opinion, Furong was very happy. Every time someone approached her, Furong would say a few more words to her. She seems to enjoy the feeling of being sought after. Do you want to invite her to the ball? Hermione asked abruptly when she saw Marks staring at Fleur. Marks shook his head. At this time, Fleur, who was sitting at the Ravenclaw table, suddenly got up and said something to the girls beside him, and then walked towards them. She was like the focus of the audience, and her every move attracted many people's attention, but Furong didn't care much about the eyes of others, and went straight to Marks's face and asked with interest, "McClown, you haven't found a partner yet? How about it? Are you going to join me in this year's Christmas ball?" Furong's bold words shocked everyone present, and some of the little wizards who were obsessed with Furong felt that their hearts were broken. Marks hadn't expected Furong to invite himself at all. These days, he and Furong had nothing to do with each other. You are all warriors. You should invite others to the party. Hermione couldn't help but interrupted the conversation between the two, her face a little unsightly, her brown eyes staring at Furong angrily. Really? I didn't see this regulation, Furong said proudly. Although in the tent in the lounge yesterday, she noticed that Hermione and Marks are very close, but since the two have not become partners, she still has a chance. Fleur believes that no one can refuse her charm. However, Marks's words exceeded Furong's expectations, and he bluntly refused. Sorry, Furong, I already have someone I want to invite, so I can't agree to your request. The smile on Furong's face suddenly froze. Novel.com looking at Marks in surprise. Her alluring charm lost its effect in front of a wizard for the first time. I think you should leave, Miss Furong. Hermione was a little pleased at seeing Furong's embarrassment, but still sneered tit for tat. Really? That's really a pity. Furong glanced at Marks regretfully, and quickly adjusted her mentality and turned away without reluctance. Just after Furong had left, George, Fred and others who had been on the sidelines immediately leaned forward, looking at Marks as if they were watching a monster. "Oh my God, I can't believe it. You actually rejected her." George patted Marks on the shoulder and said in an incredible tone, "Aren't we dreaming?" Fred also exaggerated, shouting, "It's no big deal. Not everyone has to like her." Hermione looked at the two angrily. P.S. The relationship line is more difficult to write. Today is one change, and now am I owe two changes. I will definitely make it up within this month. Chapter 630. You are really little money-making geniuses. George smiled awkwardly, not refuting Hermione's words. Fred asked curiously, "Marks, who are you going to invite to the prom? That Luna from Ravenclaw, or?" Having said this, Fred looked at Hermione involuntarily, knowing he had made a mistake, and did not continue speaking. Hermione was holding the book in her arms, feeling nervous, trying hard to pretend to be careless, but her brown eyes still looked at Marks from time to time. She wanted to know who Marks would choose to be her dance partner, and whether that person would be herself. Thinking of this, Hermione's heartbeat suddenly speeded up, but she soon realized that she could only study hard and didn't know how to dress up. Not as attractive as Fleur, but at best she was a little clever. Just as the little witch was suffering from gains and losses, Mark's voice rang in her ears. "Hermione, would you like to be my dancing partner and participate in this year's Christmas party?" "Me?" Hermione's eyes widened. Although she had thought about it and was looking forward to Mark's words, but when this idea came true, she became a little flustered. It took a while before she tried to calm down and couldn't help speaking. Asked, "Why? You are a warrior and you have just defeated a fire dragon. There will be many girls who want to invite you, such as the warrior Fleur of Booth Barton just now, and Parvati. When I was in the bedroom, I often heard her talk about it. She is also very beautiful, and that Ravenclaw. Many people many people like you." Hermione's voice became lower and lower, and her gaze at Marks became increasingly unconfident. Marks has been very popular in the school over the years. From the first grade, he easily killed the trolls and unearthed the Black Wizard Chino. He has been a legend in Hogwarts. Hermione can often hear people talking about Marks in private in the girls' lounge in Gryffindor. Yesterday's game even pushed Marks' already high popularity among girls to its peak. It is no exaggeration to say that most of the little witches in the school are looking forward to getting Marks' invitation. They generally think this is a face-saving thing, and they don't even mind going further. "Yeah, they may be good, but I just want to invite you to be my dance partner, can't you?" Marks interrupted the little witch's words and said with a smile. Hermione's heartbeat slowed by a beat. A kind of joy from the heart filled her brain, making her brain a little dizzy, almost wanting to say yes to it directly. But the jokes of the people around her made her very embarrassed, and her words changed abruptly. "You always want me to think about it," Hermione said hesitantly. Marks scratched his head helplessly, really don't know what to consider. But anyway, Hermione didn't refuse directly, which made him secretly relieved, and he did it for the first time, inviting a girl to a ball. Seeing that there was no good show to watch, George and Fred turned to Harry with uninteresting interest, and asked gossiping, "What about you, Harry? Who are you going to invite as a dance partner?" I don't know." Harry's expression was embarrassed. "God, are you still undecided?" George looked at him in surprise. "I advise you to hurry up. Many people are planning to invite their dance partners today. If it's too late, good girl, we are about to be picked." Electronic Chinese Network. Fred also nodded hurriedly, looking particularly concerned. Harry hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help looking at their Ravenclaw long table. In fact, he had already thought about the girl he wanted to invite, Kujang of Ravenclaw, but he hadn't made up his mind to act and was worried about being caught. "Refuse." "George, Fred, did you invite us to do so with your partner?" Marks suddenly asked. "How can you say that, Marks? This is my best friend's concern," George said angrily. However, before Marks and Harry were moved, Fred dismantled his station in the next second, saying that they had recently launched a new charging service. Marks rolled his eyes, and he knew it was not that simple. "What business?" Harry asked curiously. George. It seems we have to show them." Fred cleared his throat and pulled out a flower basket from under the long table. George on the side didn't even know where he took out an accordion and set his posture. The two looked at each other, then solemnly nodded. "Oh, beautiful girl. You are as bright as the moonlight, and as clear as the lake." Fred looked affectionate, sang the newly compiled English minor in a nearly running voice, and kept reaching in with his right hand. "Grab a handful of petals from the flower basket and sprinkle them high into the sky." While the petals were dancing, George slowly played the accordion to match Fred's singing. However, since both of them are amateur players, the whole performance can only be regarded as annoying to the people, but the two of them still performed with eloquence for several minutes before they even stopped. "How about it? Isn't it very atmospheric? As long as a gold Gialong can hire us, we can guarantee that you can invite the girl you like," George said with a grin. Marks looked at the brothers and didn't know what to do. If their singing level is a little higher, they are really a little money-making genius. But now, Marks glanced at them, thinking that unless someone is crazy, he would spend money to mess with them. Harry's thoughts were similar to Marks's, and under the harassment of George and others, he asked speechlessly, "Then have you found your partner, George?" "Fred? Good question. Wait a minute." Fred suddenly understood that it is time to show his strength. www.untitlenovel.com and turned his head and shouted at the girls, "Hey, Angelina, would you like to join me in the prom?" Because of the performance of the two just now, many girls are sneaking around here, and Angelina is no exception. Angelina's cheeks flushed when Fred called out her name, and she asked jokingly, "I have to think about it. Will you spread flowers, sing, and play the accordion for me?" "Of course, no problem. This was originally prepared for you. If you like, I can do it every day." Fred patted his chest, said with a ticket, and then he squeezed a few girls away and sat beside Angelina, holding a handful of petals and splashing into the air. She began to sing with eloquence. George also hurriedly stood by and played the accordion. Angelina smiled happily, and under Fred's repeated pleadings, she agreed to his request on the spot. The girls who were watching did not dislike Fred's out-of-tune voice, but looked at Angelina with envy. Chapter 231. The two of you both acted very well. This is also okay? Marks looked at Fred and Angelina, who were so tired of being together, very dubiously, wondering if it was Fred deliberately pretending to advertise their new charging items. Watching this scene, Harry was a little moved. 1 gallon didn't seem to be very expensive. After dinner, several people returned to the Gryffindor lounge together. When passing through a corridor, Marks remembered that he still had to practice Sanctuary with Luna today, and said to the two of them, "Harry, Hermione, you should go back first. I think of something else. Go back to the bedroom later." Hermione looked at Marks leaving back, looked at Harry thoughtfully, and asked, "Is Marks busy these days?" "I don't know, but sometimes I can't find him in the evening." Harry shook his head and said casually, "Patient mind." On the 8th floor, in a quiet classroom, Marks waved his magic wand again, and his thoughts flooded into Luna's mind. The scene constructed in memory this time is in Ravenclaw's lounge. Marks silently witnessed several Ravenclaw girls teasing Luna, pulling out the airship she had worked so hard to plant and throwing it in the ground, or hiding her favorite piece of clothing. Although they were all trivial things, they appeared very frequently in memory. Marks accumulated anger. After he withdrew from the memory, he asked angrily, "Have they always treated you this way?" "It's not always the case. At least this year they rarely tease me." Luna shook her head, and then looked at Marks lightly. "I think they will figure it out in a while." Marks sighed, not knowing how to evaluate Luna's innocent thoughts, but on the surface he still echoed the girl's mind and spoke. "Well, I believe they will too." He decided to find a time to have a good talk with Luna's roommates and let them reflect on. After making the decision secretly, seeing that it was not too early, Marks put out the idea of continuing to practice magic, and left this empty classroom with Luna. Along the way, Marks opened the system bar to check the progress of the magic practice. With the help of Luna, his mind of panic has successfully reached the 5th level. Because of this, when he used this magic on Luna in recent days, the growth of his proficiency has been slower and slower. Thinking of this, Marks suggested that Luna could try to fight against herself in the next practice magic. If you are too obedient, it will be difficult to increase your proficiency in mindfulness. These are my notes for studying occlumency. You can take a look if you have time. Marks took out a thick book from the pocket of the extended curse and handed it to Luna. Luna stretched out her hand and took it. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Marks, who was opposite, suddenly turned around and looked towards the end of the corridor. "What's wrong?" Luna asked strangely, and she also turned her gaze, but she didn't see anything. "It seemed that someone was following us," Marks said uncertainly. "Will it be Crouch?" Marks suddenly thought of this possibility, and the one who was most likely to follow him was the internal response sent by Voldemort. "Do you know who it is?" Luna's ethereal voice sounded in the corridor again. "No, it's not clear for the time being. Anyway, let's meet in another place in the future," Marks said cautiously. Although in his opinion Voldemort should not do anything to reveal his identity at will before he achieves his goal, but he must not do anything to reveal his identity. "Not guarding." Luna nodded and nodded. "Also, thank you for these few days." Marks looked at Luna again, and said with some embarrassment, "It's fine if you can help. Aren't we friends?" Luna said quietly, "Yes." Marks laughed. Saying goodbye to Luna, Marks walked alone in the aisle of the castle, taking out the map of the spot to check it with a solemn expression. At this time, Crouch is in the employee's office, while Moody's is near the auditorium. Calculated according to time, they should not be tracking him. Of course, it does not rule out that Crouch slipped back to his office in just a few tens of seconds through a special secret passage. Then Marks glanced at other places in the castle. There was no suspicious name, so he had to give up, put away the map of the live spot, and temporarily left the matter behind. He still had time to look at it today. Look at Norbert. Forbidden Forest, in the Fire Dragon paddock. Charlie, who had just fed the Fire Dragons a dinner, saw Marks walking towards this side from the entrance of the paddock before he had a good rest. He wiped the sweat from his head and greeted him with a big smile. "Marks, why do you come here free?" "Will you come to see Norbert?" Charlie said with a smile. "Well, you can say the same," Marks replied casually, and then solemnly asked, "By the way, Charlie, when are you planning to ship these dragons back?" After a while, these big guys are not easy to handle. Every long flight with them is a troublesome job. When I came this time, I was almost spotted by moles. So we were going to magic the ministry applies for a transnational door key so that they can be sent directly to Romania. Charlie talked eloquently, and by the way, Marks complained that this kind of transnational transmission needs to go through layers of approval, and it is estimated that it will take more than a month to send these dragons away. Marks nodded and sighed secretly. One of the prerequisites for fusion of blood is that he must have fresh blood, and he cannot be separated for more than 3 days. This is why he is eager to find Charlie to confirm when they will leave. Now it seems that time will be a bit more abundant than he imagined. "Charlie, when you leave, remember to let me know in advance. I want to say goodbye to Norbert." Marks looked at Charlie and begged, "No problem. Mentalnovel.com, don't worry." Charlie agreed without hesitation. After all, this is not a violation of the rules. "Go. I'll take you to see Norbert now." Charlie took Mark's arm and walked towards the side of the paddock. His mouth didn't stop for a moment, and excitedly said that Marks was in the paddock yesterday. "Wonderful performance. Do you know, I used to dream of fighting a fire dragon head. In this year's top 3 cup, you did what I wanted to do the most." Charlie gestured excitedly with his hands, extremely excited. Then Charlie lowered his voice as if thinking of something again, and said tentatively, "Of course, I think Norbert also worked very well together, and you two acted very well, you know." Marks raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise, "Am a professional researcher on dragons?" Charlie shrugged and said with a smile, "After that game, I checked Norbert's injury and found that it only suffered some skin injuries. You must know that such an attack can't bring down a dragon. But you don't have to worry, I helped you fool it, and only I know your relationship with Norbert. No one else will doubt it. Chapter 632. Are you really not thinking about raising a dragon with me? Thanks, Charlie, Marx said gratefully. When he designed the battle before, he was only concerned about how to fight more excitingly, trying not to hurt Norbert, but ignored that some professionals could analyze whether they were acting from Norbert's injury. Thank you, no need, but I saw a wonderful performance for free, and with this appearance, I think Norbert will be famous in the future. Charlie laughed, and then continued with emotion. Harry also performed very well. Firebolt and I curse. I can see that you have planned well. I was a little worried before that George and Ron would not be able to tell you the specifics of the first game in time. George, Ron? Marx looked at Charlie in surprise. What? Didn't you get the news from them? Charlie was also a little surprised. No, Harry and I have been following Hagrid that day. So we saw these dragons, Marx explained. Well, it seems that I am too worried. Charlie smiled bitterly, and then talked to Marx about the reason. He saw Hagrid bringing Maxim to the paddock to watch the dragon that day. He was worried that this would be unfair to the warriors of Hogwarts, so he secretly told George and Ron them, hoping that they would be responsible for the report, lest Marx and Harry was unprepared for the first game, and he was inferior in intelligence. No wonder. Marx recalled for a moment. He remembered that the day before the game, George and Fred had come in very diligently and asked if they were ready for the game. Ron also spent most of the night waiting for himself and Harry in the dormitory without sleeping, but actually he wanted to talk about the fire dragon's information. Okay, let's not talk about it. Anyway, you can pass the first level smoothly. Let's go and see Norbert. It's ahead. Charlie pointed to the front and said. Marx looked towards Charlie's direction. Although there was still some distance away, he still saw Norbert's huge body at a glance. It has to be said that fire dragons are really deterrents. Adult dragons are often more than 15 meters in length. Some female fire dragons can even grow to 20 meters. The mouth is full of sharp fangs and the back is hideous. The thorn is even more daunting. It's just that this mighty image is completely destroyed by Norbert. It will be struggling to compete with a tall pine tree, constantly hitting the tree with its forelimbs and body, seeming to want to knock it down, surrounded by a circle of wooden fences. It's even more messy, and it's obvious that it's usually harmed by it. Charlie had a headache when he saw this scene. Compared with other dragons, Noble was so active. As long as he stayed in one place for a few hours, it would be impossible to find a good thing nearby. Marx was also very speechless. Looking at Norbert was like looking at a large husky. It took a while to calm it down, stop it from harming those fences, and stay in place obediently. Then Marx invited Dobby again and served a barbecue banquet that had been prepared long ago. Norbert has helped so much before. Of course he must be treated well. Marx even feeds them personally, sprinkling the roasted rabbits and beef legs with spices, and then throws them into Norbert's mouth. In order to get closer to Noble and get the dragon's blood after a while, Marx is extremely patient. Marx, it seems that you are really talented to be a dragon trainer. Don't you really think about coming to Rome after graduation? Charlie couldn't help but ask, watching the scene of friendly coexistence between one person and one dragon. You can forgive me. I was going to be bored just by taking care of little Norbert a few years ago. Marx shook his head, and threw the last piece of roasted beef leg into Norbert's big mouth. Better don't say that. Norbert doesn't like someone scolding him in person. Charlie shrugged. Sure enough, when Norbert heard Marx's words, he was obviously a little unhappy. It fanned a small amount of flames from its mouth and almost burned Marx's hair. Hey, Norbert, don't do that. I'm just kidding. I actually like raising dragons the most. Marx hurriedly changed his words, patted Norbert's head comfortably, and said a lot of good things. After I promised to watch it more, he calmed down Noble's little emotions. Charlie watched this scene funny, and then talked to Marx about Norbert's experience in Romania. When you and Hagrid sent Norbert a few years ago, we thought he was a young man by the name. We didn't expect that when we checked it later, we discovered that Norbert was actually a female dragon. Later, I felt that the name Nob was really inappropriate, so I planned with my colleagues to change it to a new name. Nobeta. Nobeta? Then why didn't you hear this name? Marx asked curiously. Because it prefers people to call it Noble compared to the new name. Every time we change the name, Noble is not willing to talk to us. At this point, Charlie was very helpless. They tried many methods at the beginning. There is no way for Norbert to recognize his new name. I really don't know how you did it. Just a month of getting along can impress Norbert with the name, and after 4 years, it can quickly recognize you and Hagrid. Charlie, interestingly, he asked, he has been raising a dragon for several years, and this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Probably Norbert is inherently smarter than ordinary dragons, Marx said casually, but he thought of a possibility in his heart. Noble can clearly remember what happened in the first month of his birth. Most of it was because Professor McGonagall was too rough when he started his hands. Coupled with Dumbledore's anger, he left a deep impression on Noble. So far Longsheng was shrouded in the shadow of the wizard. That's www.untilnovel.com. Norbert is the smartest dragon I have ever seen. Charlie didn't refute Marx's statement, only thinking that Norbert is a different kind of dragon, so his memory is better than similar. The two of them kept chatting about the past in Romania, and when the sky was completely dark, Marx said goodbye, bid farewell to Charlie and Norbert and returned to the castle alone. All the way to the door of the boys' dormitory, Marx opened the door and didn't even go in. He saw Harry sitting on the bed with a pale face and dazed in a daze. "What's wrong with you, Harry?" Marx asked suspiciously. Harry looked up at Marx and said slumpedly after a long time, "I just invited Ku Jang." The result failed. Marx could guess the result after seeing Harry's appearance. "I went too late." Janku had already agreed to Cedric's invitation this afternoon. Harry said in a sullen voice, "I don't know at all." It took George and Fred. End of this chapter. Chapter 633. Anyway, you don't need friends like me. Oh my God. How could I do such a stupid thing? Harry's body trembled, remembering the embarrassing scene in his mind. It would be okay if no one else saw it, but there happened to be some Ravenclaw girls passing by in the corridor at that time. Harry felt that this incident would soon be spread out, and he would have no face to see anyone in the future. Marx patted Harry on the shoulder mercifully. Although Harry didn't clearly describe the situation at the scene, he could imagine what the scene was like. It must have been embarrassing at the time. "Since Kujang has rejected you, do you think about whom to invite next?" "It will be the prom in a few days," Yifan reminded him. "I haven't decided yet. I can task one by one in the hallway tomorrow." "I don't know who else hasn't been invited," Harry muttered. He felt that if he experienced such an embarrassing thing again, he would surely do it. Rushed to the paddock to find the fire dragon to commit suicide. "Someone will definitely not refuse you, Harry." "If no one else invites her yet," Marx said after thinking about it. "Who?" Harry asked hurriedly as if grabbing a straw. "What do you think of Ginny?" Marx asked with a smile. "Ginny?" Harry hesitated for a moment, his face turned flushed, and he said vaguely, "But she's Ron's sister." "What's the matter? Ron is Ron, and Ginny is Ginny." "What does your conflict with Ron have to do with Ginny?" "I remember that you and Ginny had a good chat last time." Marx did not understand Harry's brain circuit too much. "You know, I didn't mean that," Harry said helplessly. "He and George are friends. Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley are also very good to him. The Burrow is like the second home to him. Ginny is like his sister, too close. No good start. Awkward." "Then you think about it slowly." Marx rolled his eyes, and he thought Harry was too hypocritical. "Ginny is very beautiful among the girls in the 3rd grade, and she is his little girl again." "What's so awkward about it?" Marx didn't bother to pay attention to Harry, who was hesitating, making the bed ready to go to bed. But before going to bed, thinking of what Charlie had said to him, he spoke again. "By the way, Harry, I just heard Charlie mention that he told Ron about the fire dragon the day before the game." Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Mark's words, and he turned his head. At first he didn't understand what Marks was talking about, but soon he thought of Ron's strange situation that night. Harry hurriedly wanted to find Marks to confirm his thoughts, but it was a pity that Marks had already closed his eyes and lay on the bed with a quilt, and he didn't know if he really fell asleep. Harry couldn't bother Marks. There was only one person sitting by the bed waiting for Ron to return. Just waited until 11 o'clock in the evening, when Harry couldn't help but want to sleep. The door of the bedroom was gently pulled open. The person who came in was Ron. He probably didn't expect that Harry would be waiting for him in the dormitory, so he stood at the door so bluntly, hesitated, and didn't step in for a long time. The atmosphere in the bedroom became very weird, and Harry tried to break the atmosphere with words repeatedly, but the words that came to his mouth could not be smoothly spoken. Ron probably thought that Harry would not speak to himself, so he closed the door and walked into the bedroom, walked silently to his bed, and when he took off his shoes, a sound suddenly reached his ears. "Did you want to tell us that the first game of the game is related to the fire dragon that night?" Harry's words were very blunt, as if they were forced out of his mouth. He even felt that speaking these words was even more difficult than the words he said when he invited Kujang to the ball before. Ron's movement of taking off his shoes stopped. He looked at Harry with a very awkward expression, and finally replied in a low voice, "N." Harry didn't hear well, but he believed his guess, so he asked angrily, "Then you still think I threw my name into that broken cup?" "I don't know." Ron turned his head and dared not look at Harry's face, whispering, Maybe someone wants your life." When he learned from Charlie that the first game was to deal with the fire dragon, he became sober. Dumbledore said at the banquet that the Triwizard Tournament is only suitable for outstanding graduates who can participate in their own ability. The Triwizard Tournament was undoubtedly suicide, and Harry couldn't make fun of his life. So after struggling for a long time that night, Ron decided to remind him because he was worried that the two would be injured or even killed in the first game. But the result was beyond Ron's expectation. Marks and Harry seemed to have known all about the fire dragon a long time ago and didn't need his prompt at all. In the game, both of them also cleared easily. Harry got the golden egg on the broom without injury, and Marks subdued the dragon on the spot. At that time, the enthusiastic cheers in the paddock made Ron uncomfortable. When he remembered to congratulate the two in the Warriors' Lounge, he found that there were already many people around them. "It's like superfluous." "Maybe." "So you are still doubting me?" Harry didn't know Ron's thoughts, and was so angry that he couldn't accept such ambiguous words. "Yes, yeah, that's what I think, can't it? Anyway, you don't need friends like me." Ron couldn't help breaking out, and he shouted loudly. After speaking, Ron didn't take off his shoes, so he turned over and lay down on the bed, pulling the quilt and covering his head. December, midwinter. The sky gradually turned cooler, but the atmosphere in the castle became more restless. The air was filled with the sour smell called love. From time to time, you could see a pair of witches and witches walking together in the castle. Novel.com. The rest of the people are also actively discussing the Christmas dance party. The new toll business created by George and Fred did not sink into it after losing the first battle. On the contrary, they received more orders and were well received. Harry thought about it for a whole day, and finally made up his mind to invite Ginny, and the other party was very pleased to agree directly. During lunch, Harry shared the good news with Marks. "It seems that it's not that difficult to invite a girl to the dance," Harry said with emotion. "Solving the choice of the dance partner is like taking off the burden of his whole body. Of course, as long as you take the initiative, you won't be alone," Marks said with a smile. Harry nodded, then asked curiously, "What about you, Marks? Did Hermione agree to your invitation?" "Not yet. I didn't see where she is this morning. I will go to her and ask after dinner." Marks didn't worry at all, and replied easily. He thought Hermione would definitely agree to the invitation. Chapter 634. Your words are so hurtful, McClown. After eating lunch, Marks pulled out the live map and took a look, and walked to where Hermione was. When passing by a corridor, the two happened to meet each other there. Marks stepped forward quickly. But Hermione looked a little absent-minded. She just walked forward with her head down and didn't seem to see him. Hermione, Marks greeted. The latter did not respond. He had no choice but to stop in front of the little witch. "Ah, Marks, what's the matter?" Hermione raised her head, as if she had just discovered him. Her eyes were a little red. Marks saw that something was wrong with Hermione, but couldn't tell what was wrong, so he bit the bullet and asked, "Did you think about the prom?" Hermione, listening to Marks's words, Hermione's face became very cold, her brown eyes stared at Marks in annoyance, and then hummed softly after a while. "Didn't you already invite others? What are you asking me to do?" Marks was at a loss. When did he invite others? Before he could understand, Hermione slammed his shoulder hard, held the book in her arms, and ran away angrily. Marks hurriedly turned around to look at Hermione's leaving figure, but the little witch was no longer there, replaced by the sound of puff wooden legs on the ground. A few seconds later I saw Moody's growth from there. The corridor came over. "McClown, I found you. I don't have time to explain to you. Hurry up and walk with me." Moody quickened his pace the moment I saw Marks, and said solemnly, holding his arm, "Did you not see that I have something to deal with? Professor Moody, can you wait for me a few minutes if you can? It will not be too late for us to act later." Marks rolled his eyes and said with a sigh, he had to do it. Understand why Hermione felt that he invited others, and if there was any misunderstanding in it. "No, we can't delay, McClown. There are not many opportunities like this." Moody shook his head and said eagerly. The expression on his face was very dignified. His magic eye swept around and saw the surroundings. There was no one, so he lowered his body, lowered his voice and continued. "Crouch will go to discuss with Bagman this afternoon about the next game. He happens to be out of his office. This is a rare opportunity. We only have half an hour of safe time at most." Marks hesitated, but did not move. "Did you invite Miss Granger to the prom just now?" Moody asked slightly irritably. If he could, he didn't want to waste time doing emotional coaching for a little boy at such an important moment. But now it seems that he has no choice. Marks didn't want to answer this question very much. Moody on the side did not hesitate to expose it. "Obviously easy to see, you failed." "You can't say that." Marks shook his head firmly. "It's not a big deal to be rejected by a girl. Even if you are a warrior at HogWarts, you won't be so famous for everyone to like you." Moody said quickly. "You may be able to change your goal. There are too many girls waiting for your invitation. They will be ecstatic about it." Marks's brows frowned, and Moody changed his tone of voice, seeing that he didn't like listening to it. "But I don't think things are that bad. Everyone at school can tell Miss Granger treats you." Moody rarely looked at Marks with normal eyes. He didn't go on talking, but turned and suggested, "I think you should learn to be tough, McClown. Sometimes a hug is more real than any words." Those witches are always insecure and desperately want to know, "Are you going to provide me with some emotional guidance, Professor Moody?" Marks interrupted Moody's words, and then looked at him with a very strange look. "But if I am not mistaken, you should have been single to this day, right?" A lonely old bachelor provides emotional advice to a teenager who is experiencing emotional entanglements. How weird it is. Make no mistake, being single doesn't mean that I have never been liked, McClown. I was an admirer of countless admirers when I was UNRA at the Ministry of Magic. I just put all my energy into it. How to catch those dark wizards? Moody retorted, with a bit of pride in his words. "Really? Are you sure?" Marks looked at his face that seemed to have been shaved with a knife, and doubted Moody's statement. Moody saw Marks's thoughts, and the hideous face twitched. "I suddenly understand why Miss Granger rejected you, McClown," he said. Marks looked at him in surprise. "It must be because you spoke too hurt." Moody groaned. Marks was speechless. He was silent for a moment, and finally said with a sigh, "Well, according to your plan, We are going to search Crouch's office now. That's right. It's too late to go now. Deal with this matter. You will have enough time to comfort your little girlfriend. Moody raised his eyebrows and couldn't wait to pull Mark's wrist upstairs. Go. Mark's didn't resist either, so Moody took him to Crouch's office. He already wanted to understand why Hermione said that, and Marks hadn't forgotten that someone was following him in the evening 2 days ago. Now I want to follow Hermione. She saw the farewell scene of herself and Luna in the Ravenclaw Tower. Perhaps more. It doesn't matter how much you see, what's important is that Hermione may have misunderstood www.untilnovel.com. Thinking of this, Mark's heart is very upset, even though he has figured out the reason. He also understands that as long as he explains clearly, he can make Hermione calm down. But this was the second time Hermione was so angry this semester. Marks wondered if there would be a third or fourth time after he explained it. He admitted that it was his fault the first time, and repeatedly broke his promise and forgot to write to Hermione, though he didn't think it was a very serious mistake. This time it was different. Hermione was unwilling to accompany him to practice dementia. He understood Hermione's difficulties and recognized her memory protection behavior, so he chose Luna as the object of practice. Marks didn't expect to be bumped into by Hermione, nor did Hermione's trust in him be so weak. Even if she rushed over and questioned herself at the time, it was much better than wanting to be crazy. Marks became more depressed the more I thought about it, which was why he was willing to find clues with Moody instead of going to Hermione to explain immediately. He thinks everyone needs time to calm down. Think about it, not only Hermione, but also himself. Chapter 635. Crouch came back early just as Marks was thinking in his mind. Moody's pace suddenly stopped, causing him to almost hit the wall. Marks raised his head angrily to ask, only to find that Barty Crouch's office was in front of him, and they had arrived. Hold the wand, McClown. Moody was putting his hand on the doorknob, and he whispered. Marks nodded. He was ready before Moody's reminded him. Allahamara Allaho cave opens. Moody waved his wand, and with a crisp sound, the door lock automatically unlocked. Moody opened the door cautiously, his expression nervous as if someone would pounce at any time. But things were obviously not that bad. As Moody said, there was no one in it. It seems that the intelligence is not wrong. Crouch did go to discuss the game with Bagman. Marks didn't enter immediately, so he glanced outside. This temporary office is not too wide, only half the size of a classroom, with a warm red carpet on the floor, and the flame in the fireplace still not extinguished, all of which prove that Crouch has just left. Moody's gaze was placed on the surrounding walls for the first time. When he saw that there were no portraits on it, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked in with a cane. But before that, Moody hadn't forgotten to impose a silent spell on his wooden legs, which made his stepping sound a little quieter. Marks followed in, and walked to the work table in the center for the first time. Some documents were scattered on the table, and quill pens and ink bottles were pushed to the corner of the table. In addition, there was a Daily Prophet in a prominent place. Marks directly stretched out his hand instead of taking it, but adjusted his position and stood to the front so that he could read the specific content of the newspaper. But when he saw the cover of the newspaper, he was stunned. This was not the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. He was pretty sure he had read it, because what is reported above is exactly the Summer Quidditch World Cup. Sirius's big face is still printed on the photo, and below is the news about the Dark Mark and Death Eaters gathering to set fire in the camp. On the other side, Moody was carefully flipping the documents, frowning from time to time, and there was no sound for a long time. The actions of the two also disturbed the little creatures here. A fox flew out from the crack in the corner, accompanied by a few snuffbox-like creatures. All of this naturally couldn't escape Moody's constantly turning magic eyes. He stepped on the soles of his shoes as soon as he raised his feet, and then grabbed one of the undead little ones with his hands. Hey, it looks like it is seriously under-maintained, otherwise they wouldn't dare to be so rampant. Moody looked around and noticed dust accumulating on the chairs leaning on the corner. Don't forget, Crouch has often been out of school in the past few months. You told me, Marks reminded. Yes, but he has been back for several days this time. Crouch has not touched the document that needs to be signed on the table either. Moody continued solemnly. Moreover, he definitely doesn't want others to come in at will, so those house elves can't help him tidy up. Listening to Moody's words, Marks was lost in thought, and he increasingly believed that Barty Crouch was a disguise for Little Crouch. After all, Little Crouch is not the real director of the Department of Communication and Cooperation, so naturally he can't handle these documents. If he is not at Hogwarts, he may be visiting Voldemort. What kind of people do you think will have no time to take care of their office, even if they just move their fingers to release a cleaning spell? Moody asked suddenly. Busy person, like you, or someone in a particularly bad mood? Marks looked at the Daily Prophet, distracted, and replied casually, "It's all possible." Moody nodded, and then noticed that Marks seemed to be thinking about something else, and said with dissatisfaction, "Well, don't think about Miss Granger, McClown, we need work now." Marks glared at Moody's, and explained lazily, but pointed to the file Moody was holding. "If you go through his things like this, Mr. Crouch won't find out when he comes back." "Do you think he still has that thought?" Moody glanced at Marks and turned the file in his hand to show him. It was a document from a few months ago. It was a bill. As the director, Crouch should have signed his name at the end and wrote yes or no, but there was no word at the end, and it was even past the deadline indicated on the bill. Marks understood what Moody meant, which meant that Crouch had probably never looked at this document, or he might have thrown it aside after reading it. "What if he just wants us to think that way?" Yifan still retorted. He wouldn't underestimate the anti-reconnaissance capabilities of a former executive director. If the other party is fake, it is more worthy of vigilance. An undercover who sneaks into the castle alone will be more cautious than anyone. "You are careful enough." Moody smiled, his eyes full of admiration when he looked at Marks. "Then we will wait, and don't forget, remember the location of these things. If we don't find any important information this time, we have to put them back." Moody was also going to continue speaking. The expression on his face suddenly changed, and the weird blue eyes turned straight to the door. Their mouths closed and closed, as if they were saying, "He came back early." Marks's face changed, and he suddenly became a little nervous. He was 99% sure that Crouch must have a problem, but they have not found enough evidence to correct each other, such as a bottle containing a compound decoction, or other things that are sufficient to prove the identity of the other party. He suddenly regretted that he was wary of Moody and didn't reveal the map of the live spot, which made them unable to accurately grasp the specific whereabouts of Crouch, and they were blocked in the room. "It's obviously not the time to regret it now." MTLnovel.com. Marks only used the method that he thought of in a moment. He backhanded his wand and tapped his body, and the whole person seemed to be shrouded in a thin film and disappeared. In the same place, Moody on the other side almost simultaneously used the phantom spell, and this small room seemed to be empty again. Marks also noticed that the documents on the table had been sorted out, as if an invisible hand was playing with them, and Humisi, who had died underground, was also stepped on by Moody's. The next second, the sound of turning the door lock came. Marks's mind was dense to the extreme. Don't look at them now in a state of invisibility, but the effect of the Phantom Curse is not as powerful as that of the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak, and some smart wizards can easily see through it. Not to mention that they are standing at the table now. If the other person wants to come over and sit down, they will definitely bump into each other. P.S. Don't guess. There is no Jura field, and there is no Kai and Yao plot. They are not only conflicted because of this little misunderstanding. I remember that they gave foreshadowing and hints dozens of chapters ago. See you blind guess really tired. The angel really doesn't want to spoiler. Chapter 636. It seems you are finally crazy, Alastair. Marks gripped the wand tightly, and if he was spotted, he would do it immediately. The sound of turning the door lock has stopped. The next moment, the door of the office was pushed open, and it was Barty Crouch who walked in. The room was very quiet. The needle drop could be heard, and only the slight sound of closing the door reverberated. In the distance, a roaring fireplace continuously transmits heat, dispelling the severe cold of December. Marks, who was in a state of invisibility, turned his head slightly to stare at Crouch, who had closed the door and walked in. Compared to the previous meeting, he was in a worse state. His eye sockets were deeply sunken and his expression depressed. "Can't sleep well." Seeing this, Marks turned his gaze and scanned Crouch for a while, trying to find the kettle containing the compound soup, but he found nothing. After hesitating, Barty Crouch has already stepped forward towards this side, apparently intending to sit down and take a rest. Marks held his breath and took a few steps back, cautiously, so as not to directly collide with Crouch. He secretly rejoiced that this room was carpeted, otherwise Crouch would be able to hear him clearly when he was so close. Footsteps. Even so, when Barty Crouch walked by, Marks was still nervous to the extreme, for fear that the other party would see through his disguise, or find something wrong in some details. Although they sorted out the things that had been moved before, because the time was too urgent, there was no time to restore them 100%. In addition, the conspicuous depressions of the blankets on the ground may also expose their positions. But everything Marks worried about did not happen. Crouch seemed a little absent-minded, and had no intention of observing these details. The whole person leaned back on the chair, and his tight expression slowly relaxed. The solemn, rigid face was no longer calm, full of pain, annoyance, and decadence. For 20 minutes, Crouch remained motionless, slumped in a chair, staring straight at the Daily Prophet. Marks stared at Crouch's every move. He tried to analyze the other party's state of mind from Crouch's expression and actions. In the end, he vaguely thought of a possibility, but he was not sure. At this moment, a group of blue flames burst out of the fireplace, and Marks hurriedly turned his head to look over. A grey-white owl was flying out of the flames. Crouch, who saw the same scene, looked excited. He suddenly stood up from his position, took off the letter tied at the feet of the owl, and looked at it with a trembling. After reading the content of the letter, Crouch's face changed for a while, and his excitement gradually disappeared, and his depression was a little scary, like a volcano about to erupt. After a long silence, Crouch grasped the knuckles of the letter harder and harder, and finally the expression on his face became hideous. He stomped down on the mahogany table in front of him and shouted angrily, "Waste!" Accompanied by a muffled noise, the documents and newspapers on the table were scattered on the ground, and the ink bottle originally placed on the corner of the table rolled all the way to the ground. What a waste of work! Marks rolled his eyes. They hadn't bothered to sort it out before they knew it would be so. But now is not the time to think about this. Marks is even more curious about what was written in the letter that made Crouch so angry. He stretched his neck diligently to read the content of the letter, but Crouch was some distance away, and unless he was willing to risk walking to Crouch, he could see nothing. After some venting, Barty Crouch slowly calmed down. He waved his wand to restore the overturned table and the documents scattered on the ground, grabbed a handful of flue powder, and walked towards the fireplace. Marks frowned, seeing that Barty Crouch was about to leave here, and hesitated to do it now. That letter may be very important evidence, and if Crouch is allowed to leave, there will be no such good opportunity next time. While Marks was still hesitating, a crimson light beam flew across the air, and Moody's voice sounded simultaneously in the office. "Expelliarmus, accept your weapon." Crouch didn't expect to encounter an ambush in his office. He was hit by a spell in an instant, and his body seemed to be hit by a bull. He flew up into the air and fell heavily on the wall behind with his magic wand. Also got out, whirled and flew to one side. A hand stretched out of thin air and took the magic wand. At the same time, the phantom spell blessed on Moody's body also lost its effect, and his figure quickly appeared in this office. Barty Crouch has experienced the Wizarding War. Even when he is old, He doesn't react slowly. He takes a heavy blow from the front and his body rolls several times and quickly stands up. The fireplace in front is already near Chichi. As long as he throws the flu powder in his hand, he can escape from here smoothly. A few thoughts flashed through Barty Crouch's mind, but it was a pity that they were interrupted before they could implement it because a sharp object was pressing against his neck. Then, a slightly childish voice rang in his ears. "Leave me away from the fireplace, Mr. Crouch, and throw away the flu fans. It's best not to let me see you doing little tricks in private." Barty Crouch ignored the voice, let alone intending to do so. His gaze turned to the other side of the office. "Alastair." Barty Crouch looked at Moody's word-by-word.mtlnovel.com. His face was full of incredulous expressions. But he knew better what Moody's presence here meant, and his anger immediately filled his heart. "It seems that you are finally crazy, Alastair. You broke into my office without consent, investigated my personal belongings, and took someone to attack me." Barty Crouch spoke harshly, but before he could finish speaking, a beam of light struck him, flew past his head, hit the window, and shattered the thick glass. "Shut up, listen to him, do it, and immediately throw away the flu fans. Don't let us say it a second time. You should know how I will deal with a prisoner." Moody roared loudly, the tip of the wand faintly flashing. The crimson red light may be emitted at any time. Barty Crouch stared at Moody, seeming to be measuring whether the other party had the courage to do it. But talking about courage with a neurotic madman is tantamount to asking for trouble. Barty Crouch can't measure whether Moody's is mad enough, so he is still softened. He loosens his tightly held left hand. In this way, the mass of powder slowly slipped from his palm. Chapter 637 Immediately. Get out of my brain. Seeing that Crouch was willing to be soft, Marks was relieved, and then forced Crouch to stay away from the fireplace with his magic wand. However, Crouch didn't mean to move. He couldn't see Marks in the invisible state, but guessed Marks's identity from his voice, and his words suddenly became tough. "McClown, I don't know why you would be willing to follow Alastair into my office, but I hope you can understand that assaulting a senior employee of the Ministry of Magic is not a small crime, enough to make you in Azkaban. Stay here for a while. If you regret it now, you still have time. It's not necessarily us. Batty." Moody sneered a few times. "I now accuse you of revising the game regulations privately, casting a confusing spell on the Goblet of Fire and attempting to murder Harry Potter." "I murdered Harry Potter?" Barty Crouch was laughed at by Moody's words. "Why do I do this? In addition, do you have a search warrant and an arrest warrant from the Ministry of Magic? Who allowed you to investigate me privately?" "Investigate the director of an international cooperation and exchange department," Barty Crouch said harshly. Moody automatically ignored Barty Crouch's words and spoke emphatically, pointing at Crouch with his magic wand. "I think that letter is proof." "Give it to me, hurry." Barty Crouch didn't say a word, but looked at Moody indifferently. The latter became more and more impatient, and he took a few steps forward and prepared to grab it himself. At this moment, Barty Crouch suddenly said, "I can show you the letter. There is nothing shameful in it." While talking, Barty Crouch passed the envelope he was holding in his hand, and continued annoyed. "I hope you don't regret it." "I won't." Moody grinned grinningly, snatched the letter over, trembled, and checked it. "What's written on it?" Marks hurriedly asked. He also wanted to check it out, but he was worried that Crouch would make some moths while they were distracted. Moody didn't answer Marks's words directly, but looked at Crouch suspiciously and asked, "What have you been looking for these months? Or looking for someone?" "This is my personal matter. I have no obligation to answer you." Crouch had no instinct to imprison him at all, and his attitude was very tough. He stared at Moody's. "Should you finish reading it? That letter couldn't be more ordinary." "That's not necessarily true. I advise you to be honest, Barty." Moody grabbed Crouch's robe and said viciously, "I don't believe you would spend such a long time on a trivial thing." "I asked Bagman, and he said that you haven't seen anyone for several months, and you have pushed him all the affairs of the top 3 cups. My friends in the Cooperation and Exchange Department have never seen you go back to the Ministry of Magic. Besides, just now I have checked the files on your desk. You haven't touched them. It must be very important and urgent to let you put down these tasks at the same time. I guess you have to do it very secretly, right? Moody's words were sharp, and the big magic eye was staring at the change in Crouch's expression. Marks on the side was also staring at Crouch, but to his disappointment, no matter what Moody said, Crouch's expression was extraordinarily calm, without the slightest change. But think about it, Marks feels normal again. Crouch is the former executive director, who has risen all the way from the era, and the usual methods of inquiry are meaningless to him. Have you enough trouble, Alastair? These are my personal affairs, and have nothing to do with Potter. Barty Crouch broke Moody's hand, looked at the two, and said sharply, I want to see Dumbledore and ask how he manages his faculty and students. Moody grabbed the letter in his hand, and his hideous face kept twitching, making it difficult for him to take it off for a while. Can you show me that letter? Marks asked suddenly. Moody turned his head, without hesitation, just threw the letter in his hand. Marks reached out to take it, opened the envelope and looked at it for a few moments, and found that the content of the letter was very vague. Its sender probably hoped that Barty Crouch would be able to give up some time, because he wanted to be in England with just one photo. It is very difficult to find some clues. Marks had to admit that Crouch was very cautious. This letter didn't reveal much information at all, but thinking of Crouch's previous abnormalities, the guess in his heart resurfaced. Did you think of anything, McClown? Moody noticed the change in Marks's expression and asked, You can show that note to our Mr. Crouch. Marks said casually, and then picked up the Daily Prophet to confirm it. Moody was dissatisfied with Marks's act of selling off the ball, curled his lips, took out the parchment with some charred corners from the pocket of the wizard robe, and turned it over. Recognize this handwriting? Moody demanded. Crouch didn't understand what the two men were up to at first, but when he saw the scribbled handwriting, but there was a storm in my heart. He tried to suppress his emotions so as not to expose his flaws in front of Moody. However, the work will be broken in the next second. Don't you recognize this handwriting? It was written by someone you know very well. Marks dropped the letter and the Daily Prophet on the table, his eyes fixed on Crouch's eyes. Sure, said. No, you are mistaken, I don't have any impression. Crouch shook his head, the expression on his face a little unnatural. Lying. Marks interrupted Crouch's wordis.untitlenovel.com under the perception of sensation. The fluctuating emotions of the other party were as conspicuous to him as candlelight in the night. Marks tried to take a step closer. Crouch's panic was accumulating bit by bit. He avoided Marks's eyes, but the fluttering words still passed to his ears as they were. It was to dig out the secret hidden in his brain. He was lost, right? You have been looking for him in the past few months, looking for him crazy. You are worried that something will happen to him, or something will happen, and you are even more worried that he will be caught by others and affect your career. After all, he is your son. Marks couldn't say the last few words, because Crouch's emotions had completely collapsed. He ignored the wand on his neck and pulled Marks up by the collar. Immediately. Get out of my brain, Crouch yelled. Let go of him, Barty. Moody rushed up for the first time, pulled Crouch's hand away, and kicked Crouch to the ground. Chapter 638. I just made some reasonable guesses based on intelligence. Marks looked at Crouch, who was kicked to the ground, with pitying eyes, adjusted his messed up clothes, and said, Don't be so excited, Mr. Crouch. No one has invaded your brain. I just made some reasonable guesses based on intelligence. Nothing more. But I guess I was right, didn't I? Marks said half-truth. Pantheon is not a good word. No one would like a guy who can read his memory at any time. Crouch sat down on the ground depressed, and was silent for a long time. Moody next to him couldn't help it anymore, and said very annoyed, Marks, What the are you playing? Who is Barty looking for? Why did that person throw Harry's name into the goblet of fire again? What's the use of you asking me? I just guessed. Marks shook his head. Moody didn't believe a word, but he couldn't do anything about Marks. So he turned his gaze to Barty Crouch and said gloomily, "You better tell me honestly, Barty. You should know that I have never had much patience. Or do you prefer me to give you veritaserum?" Crouch remained motionless, as if intending to be so passive to the end. Moody sneered. He rummaged through the pockets of the wizard's robe, took out a small bottle of transparent potion, and was about to pour Crouch into it. "Don't do this, Professor Moody." Marks pressed Moody's hand, gave him a look of peace and tranquility, and then said to Barty Crouch, "Mr. Crouch, I have heard many people talk about your deeds. They told me that you are an upright and serious person. When you served as the executive director, you have been dedicated to fighting the mysterious man and his Death Eater army. There have been countless black wizards tried, and even your own children have been tried for justice. Locked into Azkaban." Crouch's expression changed a little, shame appeared on his face. But Marks's words continued. "I don't know what you are hiding from us, but you should know that the person you want to find is planning a very dangerous thing. He sneaked in and put Harry's name in the goblet of fire, intent to kill Harry." Marks's tone became higher and higher, and he stared into Crouch's eyes and asked, "We all know that his purpose is more than that. Do you really want to keep hiding it? Professor Dumbledore once said that you are the most trustworthy person in the Ministry. I hope you can be worthy of his evaluation." "Wrong, Mr. Crouch." Marks's words hit Crouch's heart like hong-zong. He closed his eyes in pain, and was silent for a long time before speaking quietly. "I'm sorry, he saw the wrong person. I'm not that noble." "But right, McClown. At least I can't go on wrong." Crouch stood up hard with the blanket, and was no longer as decadent as before, and regained some spirit. Marks smiled, waved his magic wand and moved a few chairs, indicating that everyone could sit down and speak slowly. "Can you show me that note again?" Crouch didn't rush to take a seat, looked at Moody, and asked. Of course Moody had no objection, and took out the note with Harry on it again and handed it to Crouch. Crouch reached out to take it, stroked the handwriting on it, and said in remembrance, "This is the handwriting of my son Barty Jr. I am familiar with him. I can never make a mistake." "Wait. Your son?" Moody looked surprised, as if he had seen a ghost. "If I remember correctly, didn't he die in Azkaban more than 10 years ago? Several others also witnessed his body being buried." "Or, that corpse is not your son at all. Did you find a way to replace it?" Moody's thought of this soon. "Yes, I asked my dying wife to drink the compound decoction and become Barty Little, deceiving the Auror and the Dementors." Crouch explained painfully. "No wonder, at the time of the trial, I thought you were really so unselfish. I didn't expect that you planned it from the beginning to hit your dying wife with your attention, intending to use her to redeem your reputation and son." Moody sneered and said, grabbing Crouch by the collar, wishing to punch him directly. "Calm down, Professor Moody. We should first listen to Mr. Crouch to finish." Marks hurriedly rounded the game, lest they fight on the spot. After reading the original book, he is very clear that Crouch is indeed an unselfish person, and the trial of Barty Jr. follows the process. And there is no selfishness. It's just that in the end it still can't match his wife's bitter pleading after all. Saving Barty is the last wish of his dying wife. Marks looked at Crouch's gaze more and more compassionate. He did countless good things in his life, and he was enthusiastic about the cause of Anti-Dark Devil. But he made a big mistake when he relented for a while. This wrong thing. It is enough to make him accumulate a half-life of fame. Under Moody's reprimand, Crouch had a penitent look on his face. He didn't mean to explain at all, let alone throw the blame on his wife. After all, no matter what the process is, it is he who made this decision in the end. Wrong is wrong. Crouch sighed deeply, skipped this topic, and began to tell how he brought Barty back home, released the Imperious curse on him, and ordered the house elf Shining to supervise Batty's every move. A move. I have always been very careful. You reading www.uukanzu.com thought that this secret could be kept hidden, but it was discovered by someone. At this point, Crouch's face became very gloomy for a while. Did not speak again. Is this witch named Bertha Jorkins? Marks went on for him, took the Daily Prophet on the table, turned to one of the pages, and threw it in front of the two of them. Moody leaned forward and took a look. The back of the Daily Prophet recorded the news of the disappearance of a witch from the International Exchange and Cooperation Department. After a little thought, he immediately understood the information contained therein. Barty, did you kill her, just because she discovered your secret? Moody glared at Crouch angrily. No, I didn't kill her, I just cast a powerful oblivion spell on her, and then I don't know where she went or how she disappeared. Crouch shook his head quickly and explained. Who knows if what you said is true? Moody said sarcastically. He never believed any prisoner's words, even if the person in front of him was his former boss. End of this chapter. Chapter 639. What went wrong? The crime I committed is enough to allow me to stay in Azkaban for a lifetime, and the result of killing another person will not change. I have no need to conceal you, Crouch said angrily. Moody curled his lips, but didn't refute. Marks knows the whereabouts of Bertha Jorkins very well. After Crouch used the forgetting charm to cleanse her memory, she ran to Romania and happened to hit Voldemort's muzzle. Now the body is cold, and she also provided a lot for Voldemort, of intelligence. However, Marks would naturally not tell the news, because he could not explain the source of the news. Crouch continued to talk about the next thing. After dealing with Bertha Jorkins, everything was calm again. No one else would bother him. This also allowed him to start to deal with more things, such as the upcoming tri-finals and the World Quidditch competition. In the past 10 years, my son Batty Jr. has been doing very well. He didn't make any troubles. Shining pleaded with me to be more tolerant to Batty Jr. That will happen to be the day when the World Quidditch competition will be held again. I decided to take him to the scene to have a look. His favorite before was Quidditch. Crouch sighed quietly. Hey, it seems that this private prisoner has a pretty good life, Moody said sarcastically. You have the courage to take little Barty to a place where so many people gather. I made a lot of preparations. I set a private room on the top floor for him. I also put an invisible cloak on him to make sure that he would not be noticed. I arranged for Shining to stare at him all the time. It's a pity that in the end something went wrong, Crouch explained. What's wrong? He ran away? Moody asked. Yes, he's gone. Just disappeared from the Quidditch meeting place. A look of horror appeared on Crouch's face. Can you tell us more about it, Mr. Crouch? When did you hear about this? Marks hurriedly asked. He thought that all the variables probably started from here. Batty must have broken free from the Imperius curse I cast, and then ran away taking advantage of the riots in the venue behind. At this point, Crouch looked very angry, and he thought it should be blamed on the incompetent domestic kid. The elf didn't care about his son. But under Marks's repeated inquiries, he still revealed more details. After the riot broke out, as a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic, he immediately mobilized his hands to arrest the black wizards who made trouble, and then took people to the place where the black mark was raised, and unexpectedly found Shining there. When he saw Shining, Crouch knew that Barty Jr. had taken the opportunity to escape, but he suspected his son was nearby. So that dark mark was released by your son? Moody flicked his cane angrily. You know this and plan to put the blame on Harry and Sirius. Crouch smiled bitterly, did not refute, but continued to say, after everyone has left, I returned there again and wanted to take my son away. But I searched every inch of land nearby. I can't find where Batty is. Hearing Marks's brows frowned, in the original time and space, Crouch should have successfully found Batty and brought him home. What is going wrong now? Marks tried hard to recall the plots in his memory, and suddenly thought that little Barty was accidentally hit by the magic of a few wizards in the original time and space before he was forced to stay in place. It was an extremely coincidental thing. If this hadn't happened, there was a high probability that little Barty could escape from the chaos, and he would definitely go to Voldemort if he left like this. Then Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew did not have the need to raid Crouch's mansion, which also explains why Barty Crouch was not controlled by Voldemort's imperious curse. After trying to understand all this, Marx was not happy at all. It's useless to know where the problem started. The point is how to solve the problem. Where on earth is little Barty now? His name can't be found on the live map. How did he modify the Goblet of Fire? Each of these problems caused Marx a headache. I used to think that Barty was disguised as his father Crouch to do all this, but now it seems that Crouch himself has no problems. That is to say, he has been all guesses are wrong. In the next period of time, I have been searching for Barty's whereabouts, but I searched the entire game venue and couldn't find him. So I had to ask someone to help find out about Barty's in England. Crouch said wearily. Then why don't you simply refuse to be the referee of the Triwizard Tournament and spend more time looking for your son's whereabouts? Marx asked curiously. No, you made a mistake, McClown. Only if he agrees to this errand can he have a good reason to shirk. Moody said with a sneer. Right, Barty? Crouch nodded in shame. When he wasn't in the castle, he used the reason of the busy affairs of the Cooperation Department to prevaricate Bagman, and the Ministry of Magic thought that he was busy dealing with the affairs of the three finals. With this guise, no one will question his whereabouts in a short time. But what Crouch didn't expect was that there had been no news about Barty Jr. for months. Instead, I saw a note written by Barty Jr. from Marx and Moody today www.mentalnovel.com. In the past few months, I have been hesitant to tell these things and inform Minister Fudge or Dumbledore. Crouch's face is full of struggle, countless days and nights. They are constantly hovering between selfishness and morality, and they almost collapsed. Thinking of this, Crouch slowly turned his head to look at Marx, and said with emotion, "Speaking of which, I need to thank you, McClown. You helped me make a choice." Oh, talking about lightness, Barty. If we hadn't broken in and figured out all this, you would have surrendered? Don't be kidding. Moody twitched the corner of his mouth and exposed Crouch. Without hesitation, selfish thoughts. You will only continue to hold a glimmer of help to find your son, don't you? You know very well that once you shake things up, you will end up in Azkaban. At that time, everyone will know what kind of person you, the former executive director, are. So you hope to find your son before live the same life as before. Moody's words were as sharp as a knife. Enough, Alastair. Crouch was a little annoyed by Moody's yin and yang. I did something wrong, but the trial of me is the job of the Ministry of Magic. Don't forget. You have already. It's no longer an error. Chapter 640. You are simply a born error. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Marx hurriedly interrupted their words. You two, please stop. Now is not the time to be busy pursuing the responsibility. The best thing we should do now is to tell Professor Dumbledore about this matter, and I believe he will make a decision. That's right, McClown. Moody looked at Crouch contemptuously, and arguing lazily, turned to point his wand at him, and said, "Let's go, Barty. Do you need my help?" "I will go by myself." Crouch snorted coldly, and walked out of the room on his own, towards the principal's office on the top floor of the main tower. Along the way, Marx and Moody stood side by side and stared at his every move, lest he had any thoughts of running away. However, Crouch was very honest throughout the whole process and made no small movements, leading directly to the principal's office. Moody said the password to open the door, and then the few people walked up the spiral staircase together. Fortunately, Dumbledore happened to be in the principal's room, and they did not make a trip in vain. McClown, Barty, Alastair. It seems that you have something important to look for me. Dumbledore's gaze swept across Marx and the others, paying attention to the expressions of the others, with a deep voice, said, "Yes, Professor, it's a very important thing." Marx nodded, then turned to look at Crouch, but I think it's better to let Mr. Crouch personally say it." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Crouch's decadent face. Crouch sighed, and didn't talk any more nonsense. He started talking about Barty Jr. from Azkaban more than a decade ago when he was soft-hearted, and continued to talk about himself in the World Quidditch Cup. For a while, Barty took advantage of the gap, broke free from the shackles, and now disappeared. Marks and Moody added to the side, clarifying things as concisely and clearly as possible. Dumbledore listened silently, tapping the tabletop lightly with his slender index finger, revealing a little contemplation and surprise from time to time. After a few people finished speaking, Dumbledore's expression became serious. He looked at Crouch and said disappointedly, "I have to say that this incident was far beyond my expectations, Barty. I thought you were clear enough." "Sorry, Albus. I'll take the initiative to surrender to the Ministry of Magic next. I hope it's still too late, so that no bigger mistakes will be brewed." Crouch looked lonely, and seemed to be much older at that moment. In the face of family love, no matter how smart people are, they can become dull, Dumbledore said with emotion. His expression was a little moved, and then he retorted, "Actually, I don't recommend that you surrender to the Ministry of Magic, Barty. At least not now." "Why?" Crouch looked at Dumbledore in surprise, and didn't quite understand what he meant. Moody on the side anxiously wanted to talk, but was stopped by the old professor. "Think about it. If you were to be heard about the trial by the Ministry of Magic, then little Barty will realize that his escape has been completely exposed. Facing the Auror's pursuit, he will only hide more carefully, even it may do things that we don't want to see, such as venting anger to the innocent. So it's better to keep it as it is and wait for him to relax his vigilance." Since Barty Jr. chose to put Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire, there must be follow-up actions, and we still have a chance to catch him, Dumbledore explained. "This is too dangerous, Albus. What if Barty deliberately conceals any information, or makes a mistake again? You know he has a criminal record." Moody asked questioningly. "We need every power we can use now, Alastair," Dumbledore said firmly, and then he looked at Crouch. "Are you willing to help us catch your son, Barty? You are probably the person who knows him best in the world. But I need to remind you that there is no benefit and no possibility of commutation. You can understand it as ... a kind of atonement." "Of course, I can make a pledge as a constraint." Crouch nodded without hesitation. "That's best, Barty. I'll stare at you all the time." Moody grinned, staring at Crouch fiercely. Marks couldn't talk in the whole process, so he could only stand aside dully and listen to their discussion. Marks's opinion on Crouch's handling of the problem is the same as Moody's. He thinks it's best to imprison this guy. After all, no one knows whether a father can deal with his erring son, and the magic oath is not omnipotent. While Marks was thinking silently, the discussion in the principal's room suddenly stopped, and Marks raised his head somewhat unexpectedly to find that everyone was looking at him. "I've heard Alastair talk about it just now." "You did a good job this time, McClown." Dumbledore broke the calm by speaking, and said admiringly, "In his opinion, it is not easy for Marks to draw out the truth from Crouch by relying on the few clues collected in the 2 reports of the Daily Prophet, especially when he is only 14 years old this year. I just helped a little bit. This time I was able to catch Mr. Crouch thanks to Professor Moody." Marks humbly replied, www.mentalnovel.com. The voice is getting lower and lower, because of him suddenly realized that the Lord was still here. Moody didn't care about Crouch's thoughts at all. He patted Marks on the shoulder and grinned. "Don't be so humble, McClown. You are simply a natural Auror. If you are able to serve in the Ministry of Magic after graduation, I am afraid that you can become the executive director for a few years at most, and even the minister is not without hope." Marks shrugged. He always thought that the born Auror was not a compliment, because in his impression, the duty of Auror was usually to wash the ground after the war, or as cannon fodder to be killed by a spike. "The power of the wizard." "McClown, I heard that you have had some conflicts with your friends recently?" Dumbledore asked suddenly. "Ah, isn't it a contradiction?" Marks scratched his head. not sure whether Dumbledore was talking about Hermione or Ron, and wondering why the old professor suddenly turned the topic here. They are not talking now. Are you serious? Dumbledore nodded and nodded, confirming Marx's words, and stopped asking more questions, turning to the two of them. Next, I may need to chat with Mr. Crouch alone for a while. If you have nothing else, you can first consider going to the auditorium to enjoy today's dinner. Chapter 641. She is so smart, she won't be unexpected. Stepping out of the principal's office, Marx bid farewell to Moody and walked alone in the castle, thinking about the whereabouts of Barty. This raid on Crouch was not a failure, but it was far from a success, because they did not get too many valuable clues from Crouch. Marx slowly pulled out the daily profit that had been brought in from Crouch's office, and while checking it, he summarized all the information he had collected in his mind. First, he confirmed that Barty Jr. did not pretend to be his father Crouch. There was no doubt about this, because he had previously searched Crouch's brain with the Mind of Desire, and he was pretty sure that it was Crouch himself, and the other party had no signs of being hit by the Imperious Curse, let alone modified his memory. Second, judging from the handwriting of the note and the testimony provided by Crouch, the person who threw Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire was Barty. He must have sneaked into the castle secretly to cast a powerful confusing spell on the Goblet of Fire. But the question is, how exactly did he sneak into Hogwarts? Where did he hide during this time? And how did he avoid the live spot map? Questions filled Marx's mind. If it were me, what would I do? Marx closed his eyes and tried to think about it in another way. He knows the effect of the live spot map. It is a very useful magic item that can display the names of all the wizards in the castle, even if it is as strong as Dumbledore. But in other words, no matter how useful it is, this is just a powerful alchemy tool, and there is no way to restrain it. As early as the second grade, he discovered that this map could not show such mysterious places as their House of Requirement and the Slytherin Chamber. This means that if the opponent uses magic to open up an independent space, he can successfully avoid the restrictions of the live spot map. Furthermore, as an alchemist, Marx believes that the use of isolation magic text can also achieve the same effect, as long as the whole body is covered. So avoiding the live spot map is a feasible solution, but the problems that follow are also not small. If Barty keeps hiding in one place and can't come out, what should I do if I eat and drink? No one can really make food out of thin air. 1 day or 2 can be tolerated, but Barty will have to starve to death for a long time, and this way, it is impossible to obtain accurate information from the outside world to help Harry enter the third game smoothly and get the trophy that has been transformed into a door key. You must know that in the first game, he and Harry opened a big gap, and this gap will continue to grow. It is impossible for Barty Crouch Jr. to hide in one place and sit and watch. This happened. Marx tried his best to analyze the possible hiding place in his mind, but he didn't have much clue. The intelligence he has now is still too little. Only when the young Barty takes the initiative to reveal some flaws can there be hope. Follow the vine and grab this guy. Thinking of this, Marx rubbed his forehead and temporarily set aside Barty's affairs. As long as the other party still wants to help Harry pass the level, he will definitely show his feet, but he needs some patience to wait. Compared with this, another problem that was close at hand made Marx feel more headache, and that was how to solve the misunderstanding with Hermione. It will be a prom soon. Marx walked aimlessly in the castle, and did not follow Dumbledore's suggestion to go to the auditorium for today's dinner, but subconsciously walked along a secluded path. He has become accustomed to practicing magic with Luna every evening, so that when he is distracted, he can automatically activate the pathfinding mechanism. When Marx realized this, he had already reached the end unconsciously. Not far ahead, Luna was sitting on the windowsill obliquely, looking at the forbidden forest in the distance, her legs swinging slowly, as if she had been here for a long time. Perhaps after hearing Marx's footsteps, she slowly turned her head, and then jumped off the high windowsill. Late. This is really rare, Luna said lightly, and there was not much blaming in her words. I'm sorry, Luna, Professor Dumbledore just asked me for something. It took some time, Marks explained apologetically. So, Luna stretched her tone, staring straight at Marks with those beautiful light blue eyes. She looked at it for a while, and waited until Marks wanted to ask aloud. Suddenly interrupted. Harassment fly. What? Marks didn't react for a while. A lot of harassment fly, Luna said to herself. I think they must be around you, wanting to float in your ears and mess up your mind. While talking, Luna took out the magic wand from behind her ear in Mark's surprised eyes, and waved it at a strange frequency. Try this. Clean up. Luna pointed her wand at Marks and said the spell. A slight magical wind surrounded Marks's body, wiping away the dust from the corners of the robe, and Marks in the center felt that he was surrounded by many blowers. How is it better? Luna asked curiously after the curse stopped. No, I think this curse may not have any effect on the harassment of the horsefly, Marks said dumbfounded. The cleansing curse obviously can't overcome the troubles. It's almost the same as a forgotten curse or a bottle of euphoria. But I think it's still useful, Luna said seriously. Her magic clearly blew away a lot of harassment. Marks was speechless, and the little witch's wild thoughts were always so unexpected. I really don't know whether to call her smart or weird. So, are you having any trouble again? Luna asked, skipping the harassment of the horsefly. Yes. It's about this dance. Marks hesitated for a moment. MTLnovel.com and still said it. He has had too many annoying things recently, but he has been unable to find someone to talk to him. He thinks Luna may be a good listener. Her mouth is very strict. She never reveals what she has said at will, and she is trustworthy. Luna seemed to be very interested in the prom and made an appearance of listening attentively. Marks didn't conceal the meaning, and briefly talked about the causes and consequences of the incident, including the misunderstanding that Hermione had caused when they saw them walking together. Each person can only invite one person to the ball. Since I asked her again, it is impossible to invite others. She is so smart and would not be unexpected. Marks finally added and recalled when I first invited Hermione. The complex expression on the girl's face and the questioning words. This is why he did not catch up to explain it in the first time, not only because of Moody's urgent request, but more importantly, he found that he had never really understood Hermione's thoughts over the years. Make a misjudgment. P.S. 3 changes from tomorrow. Please recommend, ask for subscription. Ask for monthly pass. Chapter 642 Zonxian and Zonxianxia. Why does she think I would invite others? Marks muttered to himself, very confused. He turned his head and looked at Luna, wanting to ask the little witch for advice, but found that Luna was still standing there and did not follow. Marks was surprised to ask, but Luna's words came through first. You must be too tall. Hi? Marks frowned, wondering what Luna was trying to express. Or is this just a whimsical idea that Luna suddenly came up with? Just as Marks was thinking this way, Luna suddenly walked towards him, slid right in front of her, and put her hands on his shoulders. It was the first time that Marks and Luna were so close, and he seemed a little uncomfortable. But before he could even think about it, he felt the hands of the little witch pressing on her shoulders were straining. Marks was a little curious about what Luna wanted to do, so she squatted down following the guidance and finally sat on the ground. That's better. Luna stretched out her hand to compare the height difference between her and Marks, and seemed very happy. Marks sat on the ground blankly, looking up at Luna, always feeling this kind of perspective a bit strange. Have you heard of the Trace Fairy Tree? Luna asked suddenly. Marks shook his head. It usually grows tall, big, and beautiful. The branches are covered with gold-eared leaves. It will take away all the sunlight and cast a large shadow. It is impossible to find a second tree around. Up, Luna said quietly, her ethereal voice reverberating continuously in the corridor. She stepped to the window, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her pale golden hair, reflecting a beautiful golden red. Marks looked up at Luna in a trance. At this moment, she was like the outstanding Trace Fairy Tree, so gorgeous, blocking the sunlight, and she could only stay in her shadow. Are you trying to say that because my performance is so good, Hermione feels a little uncomfortable? Marks asked hesitantly. Luna did not answer. She seemed to be immersed in her own world, and she stretched out her hands in a daze as if she wanted to lift up a piece of sunshine. Marks didn't bother Luna, silently thinking about it in his heart. He suddenly recalled what Hermione had said when Harry and Ron had a conflict half a month ago. No, you are wrong. Sometimes I will be jealous of you. I hope you won't be so good. Marks thought that Hermione was just joking, but now it looks like it's more than that. You have put too much pressure on her. Luna's ethereal voice rang again. She is just a trace of the fairy tree, walking around the trace of the fairy tree, but there are too many traces of fairy like her. She thinks I am not at all eye-catching. Zonxian? What's that? Marks was a little confused by Luna. They are very interesting little elves. They are only about half the size of a slap. They have transparent wings and emit faint fluorescence. At night, there are always a lot of Xianxian flying out of the flowers and surrounding the Xianxian tree. Turn around. Luna was very happy to spread it to Marks. Marks scratched his head. He once rummaged through related books in order to inquire about the magical creatures suitable for hemolysis, but he never found any traces in them. This is estimated to belong to Luna's fantasy creature. She always has many fantastic ideas, like living in a fairy tale book. Of course, Marks was not stupid enough to argue with Luna whether the trace of the immortal exists or not, because he also heard the metaphors in Luna's words. You have a lot of immortals. If you didn't have me, you would find other friends to practice magic, and talk to them about this. Luna whispered softly. No, it won't. Marks retorted Luna's words and said seriously, because there is only one Luna in Hogwarts, I can't find a second one. Thank you. Luna became very happy when she heard Marks say that. Her eyes narrowed, and she said lightly in that singing tone, then she must also hope you can tell her that there is only one Hermione in Hogwarts, and she is the most special tracer. Marks was stunned, and after a while, his complexion became a little reddish, and he hesitated. Do you have to do this? Will it be too? Marks didn't continue to say. Of course he can understand Luna's meaning, but isn't this the same as confession? Just thinking about it, Marks felt a little confused. But girls care about this. Luna stared at Marks, and then asked, do you like her? Marks hesitated, but the answer was already in his mind. Of course he liked Hermione, he liked it very much in the previous life, but he didn't know if it was love, because he also likes every outstanding character in the original time and space. He understands their hearts, knows everything about them, and has listened to their stories. And compared to the others, Hermione was too close to him, so close that Marks couldn't understand the mixed emotions. If she agrees to Hermione's invitation at the Christmas ball, will you be angry? Luna's ethereal voice reached Marks' ears again. Marks closed his eyes and thought about such a scene. The expression on his face became very unnatural, and then he quickly became calm again. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Luna. His words became firm. I think I understand. Thank you, Luna. Luna just smiled and didn't reply. After thinking it through, the confusion in Marks' heart was wiped out. But he didn't rush to find Hermione. On the one hand, it was very rude to Luna. On the other hand, he also needed some time to prepare for the surprise. So the rest of the time, he just accompanies Luna around the castle, chatting about some trivial things in life, and listening to the whimsical thoughts of the little witch. He enjoyed chatting with Luna very much, because he would never guess what kind of words would pop out of the little witch's mouth. Everything was so novel. By the way, this year's Christmas party. Novel.com. Are you going to participate? Marks asked curiously. But who would invite me to be a dance partner? Luna said quietly. Marks then remembered that Luna was a third grader, and unless someone invited her, she couldn't participate in the prom. It's just that, generally speaking, the pretty girls in the lower grades should be very popular too. It was a surprise to Marks that Luna was not invited. But thinking about it, Marks somehow understands why. If she goes to the ball, Luna will be happy to put on a weird gown, then a beautiful wreath or a hat that she has woven by herself, and become the focus of the entire ball. But not who like Luna, he can bear the strange eyes of everyone. Thinking about this, Marks looked at Luna with apologetic eyes, but unfortunately he was ready to invite Hermione, and couldn't invite a second person. I don't like dance parties, it's too lively. Maybe Luna sensed Marks's thoughts, shook her head gently, and then continued mysteriously. I don't plan to go home for Christmas either. I have more important things to do. Chapter 644. Hermione, are you here to show off to me? What's the matter? Marks asked curiously. I have seen in a book that every Christmas, the fairy tree will bloom, and all the fairy will fly out at night. It must be very beautiful, Luna said in a daze. As if in a daze. Imagine the beauty. Oh, there is also the horned snorer. If it is nearby, it will definitely be attracted, Luna added. So you plan to find the fairy tree during your holiday? Marks suddenly understood that he had seen similar scenes in Luna's memory. The little witch was always keen to find something novel. Yes, this kind of tree usually grows in a very dense jungle. I think they may be in the Forbidden Forest. I have never looked for it carefully, Luna said happily. Marks opened his mouth, hesitant to speak. He understood that Luna would never find the fairy tree and the snoring beast in the Forbidden Forest because these were all fantasy things. But Marks also knew that he was not qualified to break this beautiful fantasy. After being silent for a while, Marks responded with a smile instead. Well, I think you will find it someday. Yeah, I will find it, Luna said seriously. Before they knew it, the two had already stepped to the end of the corridor, facing the blank wall. Luna turned her head and looked at the main tower in the distance. The lights in the auditorium were still flickering, and students could be vaguely seen coming out of the hall in twos and threes. Obviously dinner is about to end. I think you have to leave, don't you? Luna looked at Marks and asked. Marks nodded, apologized to Luna again, and walked quickly toward the hall. Along the way, Marks organized the language in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. To be honest, it was the first time he confessed to a girl. George, Fred. When passing through a corridor, Marks happened to run into the Weasley brothers who were about to return to the dorm after lunch. A thought came to Marks's heart, and he greeted him. What's the matter, Marks? What's the matter? George and Fred turned their heads, and just had time to ask. They saw something flying towards them. George subconsciously took a look, only to find that it was a golden cannon. I have something to ask you two for a favor, Marks said while looking at them. In the evening, Hogwarts auditorium. Hermione sat absently on Gryffindor's seat, turning her eyes to the entrance of the hall from time to time. Harry on the side really couldn't stand it, and couldn't help but ask. Are you waiting for Marks? Hermione, it's so late, he must not plan to eat anymore. I'm not waiting for him. The little witch shook her head and said angrily. The knife in her hand unconsciously cut the steak on the plate to pieces, but she didn't notice at all. Harry glanced at the dinner plate that Hermione hadn't moved at all, and shrugged helplessly. He could naturally see that his two good friends were tumbling, but he couldn't figure out why. Obviously Marks invited Hermione to participate in this year's Christmas party in public a few days ago, and their relationship should be very good. Could it be that you refused Marks's invitation? Did you find someone else temporarily? Harry asked curiously, but it soon occurred to him that if it was so, Hermione wouldn't always look at the hall. What are you asking so much for? Hermione glared at him annoyed, and then stopped eating, picked up the book on the table and stood up and walked straight out of the auditorium, shouting Harry behind him. He didn't hear anything. Leaving the hall, Hermione's face was filled with blank expression. She didn't return to the girls' dormitory, nor did she routinely go to the library to stay until night, but wandered alone in Hogwarts Castle, thinking about the scene where she separated from Marks not long ago. And she couldn't help feeling a little upset. When Marks asked that sentence, she understood that she had misunderstood, and Marks did not invite Luna of Ravenclaw to the ball. However, when she thought of the scenes of Luna getting along with Marks in her memory, she felt as if she had swallowed a sour fruit. and she couldn't help but stimulate Fan. After speaking, Hermione regretted it, so she waited for a while nervously, but it was a pity that she did not wait for Marks to follow. In addition, she didn't see Marks at the dinner, which made Hermione a little worried. She hadn't forgotten the previous guess. The mysterious man's men probably sneaked in and threw Harry's name into the goblet of fire. Maybe the other party will also target Marks as a warrior. Of course, there is a second possibility that Marks invited other girls to go during this time. Thinking about this, Hermione became a little annoyed. She thought with anger that even if Marks actually invited others, it wouldn't be a big deal. All kinds of thoughts kept colliding in Hermione's mind. After walking for a while, her footsteps suddenly stopped because the person in front of her was the person she didn't want to meet the least. The blonde witch opposite seemed to be able to meet Hermione here by accident. The two were stunned for a while, and Hermione turned decisively and was about to walk back, but Luna's voice had already been heard. "Hello, Hermione." Luna said hello. Hermione's steps stopped. She didn't want to show weakness in front of Luna, so she turned her head and said angrily, "Hello Miss Lovegood." Luna didn't seem to notice Hermione's alienation and malice at all. She walked up quickly, rummaging in the cloth pockets of the wizard's robe with both hands. Hermione was vigilant secretly, clutching the wand tightly with her right hand. However, under her gaze, Luna just pulled out a thick notebook from her cloth pocket. "Fortunately .untilenovel.com I always carry it," Luna said happily, and then handed the notes to Hermione. Hermione didn't take it immediately. She looked at Luna puzzled, not understanding what she meant. "Don't take a look?" Luna asked. Without paying attention, Hermione took the note and flipped it through. She wanted to know what was written in it. After a few glances, Hermione found that what was written on the pages of the book turned out to be the practice of occlumency and the techniques of resisting mindfulness. The most important thing was that she knew the handwriting on it, which was exactly Marks's handwriting. "Are you here to show off?" Hermione looked at Luna dissatisfied, but when she noticed the innocent look on Luna's face, she realized that she had misunderstood. After calming down and thinking about the meeting, she understood Luna's meaning all at once, and asked like confirmation, "Tau, so, you were practicing sanctuary that day?" End of this chapter. Chapter 643. Hermione, are you here to show off to me? What's the matter? Marks asked curiously. "I have seen in a book that every Christmas, the fairy tree will bloom, and all the fairy will fly out at night. It must be very beautiful," Luna said in a daze. As if in a daze. "Imagine the beauty." "Oh, there is also the horned snorer. If it is nearby, it will definitely be attracted," Luna added. "So you plan to find the fairy tree during your holiday?" Marks suddenly understood that he had seen similar scenes in Luna's memory. The little witch was always keen to find something novel. "Yes, this kind of tree usually grows in a very dense jungle. I think they may be in the Forbidden Forest. I have never looked for it carefully," Luna said happily. Marks opened his mouth, hesitant to speak. He understood that Luna would never find the fairy tree and the snoring beast in the Forbidden Forest because these were all fantasy things. But Marks also knew that he was not qualified to break this beautiful fantasy. After being silent for a while, Marks responded with a smile instead. "Well, I think you will find it someday." "Yeah, I will find it," Luna said seriously. Before they knew it, the two had already stepped to the end of the corridor, facing the blank wall. Luna turned her head and looked at the main tower in the distance. The lights in the auditorium were still flickering, and students could be vaguely seen coming out of the hall in twos and threes. "Obviously dinner is about to end. I think you have to leave, don't you?" Luna looked at Marks and asked. Marks nodded, apologized to Luna again, and walked quickly toward the hall. Along the way, Marks organized the language in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. To be honest, it was the first time he confessed to a girl. George, Fred. When passing through a corridor, Marks happened to run into the Weasley brothers who were about to return to the dorm after lunch. A thought came to Marks's heart, and he greeted him. "What's the matter, Marks? What's the matter?" George and Fred turned their heads, and just had time to ask, they saw something flying towards them. George subconsciously took a look, only to find that it was a golden cannon. "I have something to ask you two for a favor," Marks said while looking at them. In the evening, Hogwarts Auditorium. Hermione sat absently on Gryffindor's seat, turning her eyes to the entrance of the hall from time to time. Harry on the side really couldn't stand it, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you waiting for Marks?" "Hermione, it's so late, he must not plan to eat any more." "I'm not waiting for him." The little witch shook her head and said angrily. The knife in her hand unconsciously cut the steak on the plate to pieces, but she didn't notice at all. Harry glanced at the dinner plate that Hermione hadn't moved at all, and shrugged helplessly. He could naturally see that his two good friends were tumbling, but he couldn't figure out why. Obviously Marks invited Hermione to participate in this year's Christmas party in public a few days ago, and their relationship should be very good. Could it be that you refused Marks's invitation? Did you find someone else temporarily? Harry asked curiously, but it soon occurred to him that if it was so, Hermione wouldn't always look at the hall. "What are you asking so much for?" Hermione glared at him annoyed, and then stopped eating, picked up the book on the table and stood up and walked straight out of the auditorium, shouting Harry behind him. He didn't hear anything. Leaving the hall, Hermione's face was filled with blank expression. She didn't return to the girls' dormitory, nor did she routinely go to the library to stay until night, but wandered alone in Hogwarts Castle, thinking about the scene where she separated from Marks not long ago. And she couldn't help feeling a little upset. When Marks asked that sentence, she understood that she had misunderstood, and Marks did not invite Luna of Ravenclaw to the ball. However, when she thought of the scenes of Luna getting along with Marks in her memory, she felt as if she had swallowed a sour fruit, and she couldn't help but stimulate Yiffan. After speaking, Hermione regretted it, so she waited for a while nervously, but it was a pity that she did not wait for Marks to follow. In addition, she didn't see Marks at the dinner, which made Hermione a little worried. She hadn't forgotten the previous guess. The mysterious man's men probably sneaked in and threw Harry's name into the goblet of fire. Maybe the other party will also target Marks as a warrior. Of course, there is a second possibility that Marks invited other girls to go during this time. Thinking about this, Hermione became a little annoyed. She thought with anger that even if Marks actually invited others, it wouldn't be a big deal. All kinds of thoughts kept colliding in Hermione's mind. After walking for a while, her footsteps suddenly stopped because the person in front of her was the person she didn't want to meet the least. The blonde witch opposite seemed to be able to meet Hermione here by accident. The two were stunned for a while, and Hermione turned decisively and was about to walk back, but Luna's voice had already been heard. "Hello, Hermione." Luna said hello. Hermione's steps stopped. She didn't want to show weakness in front of Luna, so she turned her head and said angrily, "Hello Miss Lovegood." Luna didn't seem to notice Hermione's alienation and malice at all. She walked up quickly, rummaging in the cloth pockets of the wizard's robe with both hands. Hermione was vigilant secretly, clutching the wand tightly with her right hand. However, under her gaze, Luna just pulled out a thick notebook from her cloth pocket. "Fortunately .untilenovel.com I always carry it," Luna said happily, and then handed the notes to Hermione. Hermione didn't take it immediately. She looked at Luna puzzled, not understanding what she meant. "Don't take a look?" Luna asked. Without paying attention, Hermione took the note and flipped it through. She wanted to know what was written in it. After a few glances, Hermione found that what was written on the pages of the book turned out to be the practice of occlumency and the techniques of resisting mindfulness. The most important thing was that she knew the handwriting on it, which was exactly Marks's handwriting. "Are you here to show off?" Hermione looked at Luna dissatisfied, but when she noticed the innocent look on Luna's face, she realized that she had misunderstood. After calming down and thinking about the meeting, she understood Luna's meaning all at once, and asked like confirmation, "Tau, so, you were practicing sanctuary that day?" End of this chapter. Chapter 644. Do you still want to hear that answer? Hermione, you rejected him. didn't you? So he had to come to me, Luna explained. I did not refuse. Hermione was about to refute, but in the end she couldn't say what she said. Because some time ago, I did deliberately avoid Marks because of the sedentary matter. Perhaps in Marks's eyes, this is no different from direct refusal. Thinking of this, Hermione pursed her lips. Her gaze at Luna became complicated. She asked hesitantly, "He saw your memory?" "Yes, it's funny." Luna nodded happily. In her opinion, sharing a memory is not so embarrassing. "Then why did you give me this notebook?" Hermione asked inexplicably. Since Luna doesn't hate being viewed by Marks, why not continue? "I think you need it more than I do, don't you?" Luna pointed to the books in Hermione's arms. The cover of one of the books was exposed and it read "The Power of Mind, How to Protect Your Brain." Hermione subconsciously hugged the book in her arms, and her face flushed. Ever since Marks checked the memory last time, she has been teaching herself how to protect the brain, in order to help Marks practice panic while preserving key memories. It's a pity that the practice of occlumency is very difficult. It took her several weeks but no obvious progress, so she kept avoiding Marks. "You gave it to me. What do you do?" Hermione looked at the notebook in front of her again and couldn't help but said. She knew very well that this was not just a notebook, but also meant that Luna gave herself the opportunity to accompany Marks to practice magic. "Do you know what I saw in his memory?" Luna did not respond positively, but continued to ask. Hermione shook her head. "I saw that he likes you." Luna revealed the answer straightforwardly. What? Hermione stared at Luna with widened eyes, and said hesitantly. She could hardly believe that these words would come out of the other person's mouth. Luna didn't seem to want to repeat it again. She pointed to the location of the hall, and said in that ethereal voice, "He went to the auditorium to see you just now. I think you probably just missed it." Hermione looked at Luna in surprise, and after a while, she whispered, "Thank you." She realized that she might have misunderstood the relationship between Luna and Marks. If the other party really liked Marks, it would never be possible for Marks to look at the memory in her brain so calmly. Thinking about this, Hermione's gaze towards Luna became softer, and her previous hostility turned into a heartfelt gratitude. After thanking her again, she hurriedly turned and ran towards the auditorium. But when Hermione entered the hall, she was unexpectedly unable to see Marks's figure here. She was wondering if Marks had waited too long to leave, and suddenly felt that someone had slapped herself from behind. Hermione was taken aback, and turned her head in a panic before realizing that it was Marks standing behind her. Come with me." Without a word of nonsense, Marks took Hermione's hand, and before even waiting for a response, he ran her towards the tower. The little witch stumbled and ran with Marks. The touch of overlapping fingertips made her heart pounding. She didn't ask where Marks was going to pull herself, because she couldn't think of it anymore. "Okay, here it is." Marks stopped in front of a classroom with Hermione. Only then did Hermione dare to ask in a low voice, "What are we doing here? Don't you know if you go in?" Marks smiled, waved his wand to open the door, and walked in with Hermione's hand. The classroom was dull and dark, a little scary, but Hermione was not afraid, just quietly squeezed the hand held by Marks. The door of the room was quickly closed. About 10 seconds later, a little starlight suddenly appeared in the dark space, and then the candles were fully lit, and the surroundings became bright. Only then did Hermione realize that it didn't look like a classroom at all. Large bunches of flowers decorated the surrounding area. The ground was covered with a warm colored carpet. The golden and red ribbons fluttered in the air. And Marks was like a conductor in a concert hall. He gently waved his magic wand, and the melodious organ sound gradually sounded, and several Christmas trees placed around were lit up. What makes her sensitive to the surprise is that hundreds of flower fairies with pointed ears flew out of the Christmas tree. They were about half a palm size and looked like young girls with transparent wings. The two of them danced to the music. "Ah, what is this?" Hermione stretched out her hand curiously, and a flower fairy happened to fall on her palm. Zonxian, Marx replied with a smile. This kind of magical creature that didn't exist at all was naturally made by his transformation spell, but due to too much transformation at one time, it could only last about half an hour. They are so beautiful. Hermione raised her hand gently, letting Xian fly to the sky again, her brows full of joy. Is that so? Marx turned his head to look at Hermione, and said seriously, I think they are not as pretty as you. The first time I heard Marx's straightforward words, Hermione's cheeks were flushed, and she embarrassedly avoided Marx's sight, pretending to admire the immortal. But after Marx shouted her name, the little witch turned her head for the first time, and then the eyes of the two intertwined. This time Hermione was not avoiding looking at Marx, even if there was some shame and anxiety in her eyes, but she was unexpectedly firm, because she felt the deep affection from Marx's sight. I'm sorry, Hermione. imsorry.mtlnovel.com. Marx. As if they were connected, the two voices sounded at the same time in the classroom decorated as a garden. A slight awkward atmosphere spread between the two, but it quickly disappeared. It's better for you to say it first, Hermione said softly after a moment of silence. Marx nodded, then asked, You asked why you chose to invite you to the dance party last time. I think I can answer you now. Seeing Marx mention this matter, Hermione seemed a little embarrassed. She already realized how unreasonable the question she was asking at the time was, and she whispered, I don't care which one. So still want to hear the answer? Marx asked with a smile. Hermione stared straight at Marx, confirmed that he really didn't mind, and then nodded. P.S. 3 shifts completed. 3 shifts will continue tomorrow. Ask for votes and subscriptions. Chapter 645. Do you want to be my dance partner? It's up to you to see it for yourself. While talking, Marx held Hermione's right hand, handed her wand into her hand, pointed it at herself, and said softly, Legilimensi, Legilimensi. Accompanied by Marx's erratic voice, Hermione felt her consciousness sinking rapidly, as if she had fallen into the abyss. Dimly, she saw herself who accompanied Marx to practice magic in the first grade, and saw the secret tunnel guarded by the three-headed dog that everyone broke into together. And also saw the scenes of their journey through time and space in the third grade. Revisiting every scene of acquaintance from another perspective, experiencing the ups and downs, Hermione suddenly understood why Marx always neglected to write letters, saw his troubles, and realized that Marx wanted to express meaning. This experience is unique to the two of them, irreplaceable. Sober from the many memories, Hermione opened her eyes again and looked at the blonde boy in front of her. So, besides you, who else can I invite? Marx asked with a smile. Hermione stepped forward according to the joy of her unbearable heart, and hugged Marx tightly. The confusion in her heart was instantly swept away, and she was gradually filled with the hazy, sweet emotions. Marx also folded his arms and hugged the girl in his arms, feeling the greenness and vitality of the cardamom years, and from time to time he could smell the good fragrance between the hair. The two hugged very tightly, and each other could hear each other's accelerated heartbeat. It was very rapid, but also very stable, which made people unable to help but indulge in it. I have forgotten the most important point. There is one thing I haven't told you yet. After holding it for a long time, Marx released it slightly and said solemnly. Hermione was puzzled and raised her head in a daze, with doubts in her brown eyes. That's. Marx deliberately stretched her tone, and when the little witch was a little anxious, she said softly, I like you, Hermione. Hermione blushed all of a sudden, and the blush spread from her face to the base of her ears. After a while, she dared to hesitate. Me too. Then do you want to be my dance partner? Marx immediately asked again. Of course, Hermione said quietly, not daring to look directly at Marx anymore, and immediately buried her body in his arms. Marx didn't hear clearly at all, but he didn't ask Hermione to say it a second time without understanding, and there was even a little guilt deep in his heart. He could feel what Hermione really meant for him, but the memories he showed Hermione had been carefully modified. After all, He has too many secrets that are not suitable for sharing, and he has to deal with falsehoods. At the same time, George, who was holding the accordion behind his back, felt that his hand was about to be broken. He thought that Marks would be able to get things done in 10 minutes at most, but now they have held it for almost half an hour, and there is no sign of releasing. Fred on the other side was not idle either, constantly waving his wand to pour the brilliant light into the air. Besides that, he had to adjust the brightness of the candlelight to enhance the atmosphere on the court, and he was too busy to stop. Both of them secretly regretted in their hearts. Is it too cheap for them to charge a gallon? If they knew that they should be charged according to the time. On Christmas Day, early in the morning, Harry, who went to the auditorium for breakfast, was surprised to find that his two good friends seemed to have figured it out after a night of thinking, and no longer hid like hide and seek, and it is the same as before and has returned to its former appearance. No, it should be said that it is more intimate than ever, because Harry was keenly aware that the hand held by Marks and Hermione had never been released, even during the meal. People who didn't know thought their hands were glued together by powerful magic glue. This made the single Harry feel very uncomfortable. He always felt that sitting here was not disturbing them. Will is also a powerful force. If you firmly don't want me to see a certain memory, then magic power will automatically form a defensive force and drive me out. Marks sat at the Gryffindor table in the corner, while flipping the notes. She explained to Hermione the techniques of occlumency. Hermione on the side was listening carefully to Marks's narration. After yesterday's scene, she no longer rejected Marks's behavior of checking her own memory. After all, she checked Marks's yesterday, so she doesn't mind sharing the most private memories with people she likes now. Now he is still practicing occlumency, just to better help Marks practice magic in the future. Regarding the meeting she had with Luna yesterday evening, Hermione didn't even conceal the slightest intention, so she said it out. When Hermione talked about Luna handing this notebook to her, Marks seemed surprised, but more grateful. Now that he had established a relationship with Hermione, it would be a little inappropriate to practice the mindfulness with Luna. This behavior was too intimate. But if he was asked to take the initiative to explain to Luna, Marks really didn't know how to speak. By the way, Marks, do you know what Luna usually likes? Hermione asked suddenly. What are you asking this for? Marks looked at Hermione in surprise. Today is Christmas. Did you forget? Hermione glanced at him, then continued. I plan to give Luna some gifts. Thank her. She prefers some weird things, such as an excellent storybook, small props with magical effects. Novel.com plus airship plum, bracelets made of flowers and plants, rare insect specimens, etc. Yes, Marks thought for a while and said. This is also something he often gave Luna during festivals in previous years. Judging from the reply, Luna should like it all. Hermione thought about it for a while, feeling a little difficult to decide, then looked at Marks again and asked again. Then what are you going to give her this year? I'm going to give a protective ring. Marks hesitated for a while, and he didn't want to hide Hermione, so he said truthfully, Luna told me that I would go to the Forbidden Forest to look for snoring beasts this Christmas. Worried about her being in danger. While talking, Marks looked at Hermione cautiously, worried that she would mind. However, Hermione didn't care about the protective ring Marks was going to give. Instead, she was very worried about Luna's safety. The Forbidden Forest was not a safe place. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not make repeated orders every year to keep everyone from approaching there. Not to mention that Hagrid particularly likes to raise some cute magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and even almost stuffed Norbert into the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 646. You are her only friend, aren't you? The Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. Can't you convince her to dispel this idea? Hermione said worriedly. It's probably very difficult. Marks shook her head helplessly. Luna made up her mind this time to find the flowering trace fairy tree and the possible snoring beast, but he couldn't find any suitable reason to persuade the other party. In fact, He also thinks Luna's behavior is very dangerous, especially since Hogwarts has not been peaceful recently. Barty Crouch Jr. is hiding near the castle. What if this guy stays in the Forbidden Forest all the time? This is why Marks wants to give Luna a protective ring, so that she at least has a certain ability to protect herself when encountering danger. Why don't you go with her? Hermione saw the worry in Marks's eyes, and after thinking about it, she said. Marks looked at Hermione in surprise, and said unexpectedly, "But aren't we going to the dance together? So it can't be today." Hermione added hastily, and then felt too excited, blushing, and continued coyly, "You and she can go back in a few days." Marks stared at Hermione in a daze for a while, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong. "You are her only friend, aren't you?" Hermione looked at Marks seriously, thinking of the contact with Luna yesterday, and a little apologetic in her words. "I will tell her and ask her if she wants to wait for a while, then the three of us will go together." Marks laughed. He was always worried that Hermione would not deal with Luna. "I thought about it a lot. I won't take the time to find something that doesn't exist at all. It must be boring." Hermione shook her head and said vowedly, "That's right. You haven't said what kind of gift you have prepared for me." Hermione didn't seem to intend to continue talking about this, but instead asked temporarily keep it secret. "You will know when you wait for the ball," Marks said mysteriously without revealing the secret. Hermione pretended to be angry and turned her head away, ignoring him, but this would unexpectedly see someone at Slytherin's long table looking at her from time to time. Marks also followed Hermione's gaze, and found that it was Krum, and his happy mood suddenly became worse. "Have Krum harassed you recently? Do you want me to help you teach him?" Marks asked. "Don't do that, Marks." Hermione grabbed Marks's arm and glared at him dissatisfied. Then perhaps she was worried about Marks's misunderstanding. She quickly added, "What if Gryffindor is deducted? We have added a lot of points this semester, and it's nothing to deduct a bit." Marks shrugged indifferently. "This year is different from the past. Harry and Ron, who are the demerit 3.2 giants, have never found a chance to play." Coupled with his and Hermione's hard work during class, Gryffindor's college points have been far ahead since the start of. He is expected to add a lot of points when he wins the top spot in the top 3, and he will not be able to catch up with the second place. Seeing that Marks really had the idea of doing something, Hermione didn't know whether to be happy or angry for a while. However, in order to avoid conflicts, she still tried her best to comfort her. Krum did want to invite her to this year's dance party, but she had clearly rejected it. "He invited you?" "When?" Marks frowned. "Just the other day. I told him that I have found a partner," Hermione whispered. Hearing what Hermione said, Marks even wanted to beat Krum to vent his anger, but under Hermione's begging and supervision, he finally had to dispel this idea. Because the whole morning spent too much time on flirting, Marks's planned study plan was forced to stop. After all, the evening is the Christmas ball, and in the afternoon everyone has to be busy decorating the venue and preparing for the ball. It doesn't matter to Marks. He can change clothes for a few minutes at most, but the girls are different. They have to spend hours putting on makeup, dressing up, and choosing clothes. So after eating lunch and taking a break, Marks had to leave Hermione temporarily and return to the boys' dormitory alone. Pushing the door open, Marks found that Harry, Seamus, and Neville had returned early, and they were changing into today's dresses. Even Ron, who was usually not seen, was here. Marks greeted several people with a smile, then walked all the way to the bed and clapped his hands. A house elf appeared in front of him with a bang. It was Dobby undoubtedly. "Merry Christmas, sir." Dobby looked very happy, as if infected by the joyful atmosphere in the castle, happily handing over the exquisite dress he was holding in his hand. Marks took off his coat and put the dress on his body. Dobby brought a mirror over at the right time to facilitate Marks's inspection. Marks thanked it for its kindness, and then looked at himself in the mirror. The exquisite dress he wore was a bit similar to the improved version of the mole tuxedo. The whole body was black, but the corners were dotted with gold and red lines, which was a bit mysterious and evil. "Hey, you look so handsome, Marks." Harry came over and patted his shoulder, jokingly. "Even if you didn't remind me, I would have noticed it." Marks curled his lips and responded with a smile. While joking with Harry, Marks also noticed that Dobby put down the mirror. His expression entangled and he dared not speak. "What's wrong, Dobby? Do you have anything you want to tell me?" Marks asked actively. "Can Dobby give Mr. a gift?" Dobby summoned the courage to say it. Untitled.novel.com, holding the corner of the mirror with both hands. He looked at Marks in fear. "Of course, I will be very happy." Marks nodded. "That's great." Dobby snapped his fingers and disappeared in place, and when he came back, he already had an extra armband in his hand. It's the fabric above that looks like it was torn from a torn sheet, one of which is still patched, and in the center is a weird-looking fire dragon woven with red thread. On the back of the dragon, you can see a vaguely sitting villain. Marks reluctantly recognized that this should be what he looked like when he defeated Noble in his first game. "Dobby made this himself, sir," Dobby explained carefully. "Thank you, Dobby." Although Marks felt that he would never wear this armband, he still received Dobby's heart. Dobby jumped up happily, then looked at Marks blankly, as if expecting something. Chapter 647. Mr. is really a kind and great wizard. Of course Marks could understand Dobby's meaning, so he took a small box from the head of the bed and handed it to it. "No, I have prepared a gift for you too." Dobby was extremely happy, and opened the box as quickly as possibly. White glove was placed in it alone. "I only gave you one glove last time, so I will fill it up for you this time," Marks explained, and then asked again, "How about it? Do you still like it?" "It's amazing. Mr. is such a kind and great wizard." Dobby nodded quickly and screamed excitedly. His body was trembling constantly, and he seemed to cry with emotion when he twitched his nose. Dobby didn't expect Marks to remember that it only had a left-handed glove, and he bought another glove for it. "You'd better hurry up and try to fit," Marks hurriedly interrupted. He really didn't want to hear Dobby talk about those goosebumps that made him think that he did something. "What a great thing." Dobby took out the glove excitedly and put it on his empty right hand, while the remaining empty box was held tightly in his arms, as if it were some kind of treasure. Marks looked at Dobby and shook his head funny, then turned his gaze to the table beside the bed. There were hundreds of packages on it, piled so full, some even fell to the ground. "When did so many people send me things?" Marks was very surprised. He had some doubts whether it was from the guys in Knockdown Alley, but after thinking about it, he didn't think it was right. They should have no guts to give it. He is right to send a gift. However, Marks didn't mean to turn it immediately, but took out the parchment and quill to write to Luna, so that she should not rush to the Forbidden Forest to find the fairy tree and the snoring beast. "Hogwarts has not been peaceful lately. It is best to wait for a while and act with yourself. The reason why I chose to deliver the letter instead of telling it in person is because he had already seen it with a spot map on the way back to the dormitory. Luna would be in Ravenclaw's dormitory. Marks was not sure when she would come out, so it's more convenient to write a letter." After finishing writing, Marks opened the owl cage and tied the envelope to Mac's feet. "Give it to Luna, understand?" Marks ordered. Maca nodded. It had been delivered many times, and it was already familiar. Dang even flew out of the window with its wings flapping. Only then did Marks focus his attention on the Christmas packages, and looked at them one by one, and finally found that most of the gifts were delicate small objects, which were probably sent by his admirers. In addition, he also pulled out from the package the new sweater from Mrs. Weasley, the model of the Christmas tree from Harry, the dragon scales from Charlie, and the bags of fireworks from the Weasley brothers. See above. The introduction said that it can spray out the form of love. Finally, there is a book, The Story of Poetry Wang Baidu. Marks took it up in surprise. After reading the cover picture, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was clearly a new drawing. After reading a few pages carefully, it turned out that it was all Luna's handwriting. After thinking about it, he realized that this storybook should have been made by Luna herself. She silently wrote down all the content in the story of Poetry Wang and Pidu, and then made the corresponding cover, and draw a fitting picture. Marks was somewhat moved. He certainly knew why Luna gave him this. When practicing meditation the other day, he once saw this storybook in Luna's memory. At that time, he showed some interest, but he didn't know much about the story. Luna was probably aware of it a little bit, so take the time to prepare this gift for him. Although this is not very helpful to him, it is also a picture book worth collecting with great care. It's weird. Where's Hermione's gift? Marks put down the storybook again, and looked around the unpacked package on the table. Only Hermione's gift was left unreceived. The little witch had asked him about his Christmas gifts before, and it was impossible that he had forgotten it, so there was one possibility left: Hermione would give it to him when she was preparing for the Christmas ball. Marks couldn't help but smile, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. He even more wanted to know how beautiful Hermione would be in the gorgeous robes, which could amaze the audience in the original time and space. He couldn't wait. Take a look. But now there is still some time before the ball begins, and Marks has to sit on the bed and wait for the time to pass, listening to Harry and Seamus chatting by the way. Ron stood alone in the corner and twisted his clothes. It was not even a ceremonial gown. It looked like a very rustic dress with pink lace on the corners. He was very disgustingly used the cutting curse to get rid of those extra parts, but it became even more ugly. Perhaps it was because he realized that he had to wear this shameful robe to the prom. Ron, who had been playing around for a while, finally accepted his fate, sat down on the chair boringly, glanced at Harry who was chatting with Seamus, and then gave him a second look. His eyes turned to the table in front of Marks's bed. Seeing Ron staring for a long time, Marks followed his gaze with some curiosity, and found that there was still a small package in the gap of the long table, which was probably squeezed in by other gifts. So I haven't noticed it just now. Marks strode over, took out the package, opened it, and found that there was a big bag of candies in it, all of which he liked to eat, but there was no signature, no blessings and cards on it. This could not have been given by Hermione, because the little witch would never give such a vulgar thing. Ron, did you give me this? Marks turned his head and asked curiously. Ah. Yes. Ron looked a little stiff. Untitled.novel.com. He seemed ashamed to tell Marks this, but finally nodded. The gift is great, thank you, Marks said casually. He knew Ron was not rich, so he didn't care whether things were cheap or not. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to prepare this year's Christmas present for you. Marks suddenly patted his head. Because of the awkwardness between Ron and them before, Marks was worried that Ron would not accept it and something embarrassing when preparing the gift, so he didn't prepare the other party's share. But looking at the ceremonial robe that Ron was wearing, Marks suddenly had an idea in his heart and said, "But I think it's too late to prepare a gift now, doesn't it?" "No, don't be so troublesome." Ron shook his head awkwardly, trying to refuse, but Marks had walked up before he could speak, stretched out his wand and tapped his robe. At the next moment, Ron felt that his long skirt changed rapidly, from the fancy brown red to a deep dark green. His upper body was widened and his lower body was narrowed, fitting on his body, turning into a real dress. Chapter 648 Christmas Ball. Ron looked at himself in the mirror, surprised. After a while, he turned to look at Marks and stammered, "How long can it last like this? If you don't deliberately destroy it, there is no problem for 1 or 2 days." Marks shrugged and replied, "Thank you. Thank you so much. This is the best Christmas gift I have ever received." Ron was like being hit on the spot by a surprise that fell from the sky. He was very excited and said with a decent dress, "Just it means he doesn't have to make a fool of himself at this year's Christmas party." "You like it?" Marks smiled and said casually. Harry, Seamus, and Neville, who had been watching, also gathered around at this time, praising Ron's new dress, cheering him on, and the peace in the bedroom was restored. After so many days, Harry's anger had faded a long time ago, and he talked and laughed freely with Ron, as if they had never had a conflict. Ron was a little awkward. He always wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak. There seems to be a film between the two, and the relationship is always a little worse than before. Marks noticed this, but didn't care for him. Ron was just a good friend. Although he had known each other early, he had been in friendship over the years, but he had been with him for a long time, and occasionally picked him up when he took a risk. So when Ron lost his temper and wanted to break off diplomatic relations with them, Marks didn't argue with Ron to explain. Unlike Harry, Marks recognized him as a trustworthy friend. He still remembered that when he was short of money to buy potions in the first grade, Harry tried every means to help himself, and after being rejected by him, he tactfully gave 10 golden gallons as a Christmas gift. When he lent him the invisibility cloak last year, Harry was very refreshed, and he didn't even ask himself what he was doing with it. Marks has all these help in his mind, which is why he is willing to spend a few days teaching the other party's spell. Considering that the prom was about to begin, the few people in the dormitory went to the Gryffindor common room without a few words. Only a few hours away, this place has become a small exhibition hall. The students inside all changed out of the standard school uniforms they usually wore, and put on various styles of dresses and gowns, especially the girls, all dressed up and dazzling. I really didn't know there were so many beautiful girls in the school, Seamus said with emotion, looking around. Yeah, I haven't noticed it. Harry also nodded in agreement, and looked to one side. Ginny was chatting with a few friends over there. Perhaps after seeing Harry's gaze, Ginny quickly turned her head, and when she saw Harry, her eyes lit up, and she whispered a few words to her friends, and ran over here. Ginny. Ron happily greeted Ginny, and then he was shocked to see his sister holding Harry's arm. Wait. Harry. Ginny, are you? Ron was stunned, and his eyes kept moving between the two. He invited me to this year's Christmas ball, Ginny said with blushing cheeks. Ah, yes. I just happen to lack a partner. So. So just. Harry was embarrassed under Ron's gaze, his voice getting smaller and smaller. He vaguely regretted inviting Ginny to be his partner. Fortunately, at this moment, Marks broke the embarrassing atmosphere. Ginny, where is Hermione? Have you seen her? When I came down, she was still taking care of her hair. It should be almost now, Ginny explained, and then said mysteriously as if she had remembered something. You will be surprised when you see her. Harry and others are a little curious. Even Marks is no exception. They waited here together for a while. Suddenly, there was some commotion from the stairs upstairs. Marks turned around and looked over, and the whole person was stunned. It was Hermione who came down. It's just that compared to usual, Hermione has removed her heavy bookish hair, and now she is shining like a new star. The long brown hair that had been tousled after some care, became smooth and shiny, and turned into an elegant bun in the back of his head. She was slowly walking down the stairs, her greenish-white jade hands gently resting on the corners of the skirt, her light-colored long skirt shining with a faint purple light, and the rosy skin was crystal clear, a black strand. The silk ribbon was tied around her waist, which outlined the beautiful figure of the girl. The two Gryffindor girls who walked down behind her seemed to be her foil. Everyone's eyes were on Hermione. Ron's open mouth was full of unbelievable expressions. Harley is not much better. Is she really Hermione? Seamus asked in surprise. It was not only him who wanted to ask this sentence, but Parvati, who was in the dormitory, stared at Hermione with a questioning look, wondering if he had admitted the wrong person. Hermione didn't care about everyone's shocked eyes and questioning, but just walked in front of Marks step by step. How about? Is it okay? Hermione asked nervously, with a little shyness and expectation in her words. It's so beautiful, it's beyond my expectation, Marks said appreciatively. Hermione smiled, her eyebrows and her eyes filled with joy. She gently took Marks's arm. Kiao Shengxing said, let's go, the prom time is almost up, let's go to the auditorium. Marks nodded. The students in this lounge also found their dancing partners. Mentalnovel.com. Although Ron didn't have Harry's help, he also found Lavender as his dancing partner. The two got along very well. Harry was more embarrassed, because of Ron's existence. He dared not do anything intimate with Ginny. He was uncomfortable. On the way to the hall, the Weasley brothers grabbed him and teased him for a while. Almost ran away. "Little Ronnie, you actually bought a new dress. It's incredible." After teasing Harry, George and Fred also noticed the new dress on Ron's body. Both appeared very surprised. "Can't you only allow you to wear new clothes?" Ron looked at them very dissatisfied, and went back stiffly. George and Fred had a boring discussion, then looked at Marks and Hermione again, and said with a little surprise and admiration, "You really have a foresight. No wonder you don't want to leave so many girls. You always stare at Hermione." "Of course," Marks replied openly. Several people were chatting, and the oak front door of the auditorium was slowly opened. Obviously, the prom had already begun. Chapter 649. So let's start today's dance party. Everyone filed in and walked into the auditorium along the entrance hall. Because of the Christmas ball, the place was well decorated. You can see the sky full of stars when you look up. There are hundreds of mistletoe sprigs and garlands of ivy hanging on the ceiling, and the flags of the 3 major schools swaying in the air in the wind. The walls were covered with shiny silver frost. More than a dozen Christmas trees are scattered in the auditorium. The colored lights above are matched with candles to illuminate the dim interior. The long tables of the 4 colleges have disappeared without a trace. Instead, lanterns are lit. Table. Marks, Harry, come to the main guest bench. Professor McGonagall, who was sitting on the faculty bench, hurriedly greeted when they saw the two coming. Marks nodded and took Hermione onto the big red carpet. For a time, the two became the focus of the entire auditorium, and everyone's eyes were on them. Marks is a warrior who defeated the fire dragon. He himself has a high reputation. There are countless admirers. Hermione beside him is also astonished to the extreme, making countless people feel ashamed. Only Fleur, who is a mixed blood Veil, is enough to be able to compete with her. Compared to, in the eyes of countless envy and jealousy, Marks stepped onto the guest seat and sat in the exclusive position of the warriors. Hermione was not stage fright at all, just tightly holding Marks's arm. They arrived early, and the seats on the main guest table were not full. Marks and Moody and Bagman, who had arrived early, nodded and greeted them. After a while, Fleur and Crumb also walked up with their dancing partners. "Hi, Marks." Furong greeted Yifan enthusiastically. She also dressed up carefully, showing her charm to the fullest, and boys were peeking at her from time to time. And Phil's dancing partner is Roger Davis, a senior boy from Ravenclaw. Marks has seen him on the Quidditch court. He is tall and strong. Only now it seemed that he was fascinated by Furong. Seeing Furong talking with Marks, his face was angry, but when I thought of Marks's performance on the field, the whole person went down again. Marks was uninterested in Fleur, and was about to deal with it casually, when Hermione next to him said first, "Hello, Mr. Delacour." Hermione stared at Fleur tit for tat, and there was a deep alienation and hostility in her words. Marks closed his mouth immediately, not speaking. "Hello, Granger." Fleur chuckled a few times, then turned and sat down in the exclusive position of the Booth Barton Warriors. Roger Davis also hurriedly followed. It's like a little follower. Crumb sat down in his seat without saying a word. Next to him was a senior Slytherin girl who was pretty long and talked to him from time to time. But Crumb didn't mean to respond. He appeared absent-minded, and his eyes looked at Hermione from time to time, with a faintly surprised expression. When he invited Hermione to the ball before, he didn't expect the other party to be so amazing. Of course, Marks also noticed Crumb's gaze and was very dissatisfied, but it was not easy to do anything in public. The most important thing is that Marks recalled that the content of the second match of the Triwizard Tournament was to save the hostages, and Hermione was very likely to be placed at the bottom of the lake as her most beloved treasure waiting for rescue. But what if Crumb gets to the area to save the hostages first? Will he throw away the person he should save and insist on taking Hermione away? Although this possibility is very low, it has to be guarded against. And how to ensure the safety of Hermione at the bottom of the lake is also a problem. It seems that for the second game, I also need to plan carefully. Leave him alone, Marks. Now it's a dance party. Hermione took Ray-Ivan's arm and said with relief. She noticed that Marks looked at Crum's gaze faintly, and worried that Marks was there. Hands-on at the venue. Okay, then I won't look at him anymore. How about you? Marks turned his head jokingly, and fixed his eyes on Hermione, looking at the girl's delicate face. You can watch it if you like. Hermione blushed and deliberately turned her head away from him. Instead, she tapped the plate in front of her with her magic wand, calling out some desserts, and ate with her knife and fork. Stand up. Marks continued to stare motionlessly, and Hermione became a little restless. The blush on her face gradually spread to her neck, becoming more and more attractive under the candlelight. Aren't you going to eat? Hermione finally couldn't help turning her head back, staring at him. Marks knew that the little witch would be really angry if he continued like this, so he restrained a little, but he still had to ask for the dessert on Hermione's plate. Hermione was a little unhappy at first, but couldn't bear Marks's continued staring, so she cut off a plate of dessert while not many people were looking here, and stuffed it into Marks's mouth. Can't you eat it yourself? Hermione said angrily. What's the point of that? Marks chewed on the dessert and said vaguely. He always felt that the meal Hermione sent over seemed a little sweeter than before, and looked at Hermione again. Don't think about it. The little witch shook her head resolutely, as many people had seen it just now. Seeing that Hermione was shy, Marks had no choice but to wave his wand on his own, calling out some meals, and enjoying it. At the same time, Marks's eyes swept across the auditorium, and there were witches and witches talking and laughing with each other everywhere. Harry and Ginny were sitting in the seats not far away. Without the interruption of Ron and others, their expressions became much more natural. The professors on the main guest table put down their former seriousness and wore exquisite and luxurious robes and talked and laughed freely. Only Snape still looked like a bitter hatred, which was incompatible with the eager atmosphere of the entire auditorium. MentalNovel.com. The big Hagrid seemed to be radiating his second spring, and he was happy to say something to Maxim. The wide robes looked very tight when worn on his body, and people couldn't help but worry about whether the button on the neckline would suddenly collapse. Drop. The whole dinner lasted for nearly half an hour, and when it was 8 o'clock in the evening, Dumbledore stood up slowly, cleared his throat, and spoke. Well, guys, I think everyone is already full, right? Dumbledore looked around the entire auditorium, and seeing that there was no objection, he removed the plates and food scraps from the table, and then motioned everyone to stand up. Then let's start today's ball. Dumbledore's loud voice recalled in the auditorium, holding his wand high in his left hand and waving it lightly. All the tables and chairs in the auditorium seemed to have received some guidance, and they automatically flew to the wall and piled together, leaving a large open space in the middle. Then a towering stage rises from the ground out of thin air, with all kinds of exquisite music placed on it. P.S. It's still 3 shifts today. Chapter 650. Special Christmas gift. Sitting on the guest table, a few strangely dressed girls walked to the stage. Their hair was very thick and they were wearing black robes that were deliberately torn to pieces. Weird Sisters. In the auditorium, someone recognized them soon, shouting excitedly, and others applauded to welcome the most famous band in the magic world. As soon as they came on stage, they picked up their respective instruments and began to play. The melodious singing accompanied by a slightly sad tune sounded in the auditorium. When the music started, Marks turned his head, bowed slightly and made an inviting gesture, and said at the same time, "Pretty Miss Granger, can I dance with you?" Hermione smiled and put her hand on Marks's outstretched forearm. Marks stretched out his hand and led Hermione to the center of the stage. The free hand was gently wrapped around the girl's slender waist. The two of them faced each other in this way, and a dim, blushing charm spread between each other. Hermione felt that Marks's hands seemed to have magical powers. Just touching her fingertips could bring some kind of numbness, which made her head gradually become confused, and her dance steps became a little messy. Almost stepped on Marks's feet. "What are you thinking about, Hermione?" Marks suddenly asked, looking at the girl in front of him. "Don't you see it for yourself?" Hermione responded in a low voice. Mark's arms around the girl's waist tightened slightly, narrowing the distance between the two sides, and lowered his voice and said beside her, "Without your consent, I wouldn't use that magic on you." "Then I agree now," Hermione said shyly. Of course, Marx would not let go of this opportunity to understand the girl's thoughts, so he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Hermione's thoughts came to mind, and Marx could clearly feel the inner witch's heart, shyness and affection. The scrambled pace of the two soon became neat. Marx suddenly understood why Hermione wanted to open her heart to him here, because if two people were connected, dancing would be incredibly easy. Hermione relaxed her mind and gave all the initiative to Marx. She felt that her body was light and fluttering, and she was dancing with Marx. Marx is like the best dancer, with the beat of the music, leading Hermione to spin and dance on the stage. The light breeze lifted Hermione's skirt corners, making her move in the wind like a butterfly, and dance gracefully, which formed a sharp contrast with the little wizards who were learning to dance. Many people stopped in surprise and watched attentively as the two passed by. Then more and more people watched and stopped dancing. The open space in the middle of the high platform almost became the private domain of Marx and Hermione. Dumbledore swung his wand to extinguish the extra candlelight, allowing most of the light source to focus on Marx and Hermione. The Weird Sisters band temporarily changed the high-pitched music to make the two more enjoyable. The intense drum beats mixed with the interactive sound of the guitar and the lute reverberated throughout the auditorium. But Marx and Hermione were already immersed in each other's world, and they didn't notice this at all. After a period of running-in, their dance steps became more and more perfect. Every time they stepped on the drums, people gradually became intoxicated. I don't know how long it took. Hermione's physical strength was almost exhausted, and fine beads of sweat could be seen on her forehead, and Marx guided her to stop slowly at the corner of the stage. At the same time, thunderous applause rang out from the audience, and countless stars fell from the sky and fell on both of them. Only then did Marx notice that everyone in the entire auditorium was all around looking at them. Hermione also noticed this. She was ashamed, but she didn't have much strength anymore, so she could only lean on Marx softly. After nodding to the crowd, Marx took Hermione to the side and sat down, ready to take a break, and just to let the stage out. They had occupied it for too long. "How long have you been practicing secretly?" "The dancing is awesome." Angelina on the side was not in a hurry to dance, but looked at them enviously. "We haven't practiced, this is the first time," Hermione vowed to say, then picked up the ice orange juice on the table, and drank half of it slurpingly before regaining some strength. Angelina is obviously a little unbelieving. How can she cooperate so well once? Marx and Hermione smiled at each other without explaining. That was their unique secret. At the next dance, the two sat aside chatting, watching the others dance by the way. From time to time, some girls came over and wanted to invite Marx to do a dance, even in the name of needing guidance, but they were all rejected by Marx decisively. Crumb also turned his head several times and looked here, but every time he was forced back by Marx's eyes. However, Crumb's perfunctory performance also made the Slytherin girl who danced with him very upset. She deliberately stepped on Crumb's feet so that Crumb could figure out who his dancing partner was. Dumbledore also danced a waltz with Miss Maxim with great interest. It is worth mentioning that he rarely wears thick woolen gloves on his hands, probably because he does not want to be seen by his right hand. The abnormal shape. Even the crazy-eyed guy found a dancing partner on the stage. Although his wooden prosthetic leg was not so good, it made the opposite Professor Sinister frightened, but he himself did not take it seriously and showed 12 points of enthusiasm. At the end of the ball, the Weird Sisters sang a beautiful closing tune, and the trembling notes of the organ floated into the air under the manifestation of magic. Hermione, who had been resting for a long time, was also aroused some interest, and took Marx to dance a song on stage. The whole process was incredibly enthusiastic, as if she was squeezed too hard, but now it's all released. By 10 o'clock in the evening, the music had completely stopped, and the weird sisters who had been busy all night packed their instruments and began to enjoy snacks. Those little wizards who hadn't enjoyed themselves were very disappointed. Novel.com and had to have fun on their own. From time to time, there were people laughing and playing in the auditorium. Marks took Hermione out of the hall, and the two of them walked around holding hands in the castle. They originally wanted to find a quiet and undisturbed place nearby, but they soon realized that it was too difficult. No matter where they went, they could meet a few couples with ears and temples. In the end, they had to go farther. Some, strolling along the banks of the Black Lake. Marks held Hermione's hand tightly and chatted with her about the gossip on campus, but didn't talk about business matters. After the two walked for a long time, Hermione finally couldn't help but ask, "Where is my Christmas present?" The little witch raised her head, her beautiful brown eyes flashing expectant eyes. "Well, it's not the time yet. It's a very important thing." Marks stretched his tone to Selgwanzi, then looked at her and continued, "I want to see what you prepared for me first. P.S. The third one is complete. Ask for votes and subscribe.